It's Tim.
It's Tim.
It's Tim.
No. Okay. How's everyone doing today?
How is?
We're gonna be would have done some stream yesterday, but someone decided to not, show up.
Well, excuse me for having, a life off of the internet.
No, you're not allowed.
No?
Nope, not allowed.
Well,
So yeah, we're mostly gonna be having fun today. I'm joined by my friend,
hello. Is Floof.
and yeah, we're gonna be covering some news, mostly the Andrew Tate shit that popped off because that was really fucking funny.
Very
Uh,
smart man.
and then the criminology student that decided to stab someone in Idaho, and
For some reason.
Trump's taxes. Yeah, so that's what we're mostly gonna be doing. Hopefully one of my other friends, if they decide to message me and all that, might join. We'll have to wait and see. Because I imagine that I'm probably gonna get like a New Year's like wishes from her.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, she wished me Merry Christmas on Christmas, so yeah,
Yeah.
things will we'll definitely have to wait and see what happens with that. So if she does, who knows? Maybe she'll come on stream for a little bit if she has time.
You can only hope.
I mean, we'll see. Uh, yeah, and I also plan on getting a little bit stoned today, so it's gonna be great. Mostly,
Please do drugs responsibly. That's all I have to say.
bro, like no one does any form of substance responsibly.
You're right.
You're
Take a look
you're
at me.
you're doing substances in order to be irresponsible.
True.
Um, but yeah, we'll probably
Exactly what
watch
I expected.
the New Year's countdown for my area, and then we can have a New Year's celebration.
Yes.
I wonder if Hassan's gonna be going for that long. 'Cause I see I see him streaming right now.
He might.
I don't know. I don't think last year he did.
Well, I mean, New Year's countdowns are kind of a trope that's overdone.
I mean, it's still something to do, right?
I mean, it doesn't take much.
Okay. Guess let's just hop into the news and stuff.
News.
So yeah, Andrew Tate, that tater tot guy. Uh, so for context, for those who don't know, he and Greta Thunberg had a dispute over um on Twitter, and he essentially doxed himself like a fucking idiot. Uh, and the police had arrested him for like sex trafficking charges. There has been a little bit of an up. Excuse me. There has been a little bit of an update on that front. Um, he apparently is free now, if I remember correctly.
That's unfortunate.
So yeah, let's just hop into this loser.
Pitched battle in which armies go to war with machines of death and destruction. In mid-December, before targeting Greta Thunberg on Twitter, Andrew Tate posted a trademark hyperbolic video to his millions of followers, promoting his latest get-rich-quick scheme.
Every single thing that exists out there inside of the Matrix is done so with a purpose.
The Matrix, a reference to the movie about a subjugated, brainwashed...
You want to know the funniest shit about this? Is that, like,
Sure.
people eat this shit up, and then, like, you know, when shit actually pops off, and and it gets, like, in a lot of shit, and, like, his downfall and everything, people, like, whine about it, and it's so funny.
It is.
It's just like, come on, bro. You can do better than that.
It's like how just think for yourself. Just do yourself that favor, please. It's not hard.
I am kind of grateful that Elon Musk brought the tater tot back to Twitter. It was so funny.
You gotta love it.
Like, he got fucking owned by a 19-year-old autistic girl. Come on, bro. That's such, like, just awful. Like, how do you manage that?
Yeah, and you Tate things, I guess.
Like I said, he's a tater tot.
population. On Thursday night, during his arrest, he mentioned it again.
Women should not be in the forces to arrest me. This is corruption and collusion by the Romanian government.
Apparently so.
I should just be able to pay them off with the amount of money that I have made over scamming people with a pyramid scheme. I find it really funny that his brother got arrested too.
Well, yeah, he's probably doing the same thing.
The Matrix has attacked me.
Still on brand, even as he and his brother were detained in connection with a human trafficking and rape investigation. Romanian prosecutors claim an organized crime group was
Not gonna lie, bro, he looks a little bit too comfy. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, he looks like he's done this before.
True. He probably has.
He is not bothered by the situation at all.
Yeah. Is
Just your average Tuesday for him.
now if this was America, just imagine what would be going on with him.
I can imagine that, and I don't want to.
Being handcuffed, being thrown in the car. I mean, to be fair though, he is British, so and the British deserve that, so
That's what I'm saying.
sexually exploiting 6 people. Police video of the raid on Tate's home showing weapons, cash.
No shot. He actually had the fucking sword.
Police video of the raid on Tate's
That's
home
funny.
showing weapons.
No shot, bro. I thought that was just a meme.
You gotta love swords.
Man, how the fuck is he
What
not
else is there?
how the fuck is he not cooked? Machetes, daggers, guns. The standard like fucking red-pilled school shooter kind of vibes.
Yeah, sword. I think of school shooters and swords. You're gonna
Like-
see the next super soldier, wield an M16 and a sword.
Huh.
Excalibur,
Weapons,
gun
cash,
sword.
and fast cars.
No, they blurred out my Bugatti. What is this?
My beautiful car.
My Bugatti, all 12 of my Bugattis. They seized my Bugatti. Oh, I fucking love shitting on this clown, man.
The former kickboxer has long courted controversy. He was kicked off a British reality TV show in 2016 after a video emerged.
I mean, but like, literally everyone knows about that, though. Like, I don't think there's a soul on Earth that does not know about that shit.
William, just met him. His name is Flu. Hi, I had no idea about that shit because I didn't care about that shit.
What, the Andrew Tate shit?
Yeah.
What? How did you not
Bro,
know
I
about
was-
that?
My world has been vastly different from everyone else's.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well then.
Of
You
him
just
appearing
met
to
the
beat a
first
woman
soul.
with a
Huh?
No, I was just referencing the first thing that you said earlier was that you have never met a soul that never knew about that.
Oh.
belt.
People say, why did you live in Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons.
Oh yeah, didn't he like give advice on like how to get away with raping someone?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't keep up with it.
I thought he did. Like I thought he said it was like a very fucking masculine thing to do by like raping women or something like that. I can't remember.
One of them is the Me Too era.
Since then, his misogynistic comments have had him thrown off major social media platforms. He has said women are a man's property and that rape victims should bear responsibility for their attacks.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was fucking wild, man. Like how does that how do you say that?
I have no idea.
Like damn, bro.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All the time in my DMs because I'm trying to wake people up.
But he has still made a fortune from that content. Tate's fans pay him to learn how to make ad revenue by reposting his most controversial clips, which has led to his sharp rise in prominence in the past year.
I mean, like for those who don't know, the like the whole Hustlers University shit is just like 100% fucking a pyramid scheme. Like your dad has probably done like your dad or mom has probably done something similar to this in the form of either Herbalife or Amway or whatever. Like it's nothing new. Like even before like those companies existed, you had like Tupperware or whatever the fuck it was called. Like this shit is nothing new. Like it's just he's just capitalizing off of a bunch of fucking dumb idiots who have a lot of disposable income. Which, you know, because they're promised like, you know, if you do this and follow my MLM schemes, you can be the top G. You can be like me. But it never fucking happens.
Year. An investigation from the Observer newspaper said his subscribers were told, "You want arguments, you want war."
It's worked out really well for the companies too, because they've made tons of money by placing ads next to his must-see content, because it's must-see not just for those who like it, but also for those who dislike it.
Despite Tate's misogyny, the sometimes free speech champion Elon Musk reinstated Tate on Twitter in November.
Like low key, that was probably like one of the best decisions that fucking Elon has ever made, just in his entire life, as well as like reinstating Trump, because it was so funny watching people dunk on him after like he got fucking roasted by a bunch of like leftist idiots. Like, it was so funny.
While under arrest, someone has continued to post from Tate's Twitter account. Redmond Shannon, Global News, London.
For those who abhor Andrew Tate, this arrest in Romania fits what they know of his online persona.
His message directly and really explicitly promotes violence, and in particular, violence against women.
Tate was a kickboxer, kicked off a UK reality TV show.
Andrew.
Yeah, wasn't that like the like the Big Brother equivalent of fucking of the UK, of Oibrovland?
Has had to leave the Big Brother house
Because of a video where he appeared to attack a woman.
Release some greenhouse gases.
He then
We're
emerged
going to be getting to this because this is fucking awesome. He completely doxed himself like a fucking idiot.
as a cigar-smoking, wealth-promoting alpha male influencer.
As usual.
I mean, those who like are like always consistently being like, I am a fucking alpha male, I am the top G, or like the most beta fucking cucks imaginable. Like they just want to seem likable to a bunch of fucking idiots, right? Like don't get me wrong, I fucking joke around all the goddamn time with the Sigma male bullshit, but like it's a fucking joke. I'm clowning on that entire fucking community.
Tate, Andrew Tate has the solution. You are in the place where the money resides. But to sit here and say I'm dangerous and I must be deleted is disservice to all the men of the world.
It must be
Banned
deleted.
from Twitter when he suggested women bear some responsibility for sexual assault. Tate has been banned from TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook.
Yeah, like ever since like the Hassan debate, he got fucking deleted off of everything. He was nuked. Like it was so funny, man. Couldn't stand the heat from a himbo.
But his content still exists and can be shared.
One of the biggest mistakes he ever made was banning me. This annoyed God.
Elon Musk allowed Tate back on Twitter, and the professional provoker provoked teenage environmental activist Greta Thunberg, boasting in a tweet of the carbon emissions of his luxury fleet. Thunberg responded. This
We're gonna be covering that later. It's gonna be fucking fire.
Says people, especially parents of young men, need to actively counter messages from Tate and others like him.
Influencers sell this idea that if you're a tough guy, if you're this certain type of man, then women won't reject you.
I mean, like, to be fair though, anyone who actually buys into that fucking idiotic propaganda, being like, oh no, you have to like be this way and be fucking ruthless and like be an asshole, is like completely ridiculous, right? Because I would not have like good lasting relationships with my female friends if, you know, I was a fucking asshole. Like that's just not how that works.
Tate's lawyer told reporters there are no grounds for his detention, which was extended to 30 days. Tate was arrested with his brother and 2 others. One accusation, that women thought they were entering relationships but were forced into porn.
As well as like he like was sex trafficking, you know, people as well. So there was that, like including like one American woman and one woman from, I think it was Jordan, right?
Pornographic acts under threat of violence. Lindsay Duncombe, CBC News, Vancouver.
Like, it's just crazy to me that they didn't like actually cover that. So yeah, oh, it's gone. Oh wait, no, never mind. So yeah, this was the tweet that he initially put out, being like, hello, I have 33 cars. My Bugatti has a W16 8.0 liter quad turbo. My 2 Ferrari 812. This is just the start. Please provide your email address so I can send you a complete list of my car collection for their respective enormous emissions. And then he got fucking clapped by Greta Thunberg, being like, yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com, which was incredibly fucking funny. And then he put out this fucking banger of a tweet, which was so funny that he, you know, fucking got doxxed, and which is why the Romanian police like actually arrested him. because he doxed himself. So let's watch.
Release some greenhouse gases. I'm obviously a stranger to online controversies, not something I often do. But now, the mainstream press is commenting on the fact that I was informing Greta that my very extensive car collection with internal combustion engines, which run on dead dinosaurs, have an enormous emission profile. And she replied by telling me her own email address. Greta's email address is, I have small dick energy. Why would that be your own email address, Greta? Strange.
Like he doesn't understand that he's like fucking getting owned, right? Like that's the wildest part. Like, bro, you were getting fucking clapped by a 19-year-old. Like, come on, bro.
I mean, also, I don't want to assume her gender. It's 50-50.
What?
But it is what it is. I'm not actually mad at Greta. Please bring me pizza and make sure.
So this is what ended up fucking doxing him.
Not recycled. Thank you. So
And like
I'm actually
the funny thing is that like when it comes to like pizza boxes and shit, you can't recycle that anyways, because they just flat out won't accept anything that has like food substances on it, right? Like, which is why when it comes to like bottles and shit, you have to rinse them out and everything. Like, yeah, okay, you fucking did it. Whoop-de-doo.
mad at Greta, right? Because she doesn't realize she's been programmed. She doesn't realize she's a slave.
And this is what doxed him: Jerry's fucking Pizza, which is apparently a Romanian pizza chain. And that was game over for him. Like, come on, bro. You got fucking owned by a 19-year-old.
Of the Matrix. She thinks she's doing good. Someone has sat her down and convinced her to try and convince you to beg your government to tax you into poverty.
Maybe they should tax fucking this bald looking, or this fucking thumb looking moron here. Maybe people like him should not have any fucking money. Like, the more thumb you look, the less money you should have. I'll just be completely honest with you. Like, if you look like a thumb, you get taxed out the ass. Like, no questions asked.
To stop the sun from being hot.
What? Wait, what? That's not how that works, my guy.
And then, because I called her out on it, the Global Matrix got this bot farm to like and retweet and all this bot commenting to try and pretend that her telling me that she has a small dick in her own email address somehow teaches me a lesson. Welcome to a new episode of The Clown Show.
What?
But now I know, at least, that Greta, with a little hate-filled face, bitter, sitting somewhere without the heating on, in the cold, little hat, shivering.
What?
Use my tweets. Which is
Wait, what? Did he think he's fucking owning someone? Like, what?
make my Twitter account far more fun into eternity.
What? I've never actually watched the entire thing. I did make a mistake. Okay. So yeah, like he fucking doxed himself like a complete idiot, which was really fucking funny. So yeah, doxing yourself while under an investigation for human trafficking by trying to harass a 19-year-old Nobel Peace Prize nominee is quite possibly the or the biggest L a single human can take, which is incredibly fucking funny. Like, come on, bro. How are you that fucking stupid, right? Like, there's no shot that like anyone with like half a brain cell would do something like that. And then we can also just read this. Romanian authorities have proof that Andrew Tate was in the country, so they reportedly used his social media posts. His ridiculous video yesterday featured a pizza from a Romanian pizza chain, Jerry's Pizza, confirming that he was in the country. This is absolutely epic. Absolutely epic. I mean, yeah, and like the thing is I heard that it's not even a fucking good pizza chain either, which makes it even funnier. Not only did Greta Thunberg destroy Andrew Tate with her tweet, she made him so angry he inadvertently tipped off the Romanian authorities of his presence in Romania, which with his lame comeback video. Greta Thunberg is an absolute legend. Here's this. A downfall of 4 parts, which we already took a look at. Greta's tweet has now become one of the top 25 most liked tweets of all time, with 8.2 million likes. It could easily hit the top 10 by the weekend. This is absolutely legendary. I mean, it's really fucking funny, to be fair. And like, I don't even know how the hell he managed this. I have no idea who like half of those people are. More of the story, don't fuck with teenagers on social media. They will completely destroy you, which is true. Andrew Tate and his brother have been taken into custody by Romanian authorities. It gets even crazier. The Council of the European, or the Council of Europe through Greta, the group of experts on action affecting trafficking human beings, urged Romania last year to effectively prosecute human trafficking. Muting this thread. In the meantime, please don't consider donating to orgs like Reaching Out Romania to help victims of human trafficking. They are real victims of please consider so they're involved in needing support. Update. The New York Times asked the Romanian prosecutor, and they denied any connection between the pizza boxes and the arrest. So yeah, it like, I mean, it's pretty clear that they actually did fucking arrest him for doxing himself because he's a fucking moron. So that's really funny. So yeah, Andrew Tate was arrested by the police. The controversial British American influencer Andrew Tate will be held in detention in Romania for 30 days after a court agreed to a police request. Apparently he's walking free now, so yeah, we can still fucking read the article and shit. What's this one?
Breaking news.
It's the exact same thing. We'll get to that after. Tate was arrested alongside his brother Tristan on Tuesday as part of an investigation into allegations of human trafficking and rape, which they deny. Like, there's no shot that they didn't do this shit, right? Like, no shot. Authorities suspect the pair, along with 2 Romanian men, running an organized crime group. Like, the funny thing is like, he claimed to be like part of like the Romanian mafia and shit, and like, to me personally, like, if I was running a fucking casino or a bunch of fucking casinos for money laundering for the Romanian mafia, or you know, and had one of my fucking guys chirping about it, like, I wouldn't really be too fucking impressed with this. And then, you know, when allegations like this shit comes up and he gets fucking clapped by the police, like, yeah, like, I wouldn't really be too fucking happy if I was the owner of a mafia, of that mafia. But like, I imagine something's going to be happening to them as well. Tristan and 2 others were also detained in court, by the court in Riskich, or was charged outside of the court. The Tate's lawyer, Egon Wiedenek, said they would appeal against the detention, which I imagine that they had won because he's free now. We are still not at a stage of whether guilt or innocence is proven. For now, we only discuss primitive measures, he added. Mr. Verndek told the BBC clients reject all the allegations. Andrew Tate has yet to commit directly to the accusations, but after being detained, a tweet was sent from his Twitter account alluding to the 1999 Matrix, which is just basic red pill shit. The Matrix sent their agents. He posted. The account also retweeted Matrix memes posted by Twitter owner Elon Musk, which is not surprising, because like, Elon Musk is just your fucking dumbass regular fucking conservative billionaire. Like, it's nothing fucking new, man. During the detention hearing, the 2 brothers maintained their right to silence. Their lawyer told the BBC earlier. A police spokesperson told the BBC that the 36-year-old would be held at a detain center. On Tuesday night, Thursday night, Romania's Director of Investigation, Organized Crime and Terrorism issued a statement but did not name the Tate brothers, stating that 2 British citizens and 2 Romanian citizens were suspected of being part of a human trafficking group. I mean, the thing is that, like, for him, he does something called, like, love bombing and everything, right? Which is when you give a fuck ton of, like, love and shit to someone in order to get them to do, like, essentially whatever you want, and then, like, slowly strip that away so that, you know, when someone you know, when that someone comes over to, or sorry, fuck my brain, man. When you do that and have like, strip it away and, like, make it, like, whenever you give, like, any little bit of like, any little bit of, like, show that you're caring or, like, love them, like, they're more willing to do, like, what you ask and shit. Like, it's pretty fucked up. The statement said the officers had identified 6 people who were allegedly sexually exploited by what they call as an organized criminal group. Which, yeah, I mean, like, the fucking Tate brothers are 100% like part of a fucking organized crime group. Yeah, that's nothing new. Police allege the victims were recruited by British citizens, who they said had misrepresented their intentions to enter a relationship with the victims, which it called the lover boy method, or love bombing. They were later focused on a platform in pornographic content under threat of violence, a statement alleged. Oh, a big fucking man. Look at that. He's such a big man. He's threatening fucking violence against the women because they're not fucking doing what he asked. Born in the US before moving to the UK, Mr. Tate went on a successful kickboxing career. In 2016, he was removed from the British TV show Big Brother over a video which appeared to show him attacking a woman. He then set up a webcam business, which he described as adult entertainment. So the funny thing is people like him, when, you know, they say that, you know, you're fucking gay and shit, or like or whatever, like when it comes to like webcam businesses and shit, you usually like you're gonna be having the person that's like doing the camming generally isn't doing the messaging and chat, because it's usually like an unplugged keyboard, and then you have like some fucking weirdo like Andrew Tate who gets off to that shit, like messaging you. Like, it's kind of fucking weird, not gonna lie. He went to gain on global notoriety online, with Twitter banning him for saying women should bear responsibility for being sexually assaulted. He has since been reinstated, which we've talked about already. But despite social media bans, he gained popularity, particularly among young men, by promoting an ultra masculine, ultra luxurious lifestyle. Like, it just screams fucking beta male energy to me, right? Like, look at how manly I am. I have 10 Bugattis. Please like me. I have sex with women almost every day. Four different women at a time. Like, it's so fucking cringe, man. He regularly appears in videos with his fleet of expensive sports cars, private jets, and expensive holidays. Tate moved to Romania 5 years ago. Rumors swirled online that police were tipped off by Tate's presence in the country when he posted a video taking aim at the environmental activist Greta Thunberg. The footage he posted, was handed a pizza box from a local restaurant, which some users suggested had inadvertently revealed his location, which is true because he's a fucking moron. However, the pizza boxes are not the thought. However, the pizza boxes is not thought to be relevant. Which, yeah, okay, sure. If you say so, right? The row with the activist began earlier this week when Tate tagged the 19-year-old in a post boasting about his enormous emissions produced by his fleet of cars. Following the arrest, she tweeted That's what happens when you don't recycle your pizza boxes, referring to the online rumor. I mean, like, he just got fucking clapped, and it was so fucking funny, right? Okay, let's move on to the Idaho killings. Apparently, like, 3 people were stabbed dead or something like that.
Murders of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, stabbed to death in their beds in a crime that has horrified and mystified the nation. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News a 28-year-old man, Brian Kohberger, is now under arrest in connection with the killings. We're told authorities arrested Kohberger thousands of miles from Idaho in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, and that a SWAT team entered the location where he was staying and took him into custody this morning. This comes more than 6 weeks after investigators say University of Idaho roommates Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogen, Zaina Kernodle, as well as Kernodle's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were
Come on, bro.
stabbed to death in the girls' off-campus.
So sad.
With me now for more is ABC's Kana Whitworth, live in Moscow, Idaho, and former chief for the San Bernardino Police Department and ABC News contributor Jared Bergwan. So, Kana, we're now learning there was this arrest warrant, obviously for murder in the first degree. So this is the guy they think did it. He appeared before a judge today, ordered his extradition. What can you tell us?
So, Terry, what we know so far is that this arrest resulted from this criminal homicide investigation that was happening here in Moscow, Idaho. Now, Moscow PD remains the lead on this, and they, at this point, are not confirming this arrest. But our sources within the FBI are saying that Brian Kohberger, again, 28 years old, he was highly educated, Terry. In fact, he had a master's degree in criminology from DeSales University there in Pennsylvania, but also attended Washington State University.
Apparently, this fucking guy was also posting to Reddit on, like, what, like, asking people, like, how the fuck they felt when, like, committing murders and, like, what was going on through their head and everything. People thought nothing of it because it was, allegedly for a paper.
In Pullman, Washington, which is just less than 10 miles away here from Moscow, Idaho. So he will be extradited back here to Idaho to face charges for the most heinous crime that this city has ever seen. We're also told that the SWAT team knew what they were looking for and that he was arrested inside a house there in rural Pennsylvania.
All right, a long way, as you point out, Kana, from Moscow, Idaho. Jared, we now have the suspect. We've got the arrest warrant. What do you make of this? What happens next?
Like, it's just fucking crazy to me that this shit happens, right? Like, to be perfectly honest, like, since it's in America, I'm kind of surprised it didn't take place with a gun, right? Because you can fucking literally just go into Walmart and buy a fucking gun. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, America's gun culture is completely ridiculous to me. And, like, when people post shit like that to, online to, like, Reddit and everything, like, it's fucking disgusting. Like, that's probably, like, the most, average fucking Redditor, right? Oh, I won't, Morgan.
Well, the judge has already ordered him to be extradited, so he's going to be on his way back to Idaho before long, and we will start to see the court proceedings begin from there, from a preliminary hearing to presumably a trial. I will point out it's interesting that he's got this history in criminal justice with no prior criminal history that I'm sorry, not a criminal history in criminal justice, but a history studying criminal justice with no prior criminal history. It's going to be a fascinating aspect to this case.
Yeah, it seems like he has a person who has been interested in this field, and now, right in the middle of the biggest murder case in the country right now. Kana, what's the latest on the crime scene and how this arrest factors into the investigation on the ground there?
Yeah, well, first, Terry, I'll tell you, one of my law enforcement sources told me, they weren't surprised that this suspect was highly educated. They, in fact, anticipated something like that. In addition to the crime scene, right? This off-campus home.
Oh, you're back?
Finally, yes.
You have good food?
Yes, I did.
Just got done covering the Andrew Tate shit.
Hooray! How big of a clown was he?
Very big. So we're talking about the 4 stabbings that happened by the criminology student in Idaho now.
Fun. University of Idaho.
So, yeah, I'll catch you up real quick. Yeah, he stabbed 4 different people, 4 women and 1 man. And yeah, he fucking posted to, or he allegedly posted on Reddit asking people what was people's experiences fucking murdering people and everything, like what was the best way to get away with murder and everything like that.
Not doing it. Don't do murder. That's how you get away with it. Just don't do it in the first place.
Yeah, doing murder is very haram. But yeah, like, I mean, to be fair, he's probably like the sanest fucking Redditor. So, there's that.
I mean, that's not saying much.
It's a popular house. It's a 6-bedroom house. It remains a crime scene, and in fact, biohazard teams were supposed to start their initial cleanup there today. They actually went to the house and then were told to leave. The property management company, who's been working closely with law enforcement to schedule this, told us that they were alerted that there's been a major break in this case, and so the cleanup of that crime scene will be postponed. It'll just have to wait for now, Terry.
And thank you, Kenna. Jared, there is new body cam video. Shows apparently one of the victims in this case talking to police weeks before.
Oh, I thought we were gonna fucking see some American violence, like American police brutality, man. I don't know if that goes against TOS.
No, that's real entertainment.
And do you know what this might suggest about the direction of this investigation? You know, what police knew? She seems to, we don't know the circumstances of this as far as I know. It's from Truth and Transparency. What do you make of something like this?
Well, like, I mean, this is just fucking sad, right? Like, no one has to fucking die because a deranged fucking psychopath wanted to know what it was like fucking killing people.
Yeah, no, like that sucks. 4 people just died because one person wanted to know what it was like to kill someone.
It's psychopathic, right?
Well, I'm sure the fact that the house was popular, these were popular college kids, it's a large house, it sounds like a place where a lot of people gathered and a lot of people were in and out of, that really complicated the investigation because it added to the number of people that needed to be interviewed. It added to the number of potential suspects. It added to the number of potential motives that authorities had to look.
Morgan is streaming Fortnite.
Amazing.
His title is New Year's Eve stream! Exclamation mark. Fortnite! Exclamation mark.
Yes.
It's fucking awesome.
Gotta love pork rice.
I love Morgan.
Morgan's great.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the content of that.
I found out that motherfucker unfollowed me on Twitch. Piece of shit.
I mean, it's just a meme at this point.
Apparently none of my friends want to fucking follow me.
They don't think you're cool enough.
Why? Because I talk about news?
Yeah, you're a boring old man. They want to be hip and cool.
Yes, by playing Fortnite.
That's how all the cool kids get there. You know, you play with your fork and knives, eating pork and rice.
What?
It just plays on the word Fortnite.
I've never heard of.
You never heard fork knife or pork rice?
No, I've never heard of that.
Oh, you're out of the loop then. Out of the food fried loop.
Well, yeah, I don't keep up with fucking Fortnite.
I don't either. I just know food. I'm hungry.
Body cam video
I'm a
as a
fat
white
man.
officer was there in the first place, but undoubtedly there were probably just stacks and stacks of evidence that the authorities had to go through to ultimately settle on a suspect in this case.
Right. And Kana, you know, that nugget that authorities you spoke to, you know, we're not surprised that this suspect, the person that they now believe committed this crime, was highly educated. We're going to hear from authorities at a news conference at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. ABC News Live, ABC News is going to carry that live when it happens. So tell us what else you think we might learn there. What are you expecting to hear? What kind of questions might you have?
Right, so as it goes with this case, Terry, every time we learn something,
Like the main question is like how hasn't like any of this like shit that he's done like been like flagged at all, right?
That is a good question.
And like another thing that I've mentioned when you weren't here is I'm kind of surprised that this was a stabbing and not like people getting shot.
Well, yeah, because he had guns, didn't he?
I don't think so, no, but it's incredibly easy to get a gun in America. Like you could literally just walk out of
Walk into
Walmart and
Yeah.
with fucking, I don't know, 1,500 rounds and a fucking fully automatic weapon, which is wild to me. Like America's gun culture is ridiculous.
Here's my Walmart shopping list. AR-15, 30 rounds, carton of milk, newest Mario Brothers game, trampoline, and probably some pajamas for the kids.
And some school supplies. Oh wait, that's the guns. We gotta be arming our children, brother. They're not safe at school, which I find kind of ironic because like the more firearms you have, the more likely like something's gonna happen, right?
Well, yeah, because, you know, there could be misfires from like malfunctions and whatnot.
Well, not just that, like
But like kids aren't the most intelligent at the youngest states.
well, not even just that. Just like, you know, the more firearms there are within a location, the more likely that something's gonna happen, right?
True.
Like, even fucking gun nuts know this. Like, it's ridiculous.
it really only creates more questions, right? So now the questions we have are, what's the deal with this white Elantra that authorities were looking for? You know, was Brian Koberger driving that white Elantra? There were also other people believed to be inside that car. Where are they? What's going on with them? Also, police said from the get-go, this was an isolated and targeted attack. I hope that we can learn why they thought that at the beginning and continue to believe that throughout the investigation. Again, authorities have been tight-lipped this entire time. They said they were responding to thousands of tips across this entire country.
I mean, that's just the standard fucking cop response, though.
Yep.
Like, oh, we've been tipped off about this guy before. He's had a fucking criminal background and this and that. I'm like, yeah, doesn't that send fucking red flags then? If you know, that shit happens again.
Which you are seeing today as an arrest made thousands of miles away. So clearly everybody has been highly involved in this. They're not leaving one stone unturned. And so I hope that they give all of that information. One thing I also want to add, Terry, is when you see all this body cam footage from these responding officers in this community from months past, I thought what it really goes to show is how involved these officers are in this community. And we were told time and time again that these officers know these kids.
I feel threatened by the blacks over in the area, brother.
That's unfortunate. Why do you feel threatened?
I'm joking. I'm fucking making fun of conservatives.
I was playing along.
Like, yeah, when they say that they've been fucking active within the community, they've
I
been
don't think that's the case.
usually means that they've been beating the shit out of fucking black people.
Hooray! Community engagement.
Yeah, totally.
And you see that play out, right, in that body cam video. In fact, what you were just talking about, officers were responding to a noise complaint. It was the second time they'd been at this King Street party house that night. And you see them talking with Xana. You see that these officers know these kids. They knew who they were. And so this crime, therefore, rocked not only the community, but the...
I mean, like, okay, like, don't get me wrong. I feel for the victims, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, of course they would fucking use that propaganda against, for them, right?
Right.
Because they were fucking white kids. Like, if their fucking tone of skin was, like, darker in any fucking way, they'd probably think that that they were fucking responsible for like killing each other.
Yep.
And then like the one person that was like left alive before this fucking psychopath decided to murder them was like, oh yeah, no, they fucking came at me or some bullshit like that. Fuck, I hate propaganda, man.
Me too.
Department as well.
Yeah, because that is a small community with those officers there on the scene. Thank you for that, Ken. And I want to ask Jared about this. This is, this has been 6 weeks now since the killings. Have you been involved in cases, that really hit the community hard, and it looked like it was going to go nowhere? What have the investigators been going through to reach this point today?
Well,
what have they been going
the
through?
reality is that in busy police departments, after 6 weeks, it almost becomes a cold case. Because in a busy department,
you should
you've
put a
got,
blanket on
homicide
it, make it
happens
warm.
on Monday, and by the end of the week, you may have another, and you have cases that start to stack up. That these types of cases get pushed back. The fact that Moscow, Idaho is a safe community,
Well, then
it's
why are
a
they being
slower
pushed
community
back?
from a policing standpoint, and they had so much attention.
If you're
and
on
so
top
many
of your job,
resources
they wouldn't be
dedicated to
pushed
this,
back.
speaks to the fact that they were able to just continue to put so many resources on this. We've all been a part of things in our community that have not been resolved, and we know that that can be very, very frustrating. Hopefully, the fact that there's an arrest in this case will lead to a conviction in this case, and we will learn the truth of what really happened to help put the folks in that community at ease.
Absolutely. And Kana, that is something this community has been going through, something unimaginable, because this man, if in fact this is the person who did this, was on the loose, that for weeks the police have been, searching and asking for help from the community. And, social media is, there's critics a dime a dozen, cheaper than that on social media. Has there been concern, criticism from the community about the way this has been handled? And obviously people are breathing a sigh of relief today. How do you think people are reacting after all of the questions raised about the police and their investigation in this case?
Right. Well, I will say, Terry, within the community, this department has a tremendous amount of support. In fact, as we've been here now for weeks, we've been seeing people just walking to the store behind me and dropping off coffee and food and telling the department, we support you. Thank you. We believe that you will bring justice. There was concern from families.
Do they ever describe how they will bring that justice?
Is murdered in a heinous way and you have no answers. There was concerns from families that perhaps the department...
Did I miss any important details?
Not really. People just been bringing food to the police of Moscow as like a way of showing their support for them, for bringing justice to, those that sadly were stabbed. And, that's nice and all.
I mean...
But they didn't exactly detail any plan they had for actively searching for people like this.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, no, it was just, we're trying our hardest. It's like, have you been?
So fucking regular cop shit then. Got it.
Regular cop shit.
Like, This is like completely ridiculous. That's just completely ridiculous. Like, if they're not gonna actually fucking actively search for him, like, you have a fucking murderer on the loose, right? So you're just as fucking responsible.
Yeah,
For-
4 people died because of their inaction.
Like, what would be fucking justice? Would, having these 4 innocent people not fucking dying? But unfortunately, that's just not the case. Right? So, like, the best thing that they can do now is is fucking catch them.
Yeah.
At the very least, and then like have them prosecuted.
Wasn't moving fast enough, that perhaps they weren't providing enough answers. That was certainly out there. But a majority of this community really supported this department, and I think that they're feeling that and they're seeing that today. I also will say, Terry, that we spoke with Keely Gonzalez's father, Steve, after this news broke today, and he's telling us, as we know, this is a targeted, isolated attack, but he's telling us right now this family has no idea who this man is, who this suspect is. So they're looking into him right now, but they also added that they are happy, relieved, thankful today.
What?
Amen to that. That's great reporting, Kana, as always. And Jared, thank you very much for bringing your expertise and insight into this major story. I know we'll be talking.
God, the fucking police are so useless. I swear to God.
3 weeks later, more questions, few answers, no suspects, as friends remember 4 lives lost.
How truly special I felt to be your friend.
For the first time, we hear from the 2 surviving roommates inside at the time of the stabbings, in their own words.
I'm going to be reading 2 different letters, one from Dylan and one from Bethany.
Their letters read by a pastor at a service held this weekend. From Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people.
And Bethany Funk.
Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were truly all one of a kind. They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
Officials say the surviving roommates have been ruled out as potential suspects. Their 4 friends stabbed to death in the early morning hours of November 13th, likely while asleep in their beds. With no suspects or murder weapon, the Moscow Police Department still following leads in the investigation, digging through more than...
Like, they already have the fucking idiot that fucking did it, right?
than 100 pieces of evidence on top of thousands of calls, tips, and emails maintaining the fatal stabbings were targeted. The department also focused on dispelling misinformation, saying there is speculation without factual backing, stoking community fears, and spreading false information. But in this tight-knit town, frustration is boiling over. The father of one of the 4 victims, Keely Gonzalez, is speaking out about the investigation to Fox News.
The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released.
What?
In our interview, he says with a...
Like, bro, this was posted 3 weeks ago, and you're only now starting to get fucking justice. Like, come on, bro. You're not getting any fucking form of justice from these fucking hogs. Like, come on.
They're not working as hard as they can.
They say that they're working hard, but they're really not. It's not a top priority for them.
They just want to sit there, do nothing.
They're too busy fucking worrying about like the black homeless man who is fucking sleeping in a tent.
You know, struggling to get by.
It's fucking idiotic.
Lack of evidence, he's terrified the trail could go cold.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
Families now fearful.
Wait, what? Like, they were stabbed. You have to start there. Like, it's their fucking job to do that shit. And if they're not fucking wanting to do their job, then fucking fire the motherfuckers. Easy solution.
Useless people. I swear.
Fucking cops, man.
They may never
It's
find
ridiculous.
justice. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Okay. Harrisonburg, PA, a 28-year-old criminal justice graduate student was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania on Friday as a suspect in the mysterious stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students last month, authorities said. DNA evidence played a key role in identifying Brian Christopher Koenberg as a suspect in the killings. The officials were able to match his DNA to genetic material recovered during the investigation. A law enforcement officer said. The official spoke on conditions of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss the ongoing details. I mean, like, why the fuck not?
That's a good question.
The students, Kaylee Gonvakils, Madison Morgan, Zaina Cornoodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death in a rental home near campus in Moscow, Idaho, sometime in the early morning hours of November 13th. Moscow Police Chief James Fry said Koenberg attended Washington State University, which is only a few miles across state lines from Moscow. Investigators are still looking for a weapon, Fry said at a press conference. He was emotional and as he announced the arrest, calling the victims by their first names. I mean, like, how fucking hard is it to find the fucking murder weapon, right? Like, you already know that was like fucking stabbings and shit.
If you would look at the person's body and you would look at them and like, these wounds could have only been created by something sharp.
Like the autopsy should have fucking revealed that information, right?
Exactly. That's what autopsies are for.
All that
you know, cause of death, stabbed.
All that you should have been fucking looking for was the actual murder weapon. The killings initially confounded law enforcement and shook the small farming community of about 2,500 people, 25,000 people, which hadn't had a murder in for 5 years. But tips began pouring in law enforcement as the public for help when finding a white. Okay, that is very fucking sus already. Like, of course they're fucking pushing it on a fucking immigrant, right?
Oh, yeah. White Hyundai Elantra sedan. Yep.
Oh,
gotta love it.
I'm just a fucking himbo. Oh my god.
Why?
Just
himbo moment.
Just himbo moment. I thought they were fucking racially profiling someone by the name of Hyundai.
No, that's a type of vehicle. Nuts.
Fucking himbo moment, man.
God damn. Man, that drink must hit you hard.
No, I haven't even had anything to drink yet.
Oh damn. Never mind. It was just himbo moment.
You clearly haven't seen any of my fucking past streams then. Covering news and shit.
I've known you, so I mean, isn't that punishment enough?
Fair. Seen around at the time of the killings. In addition to the DNA evidence, authorities also learned Koenberger had a white Hyundai. The official who spoke anonymously said, in recent days, federal investigators had been watching Koenberg and arrested him in early Friday morning at his home in Chestnut Hill Township, Pennsylvania. What a fucking name, man.
Chestnut Hill Township.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a long name.
Federal and state investigators are now combing through his background, financial records, and electronic communications as they took to identify a motive and build the case, the official said. The investigators are also interviewing people who knew Cohenberg, including those at Washington State University, the official said. During the press conference, Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson said investigators believe Cohenberger broke into the student's home with the intent on committing murder. He is being held without bond in Pennsylvania and will be held without bond in Idaho once he is returned, Thompson said.
The affidavit.
Yeah. I
didn't know how to read that.
No, I was just scratching my head.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you were like, how do I say this word?
The affidavit was the affidavit for 4 charges of first-degree murder in Idaho will remain sealed until he is returned, as requested by state law.
Required.
Shut up.
No.
Cohenberger is also charged with felony burglary.
Burglary. Man, you are hungry.
I just ate, bro.
Yeah.
Burglary in Idaho, Thompson said. And extradition hearing is scheduled for Tuesday. Cohenberger just completed his first semester as a PhD student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University. He is also teaching assistant for the university's Criminal Justice and Criminology program, according to WSU's online directory. University Police Associated Idaho Law. It's not quite New Year here, my guy. But
no, not quite New Year's.
But we definitely will be having some fun after we blow through this little bit of news. I've been doing too good. How about you, Ghost?
I've been doing half decent.
Did not immediately respond for a request for comment about Cohenberger's work as a teaching assistant. That's good.
Been good.
Glad to see you're doing well. Looking for a car.
Ooh.
Bro, you have way better fucking public transit than we do here, man. I would just fucking take the train.
Yeah, please find the cheapest, most efficient public transit available.
Find a job. Yeah, I did. Oh, you came back to Cali. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Yes, I did. I did find one. So,
yes.
Stream schedule will be changing a little bit. I'll probably be streaming during the day instead of during the evening. We're at just outside my town. The horrific act has been shaking everyone in the Alias region, said WSU positive Elizabeth Clinton in prepared statement referring to the scenic rolling hills surrounded by both universities. We will long feel the loss of these young people in Moscow, Pullman County, and hope the announcement today will be a step towards healing. Job, it was the same stuff. I want to offer promotions for Oh, that's
Yeah, that there is.
I don't do this shit. So you can take a fucking week off. Agro manufacturing.
In other words, stuff.
Damn, bro, how long is this fucking article?
It seems to be a little bit. You want me to take over reading?
Is
your lungs getting tired?
If you want. Agro?
All right.
Agricultural.
He's always angry.
Yes, I'm very aggro. Here on.
Okay, WSU. I'll wait for it to. All right, there we go. WSU and UI are partners in several academic programs, and students sometimes attend classes and seminars or work at the
Such a
neighboring
fatty.
schools. That don't appear to be the case with Koberger. University of Idaho President Scott Green wrote in a memo to students and employees on Friday evening that Idaho schools had no record of him. Koberger graduated from Northampton Community College in Pennsylvania with an Associate of Arts degree in psychology in 2018, said college spokesperson Mia Rosie Marino. DeSales University in Pennsylvania said that he received a bachelor's degree in 2020 and completed graduate schools in June 2022.
Yes, I said egg roll. I said
yes.
I said egg roll.
Egg roll?
Yeah. Well, are you happy being back in Cali?
You have all the gold there. Goncalves, 21, of Rathdrum, Idaho. Mogan, 21, of Coeur Idaho. Kernodle, 20, of Post Falls, Idaho, and Chapin, 20, of Conway, Washington, were members of the university's Greek system and close friends. Mogan, Goncalves, and Krenadol lived in the 3-story rental home with 2 other roommates. Krenadol and Chapin were dating, and he was visiting the house that night. Autopsy showed all 4 were likely asleep when they were attacked. Some had defensive wounds, and each was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault, the police said.
I doubt that. There has to be some form of sexual assault, right?
Well, there's just some that they're not telling us, obviously, but yeah.
You're not used to it? Which aspect are you not used to? And thanks. I definitely will. Hopefully you can find something while you're over there.
Yeah, hope you find work. Police said Thursday the rental home would be cleared of potential biohazards and other harmful substances to collect evidence starting Friday morning.
Yep, come.
Come?
Come.
Oh.
I should. Isn't that work?
I don't know. Shannon Gray, an attorney representing Goncalves' father, Steve Goncalves, said law enforcement officials called the family last night to let them know about the arrest, but gave no additional information about how or why they believe he might be connected to the murders. Ben Roberts, a graduate student in the Criminology and Criminal Justice Department at WSU, described Koberger as confident and outgoing, but said it seemed like he was always looking for a way to fit in. I had honestly just pegged him as being super awkward, Roberts said.
That's how they get you.
Yep. Roberts started the program in August, along with Koberger, he said, and had several courses with him. He described Koberger as wanting to appear academic.
Of course. Yeah, no, don't mention it, man.
One thing he would always do, almost without fail, was find the most complicated way to explain something, he said. He had to make sure you knew that he knew it.
That's kind of sus.
Do you know that I know this thing yet? I'm gonna drill it into your skull.
Yeah? Please do.
This information I have. I need you to know that I have this information. Did you know that grass is green?
Yeah. Oh, hey, they work now.
Beautiful.
Ethan Chapin's family emailed a statement after the press conference. We believe this chapter is over. It provides a form of closure. However, it does not alter the outcome or alleviate the pain, the family wrote. We miss Ethan and our family and our family is forever changed. Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, with the loss of a member, your family's going to be forever changed.
The case enticed online sleuths who speculated about potential suspects and motives. Safety concerns also had the university hiring additional security firm to escort students across campus, and the Idaho State Police sent troopers to help patrol the city streets. Cohenberger was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania in the Pocono Mountains on no lawyer for Cohenberger was listed in the court documents, and phone calls to the county police defender's office went answered Friday. That's it. So, I mean, at least there is some closure for sure.
Yep.
Which is good.
Now to a developing.
So, yeah, let's move on to Trump's tax returns, which is awesome. And then after that, we're going to take a look at like two other things. And then we're going to have some fun New Year's shit.
Story out of the
or we're going to have some fun up till New Year's and stuff.
Up till New Year's.
So feel free to send some shit in chat.
United States, parts of former President Donald Trump's tax returns have been released to the public. This provides new insight into his personal and business wealth. The CBC's Travis Danraj is in Washington, sifting through those documents for us.
A lot of documents, aren't they? Nearly 6,000 pages of documents, and they're set to provide the clearest picture of the former president's finances that we have seen yet. They reveal Trump held several foreign bank accounts while he was in office, and they also show that he paid little in federal taxes in his first and last years as president. Now, Trump...
I mean, is that really surprising, though?
No, because almost every president does that. In fact, I think all of them have done that, because why not?
Yeah.
Fought vigorously to keep his tax returns under wraps, but lost that fight when the Supreme Court allowed the IRS, that is, to turn over his returns to the Democrats. His finances have really been shrouded in mystery for decades, going all the way back to the 1980s when he was a real estate developer in New York City. The returns that were made public today by the Ways and Means Committee that the Democrats control right now for the next couple of days in the House, they span 6 years from 2015 to 2020, and they include more than 2,700 pages of personal taxes for Trump and also his wife Melania, and more than 3,000 pages related to Trump's business.
Automatic L.
Now, Trump, of course, is hoping to run for the White House in 2024, which gives these documents even greater significance. That being said, his base is not easily dissuaded. Ravi Perry is a professor of political science with Howard University. He weighs in on that.
It's strange how Trump supporters have supported him so far.
I mean,
like, they just never stopped supporting him.
I mean, it's not really surprising, man.
I mean, it's not surprising that like so many people support him. It's the fact that they've been doing it for so long.
Yeah, and those same people fucking support fucking Milhouse looking ass conservative leader.
Yeah.
Consistent throughout all of
People are
Trump's
funny.
various legal troubles. I mean, remember, he was impeached twice, and, now this new tax information's come out, but so many other, kind of really sketchy details, obviously, over the course of last several years, and he has somehow risen above the fray of all of it, and largely because the GOP base is very much in his camp.
Trump has just released a statement, and
I'm not even too sure about that. I honestly do think that Ron DeSantis can beat Trump as the next Republican leader or candidate, I should say.
Interesting.
Well, Ron DeSantis is planning on running, and I honestly do think that Ron DeSantis actually does have a very good, chance to beat Trump. Like, there is that, because like for the most part, like Ron DeSantis is positive in polling comparative to Trump, for like Republicans at least.
I see.
So I honestly, and like for the most part, like the Republicans got everything that they wanted out of Trump in a 4-year time comparative to the 8-year time.
Sure enough.
So it's, you know, they got everything they wanted out of him. I don't think that they would support Trump again unless like a vast majority of the hogs in America want Trump again.
It says, the Trump tax returns once again show how proudly successful I have been and how I have been able to use depreciation and various other tax deductions as an incentive for creating thousands of jobs and magnificent structures and enterprises.
Oh,
So now,
yes, the
Travis,
whole creating
we
jobs
know that there
front.
was also a report released last
Yeah.
week. What else has been revealed?
Yeah, that 39-page summary that the Ways and Means Committee really put out last week highlights some of the main points that are in these documents. And it's going to take some time to go through all of the details, but here is what we know so far. Trump repeatedly lied when he claimed to be under audit for years. You'll remember him saying that over and over again. The IRS, which was required to audit the taxes of a sitting president, did not do that in a timely manner. In fact, it failed to audit him during his first 2 years of his presidency. It also shows that Trump did claim losses for several years of his taxes, and also that he
I mean,
put in
that's
a
not
claim
surprising.
for about over $5 million when it comes to a refund in taxes in 2020. So certainly, Artie, a lot to get through here. We'll give you continued
Oh wait, are those the boxes of documents from Mar-a-Lago?
They might be.
Has to be, right?
coverage today here on CBC News Network.
That is the CBC's.
6 years of Donald Trump's tax returns have been made public for the world to see. Documents are awash in red ink.
Bro, that is so much money he fucking lost. Like, how do you lose that much money?
You become Donald Trump.
Oh my god, it is true. You know, it is true you can fucking fail upwards. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Of course you can.
That is fucking awful, bro.
Failing upwards at its finest.
Bro, he only made like at most like just over $9 million. What a fucking broke boy. What a fucking broke boy.
Money for years. He also claimed tax credits to offset the little he did owe. The result, in both 2016 and 2017, he paid just $750 in federal income taxes. In
Keep in mind, to any of my American viewers, that is less taxes that you pay. So keep that in mind.
2020, the last full year of his presidency, he didn't pay a cent. Over the 4-year span in office, he paid $1.1 million in total, taxes owed after selling some real estate.
I need to find his accountant. Yeah, because it's crazy.
On the streets of Washington...
I mean, you don't need to find his accountant. That's not gonna solve it.
Maybe he just wanted to sit down and have a conversation with him. Like, why are you doing Trump's accountant? Like, taxes.
Donald Trump's accountant has nothing to do with that. It's solely due to Reagan era trickle-down economics.
Yeah, I know.
That's what it's from.
The reaction from some wasn't anger, but envy.
I think a lot of people, especially across the country, is going to wonder, well, how do I do that? How do I lower my tax bill?
As long as he plays it legally, I don't think there should be any issues.
The former president
What?
is downplaying the document dump, telling donors today there's nothing to see here.
The radical Democrats' behavior is a shame upon the U.S. Congress.
I would want more
What?
information on how on earth that happened.
I mean, yeah, the Dems are shit, but not as bad as comparative to the Republicans. So,
Yikes.
yeah.
This tax expert says the Internal Revenue Service has some explaining to do. As president, Trump should have gone
We all
through
have some
mandatory
explaining
audits.
to do.
He didn't.
It's, they have some explaining to do.
Were they ordered not to do it, or did they not do it out of fear of reprisal?
Well, every president since
Probably.
Richard Nixon has released their
Of
tax
course.
returns voluntarily. Trump's allies say forcing the disclosure sets a precedent.
The political enemies list is back in Washington, D.C.
What?
And we worry this will unleash a cycle of political retribution in Congress.
I mean, not really though, because like every other president in history has, for the most part, has disclosed their tax returns. Donald Trump is like one of the only exceptions, if not the only exception.
Yep.
Like Republicans are just going to fucking like go ham with this.
Yeah, they will.
It's not just Democrats who could capitalize on Trump's business losses. He's got a GOP primary to win, and all of this may complicate his return to this place. JP Tasker, CBC News, Washington.
I don't think that Trump will fucking win again, to be honest with you.
From
Like, even if he does manage to somehow win the GOP nomination, I don't think that he's gonna win again.
I don't think so either.
Because Biden actually kept up on campaign promises,
Hooray!
and a lot of people liked some of the shit that he actually did do when he was awake.
private
When they
jets
weren't
to
sticking him
living
back
in
in the freezer.
massive mansions.
Yep.
Former President Donald Trump is often claimed to be one of the
Well,
wealthy.
I mean, they've let Joe Biden out to play a little bit,
Oh, that's cute.
so it's been nice. It's been nice to see.
Americans. But now, after years of battling with Democratic lawmakers, Trump's tax returns have been released, painting a much different picture of the so-called billionaire businessman.
Here is the most powerful man in the world, the self-described clever genius who brags of his wealth almost daily. And he did not pay the taxes that the most modest wage earner in this country would pay.
The tax records show Trump claimed massive business losses, over $100 million in 2015, and he paid close to $1 million in taxes in 2018.
He lost $100 million.
Hooray!
The fuck? How do you manage to do that?
You become orange and be called Trump. That's how.
God,
Become Oompa Loompa.
not gonna lie, it's been really fucking awesome watching all these billionaire cucks lose all their fucking fortune and their wealth and fortune, just everything fucking crumbling down on them. Like Bankman fraud, Musk, Zuckerberg is being affected by it. It's just fucking yay. It's been fucking awesome.
I keep telling people it'll come crashing down, and no one believes.
I mean, we're literally seeing it happen. Like, it's fucking awesome.
But while living the lifestyle of the rich and famous, Trump paid just $750 in taxes in 2016 and 2017, and no taxes at all in 2020, the last year of his presidency. And that apparently wasn't the only time he didn't pay anything, as Hillary Clinton pointed out during the 2016 campaign.
And they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax.
That makes
If
me
he's
smart.
paid-
Trump fought hard to stop
That makes me smart.
being released to the public,
That makes me
even
smart.
taking his battle all the way
The
to the
number one
conservative
most
controlled
intelligent
U.S.
president.
Supreme Court,
Believe
which ruled
me.
against him in November. Other presidents have routinely made their tax records public since the 1970s.
Americans should be greatly outraged by that and by the failure of the IRS under Trump to do its job to audit him the way they have audited other presidents.
The House Ways and Means Committee released nearly 6,000 pages of documents from Trump and his wife Melania's tax returns and his businesses. Trump fired back in a videotaped statement.
Although these tax returns contain relatively little information and not information that almost anybody would understand, they're extremely complex. The radical Democrats' behavior is a shame.
Other Republicans.
Wait, what? How won't people understand that? They understand how to do their own, or they understand their own tax returns, right?
He was basically saying you're too stupid to understand how to do taxes.
You're too stupid to understand the amount of money that I lost.
You are too stupid to understand how stupid I am.
Believe me.
I'm the dumbest president in the history of ever.
Republicans are warning Democrats will pay for this.
It seems to me that that obsession is taking form today and will have severe consequences.
Republicans take over the House in January and are already vowing multiple investigations into President Joe Biden and his son Hunter. But Democrats say this is all about accountability. Jennifer Johnson, Global News, Washington.
All right. One more article and then 2 more videos so that we can do so. This last article is about Donald Trump's tax returns and how they show ties to China and other countries.
China.
In one of its last acts under Democratic control, the House of Representatives on Friday released 6 years of former President Donald Trump's tax returns dating back to 2015, the year he announced his presidential bid. The thousands of pages of financial documents were to subject of a prolonged battle after Trump broke precedent in not releasing his tax returns while running for and then occupying the highest office of the land. Some takeaways of the revealed documents: a bank account in China, the longtime real estate and media mogul with business interests on multiple continents was asked during a 2020 presidential debate about having a bank account in China. He said he closed it before he began his 2016 campaign. A statement his tax returns shows is not true. I mean, to be fair though, like fucking Trump lied about like literally everything. So I'm not even.
When has he ever said the truth when he was president?
So
or running for president?
So I'm not even surprised that that's the case, that he lied about it, right?
Exactly.
The bank account was in 2013. It was closed in 2015, I believe Trump said during the debate. I was thinking about doing this, doing a deal in China, like millions of other people. I was thinking about it. I decided not to do it. The tax returns, however, report that Donald Trump had a bank account in China in 2015, 2016, 2017. The returns show accounts from foreign countries over the years, including the UK, Ireland, and the Cuban island nation of St. Martin.
The Caribbean island nation. Not Cuban.
Oh. Shut up.
No, learn your shit.
By 2018, Trump had apparently closed all of his overseas accounts other than the one in the UK, home to one of his flagship golf properties. The returns didn't detail the amount of money he held in those accounts. China is one of the several countries where Trump reported making money over the years. He reported $38 million in overseas gross income in 2016 and $55 million in 2017 from countries including Azerbaijan, India, Indonesia, Panama, the Philippines, Turkey, and the UAE. Since you feel like you want to fucking read.
Well, fine then. I figured some people would be annoyed by you.
True.
And, you know, that would have been a perfect stopping point for you. Yeah. This sort of information about potential conflicts of interest for the Commander-in-Chief of the United States are one reason presidents normally release their tax returns. It is not clear that overseas money came from. Trump claimed tens of millions of dollars in losses and expenses in his overseas investments
Oh,
as
shit.
well. What?
You can keep going. I completely forgot to update the category.
All right. But his liabilities there sometimes were greater than those in the U.S. In 2016, for example, Trump told the Internal Revenue Service that he paid $1.2 million in foreign taxes, while he ended up paying only $750 in U.S. income taxes.
I don't even know how the
Working
fuck that
system.
happened.
It's been long known that Trump, like many rich people, has been able to exploit the country's complex tax code to avoid paying as large a share as his income tax and federal government as working families do. When he was pressed on not paying federal taxes in 2016, debate against Democrat Hillary Clinton reported, "That makes me smart." Yes, the most intelligent, of course.
Most intelligent fucking Republican.
It also highlights the two-tier tax system that allows wealthy people like Trump to take advantage of breaks and loopholes not available in regular households. In 2020, for example, Trump reported owning more than 150 private corporations that claimed losses, sometimes in the millions of dollars. Partly by claiming those losses, Trump reduced his own federal income tax liability to zero that year.
So the funny thing about this right here is we do the exact same shit. Right?
True.
Oh. I thought you were going to continue.
I was just yawning. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired. Some of the losses were real as the coronavirus pandemic battered the economy, but others reflect special deductions that developers like Trump can take on the depreciation of buildings and equipment. Some losses Trump claimed may be more questionable. One of the companies he reported owning is called Unreimbursed Expenses. The Joint Committee on Taxation noted that Trump's firms claimed $438,000 in losses for gift card redemptions and urged additional investigation of whether the losses were genuine.
Of wealth.
Of wealth. I'm sorry.
Give me shit for that.
What part of I'm tired did you fail to understand?
Bro, you still got like another 4 hours to go, my guy.
Yeah, but you know what? That's where all the fun begins. So I'll be a little more energetic there. Push. What are the number of deductions into which the Democratic controlled committee called for further investigation? They're sort of deductions the typical American household, which earns $70,000 a year, can't take.
Can't take.
All right, now it's your turn.
Oh, you want me to go?
No, bold headline. Now we swap. Don't you know how this works?
That's what you're wanting to do. By all means, we can. In the final year of his presidency, Trump reported making no charitable donations.
What a dick.
I mean, to be fair, I think charities are a fucking scam to begin with. Like, they wouldn't need to exist if we actually like took care of the needs of citizens.
True.
As well as like a lot of charities are owned by massive corporations as well. This way that they can write off like in taxes that and actually get paid money for saying that they donated this amount of money.
Makes sense.
This was in contrast to the prior 2 years when Trump reported making about $500,000 worth of donations. It was unclear whether any of the figures included his pledge to donate his $400,000 presidential salary back to the U.S. government. Trump, who has bragged of being a billionaire, told the Associated Press in 2015 that he did not give to hundreds of charities and people in need. He said it was one of the things I most like doing, and one of the great reasons to have made a lot of money. He reported larger donations in 2016 and 2017, donating $1.1 million in the year he won the presidency and $1.8 million in his first year in office.
Money from the arts world. Trump collected $77,808 annual pension from the Screen Actors Guild, as well as $6,543 pension in 2017 from another film and TV union, and reported acting residuals as high as $14,141 in 2015, according to the tax return.
Acting? Acting?
Yes, acting.
Acting.
Well, I had a badger on my neck, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
It had to come out with the ting.
Uh-huh.
Trump has made a cameo appearance in various movies, notably Home Alone 2: Lost in New York, but his biggest on-screen success came in his reality TV shows The Apprentice, The Celebrity
Apprentice.
Yes.
Not The Apprentice. The Apprentice.
All right, hush up. Where each episode would end in the boardroom, not the bedroom.
End in the bedroom.
It'll end in the bedroom.
Damn, no wonder why. Like, have you seen that fucking pussy he has? Like, goddamn.
Listen, board or bed doesn't really matter. They end up in the boardroom setting with Trump dismissing a contestant with his trademark phrase, "You're fired."
You're fired.
You're fired. Trump also reported paying a little more than $400,000 from 2015 to 2017 in book writer fees. In 2015, Trump published the book Crippled America: How to Make America Great Again, with a ghostwriter. Ooh, gotta love those. In 2015, Trump reported receiving $750,000 in fees for speaking engagements.
Trump broke political tradition by not releasing his tax returns as president. Now Republicans warn that Democrats will pay a political price by releasing what is normally confidential tax information. I mean, the thing is, though, is it really, though? Like, that's something that you have to do when you're president.
Yep.
Like, literally every other president has released them, as far as my knowledge, outside of Trump.
Well, yeah.
Like, this is exactly what I thought was going to happen, is that Republicans were just going to fucking cry about it. Trump himself underscored that in a statement Friday morning after his returns were made public, quote, "The great USA divide will now grow far worse," he said. "The radical left Democrats have weaponized everything, but remember that that is a dangerous two-way street." Republicans.
To weaponize one thing means it can be used against them, is what he's trying to say.
I guess you could get that out of that. I don't think the notoriety holds, though. Republicans on the House way and Means Committee, which has jurisdiction over tax matters, and released the Trump documents, warned that in the future, the committee could release the returns of labor leaders and Supreme Court justices. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't you? Like, it seems like that's something that you should be, that should be public information anyways.
Should be, but he don't think so.
Democrats countered with a proposal to require the release of tax returns by any political candidate legislation that is unlikely to pass given the Republicans control the House next week. Notably, the GOP cannot disclose President Joe Biden's tax returns because they are already public. Biden resumed the long-standing bipartisan tradition of releasing his tax records, disclosing 22 years worth of his filings during his presidential campaign. So, like, what the fuck are the Republicans actually going to do about this, right? Like, at most, they're just going to bitch and moan about it.
Yep.
All right, let's...
So, Michael, there
So, yeah, more...
nearly 6,000 pages to go through here.
So, a little bit more of Trump's tax returns, and then we're going to be moving on to Alberta Premier Danielle Smith.
Tax return information for Trump and his organization. I believe Melania's taxes are also in there as well. What have we learned so far from the tax returns, and what do you hope will be revealed?
Well, I think we've learned a few things so far, and you're right, it's very early in this, and there will be much more revealed as we go further. Ultimately, a lot of this comes down to whether or not Donald Trump engaged in strategic accounting or outright fraud, and we don't yet quite know that. There are a couple things that strike me here. First,
Wait, what?
He took a number of very unusual deductions based on interest on loans that he made to his adult children. And it appears to be that the specific numbers that were deducted are a bit questionable. And so that's one thing that's going to continue to be investigated going forward. Another piece that caught my eye, and something I was really interested in trying to get through the taxes, and so far I haven't had a chance, of course, to get through them all, is the extent to which he makes charitable donations. Part of his appeal was that...
I mean, that's, like, as long as you, like, have donated a decent amount of stuff, you don't pay, like, any taxes.
Right.
In America, so that's just, like, standard wealthy person shit.
But he's this really rich guy who's also really generous. And for 2019, he made a total of $500,000 in donations. And in 2020, he made a total of $0 in donations. And that belies and sort of undermines this narrative that he has helped to create about himself with regard to his charitable giving. And that's not breaking news, but to see those numbers confirmed on paper makes this a little more...
Like, we already knew that he was, like, hemorrhaging money before becoming president. And, like, him becoming president was just, like, a last-ditch effort to try and make a little bit more money. Because, like, literally, he had to liquidate, like, an entire fucking casino. Like, how do you lose money in a fucking casino? Casinos are designed to just generate as much money as possible.
You become Donald Trump. That's how.
That's not even getting into his fucking food brands either.
Trump steaks.
Oh god. I swear to god, he was like eating fucking boot leather. Like he likes
steaks in the country.
He likes fucking steaks well done. I'm like, that's fucking nasty.
That's an automatic red flag.
That's an automatic L.
Listen, if you eat your steaks well done, I gotta sit you down, have a chat.
I eat mine either rare or medium rare.
I go for medium well.
I like having some red in my fucking...
I don't mind a slightly tougher, you know.
I do. I do.
More difficult for him to get around.
What other questions do you have about his tax returns and perhaps even the relationships that he could have had that he may have been accused of having in the past? I'm thinking of Russia here. That might be revealed here.
Russia.
To be fair, like, I'm not a big Russiagate guy. Like, I just found that really funny that they brought that up.
Well, one of the things that's already come out, which I find very interesting to your point, to your question, is the fact that he held while president bank accounts in foreign countries. So he had a bank account in the United Kingdom, he had one in Ireland, and he had at least one in China that we know of, and there may well be others that are announced as you get deeper into the documents.
He had to get into the Chinese
Well, that
oil
raises
market.
all kinds of potential conflict of interest questions. Are those bank accounts there to try to curry favor? Are those bank accounts being used as a pass-through for other entities trying to curry favor with President Trump? And so this is the kind of thing that unfortunately raises more questions, at least at this point, than there are answers. And it will certainly impact his presidential campaign going forward because he's going to have to explain this.
And for the Democrats, you know, in just a few days, the Republicans are going to be taking over the House. So then what does this all mean for them?
Well, it means two things. First, the timing of this, I mean, look, the Friday before New Year's isn't a maximum spot for trying to break news, but they're running out of time, so they had to do it today. So that's the first part. They were forced in terms of time to do this. The second part of this, though, is what does it mean going forward? Well, the Republicans have already signaled that they're going to investigate President Biden's taxes. President Biden has been around a long time. He's been in Washington a long time. And my guess is his tax returns don't look anywhere near the way that...
I mean, like, CTV is very fucking conservative. And the funny thing is that Biden already released his tax returns.
Exactly.
So, like, what the fuck are they gonna do, right?
They're gonna investigate it harder.
Okay, hold on. I just saw this really fucking funny tweet by DC Douglas. Oh, it is so funny.
Incel. Hell yeah.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. I love DC Douglas, man.
Damn, it all depends on one L.
True.
Donald Trump's do. So, you know, they're going to try to make hay out of it, but there may not be anything there to really latch on to in the way that they want to exact retribution on Democrats the way they believe the Democrats have done with President Trump.
All right, we do have to leave it there. We thank you, as always, for your insights, Michael Fauntleroy, Director of the Race, Politics, and Policy Center at George Mason University. Thank you, as always.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on to Danielle Smith, looking back at as she looks back at 2022 and ahead to 2023.
End of the year draws closer. We cast our mind back on the year that was. Our 6 o'clock anchor, Aaron Isfeld, sat down with the premier for a look back.
A look back. I don't like
The world needs energy affordability and energy security, and that's Alberta. We want to know that if you go to the hospital, you'll be treated. We became a bit complacent. We allowed Ottawa to interfere in our jurisdiction.
Your first bill as premier hasn't come without a little bit of controversy. We've had it reworked.
Oh no, they're actually doing a fucking interview with her. Oh, this is gonna be fucking awesome.
It'll be sad.
It's gonna
Prepare your anus.
It's gonna be awesome. I don't know what you're talking about.
It depends on who you're talking
Was this
to, I
the
guess.
right timing to bring?
Well, Danielle Smith is an unhinged psychopath, so it's gonna be fucking awesome.
Well, let's just pick at her brain and see what makes her tick, I guess.
I mean, we already know what does. Nothing.
True.
Like, she's literally being fucking sued over the she's literally being sued over the Sovereignty Act by Indigenous people because it tramples over rights.
You're right.
Well, treaty rights, I should say. So there's that.
forward such a huge piece of legislation, such a big bill. The mandate for Albertans that they gave you was from the UCP, the folks that were voting for our UCP leader. So was this the right time to sort of push this hard?
Absolutely. We got a mandate when we first got elected in 2019 to push back against Ottawa. And I think that various leaders at various times have tried in various ways to do that. Rachel Notley tried with the Climate Leadership Plan, didn't work. The former premier had a mandate with the equalization referendum. We got 62% of Albertans to say that we wanted to have a new relationship and start talking about pulling equalization out of the Constitution, and it was ignored. And in the meantime, the federal government has passed one offensive piece of legislation after another.
The people, though,
What?
that have given you the most
Wait, like what? What offensive legislation have they passed?
I don't know.
Like I may not agree with like all the fucking legislation that they passed, some of it being like fucking downright awful, like the expansion of MAID, for example, or the idiotic gun reform bill that literally changes nothing and ends up hurting hunters. Like, what?
I don't know.
Opposition have been First Nations. They've sort of said it was clear from our discussions with the Premier that she doesn't understand treaty or our inherent rights, nor does she respect them. What do you have to say to that?
You know, I'm going to continue working with chiefs one-on-one to identify areas where we can work together. What I got out of the meeting is that there's a lot of points of tension with our First Nations and their relationship with government, and you know, part of the process is making sure we can identify those problems so that we can work on them, because that'll build the relationship.
The problem
and build
is you.
trust. I regret that our relationship didn't start off in the smoothest way.
Motion is carried and so ordered.
There's been talk about that further erosion of that relationship between Alberta and Ottawa, you know, specifically maybe with establishing the provincial police force, collecting provincial taxes, creating a provincial pension plan to put ourselves perhaps in a bit of a silo. Do you see some of those fears from Albertans?
I think one of the reasons why I wanted our finance minister to look at the Alberta pension plan in particular, and collecting our own provincial income tax,
Was to harm more fucking Albertans.
And just harm everybody gravely.
Email Twitch. Iron Mouse. That makes sense, yeah. Amaranth.
is to make it very clear to people just how much we are overtaxed by Ottawa. There's been $600 billion that have left our province since the 1980s.
Wait, what? But there's a surplus of what is it? I think like No, I think it's like, what is it? Like $8.5 billion of surplus funds just sitting there that Alberta has access to that they haven't spent. And that's just in healthcare.
Hooray.
So what? You're complaining about like a small minority of, or a very small a very small amount of money that like won't even matter in the long run? Like what?
1960s, and that we continue to pay more into the pension plan than our seniors get back in benefits. We're going to do the full analysis on that, and once we get the work done, we're going to present it to Albertans and take their guidance on how they want to move us to move forward.
Our hospitals are overwhelmed. The folks who are working on the front lines they've been taxed. They've been taxed since COVID, and now we're sort of seeing this tridemic with all these respiratory illnesses and ER wait times longer than we've seen.
I mean, like we've talked about time and time on the broadcast before, it's due to the fact that these conservative governments who are crying about not having enough funding for healthcare are literally undermining the healthcare system and underfunding it on purpose, and sitting on a surplus of money that was supposed to be going towards the healthcare system, as well as you know, saying that Ottawa is a tyrannical government that controls like literally fucking everything and all that, and yet they also want Ottawa to give them more money. Like, what fucking sense does that make?
It doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh hey, we don't like the thing that we have. It's like, okay, well why? Well, it's not getting enough money. Well, where'd all the money that we gave you go? Oh, we just haven't put it into the thing yet.
So I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but a lot of these a lot of these provinces, especially like the conservative provinces, which is pretty much like all of them, especially the prairie provinces, are crying about not like having Ottawa increase the amount of money that they put towards healthcare and everything, which I don't actually disagree with, right? I think that I do think that the provinces should have more money for federal, or have more federal spending when it comes to healthcare. But when Ottawa actually gave them a proposal for the healthcare plan, they're like, yeah, we will give you guys more money. However, we want a commitment they are actually going to be spending this money on the healthcare.
And not pocketing it.
Well, not pocketing it, not underfunding it, not giving it to your rich fucking friends, not moving it to other sectors. Like they just wanted a commitment, and apparently that was incredibly hard for them to say yes to. I'm like, yeah, they're willing to give you more money. It's just that, you know, they want a commitment that it's actually going to be spent on healthcare, because you guys haven't. Uh-oh, deer's popping off, or squirrels popping off. They just want a commitment that it's actually going to be going to healthcare, because these premiers have showed time and time again that they aren't willing to spend money on the healthcare system. Like,
yeah,
that's all that they're asking for, is just be like, hey, if you want more money and everything, let's actually for the healthcare system, let's actually spend the money on the healthcare system.
It's like, if you do what we're asking you to, then you will get more money.
But
you will get what you ask for, but you have to do what we want.
But they're like, no, we're not. We want this money, no strings attached.
They're being spoiled little children, and they need a good slap on the mouth.
And like, I actually agree with Justin Trudeau here. I'm like, yeah, no, you should not be getting money if you're not going to commit to spend money on the healthcare. You're not going to be getting that money. Like, that's completely fair. Like, do you agree?
Yes. I was agreeing before.
What the fuck is this pic? What is this pic, bro? Look at this. Look at this fucking weeb.
Oh.
Come on, Hassan. Come on.
Wait. For real? Pic unrelated. Sure.
I mean, like, to be fair, like, he has been he has been or he did do coverage on or like a reaction to the, what's it called, to the guy in Japan that married Hatsune Miku.
Right.
And he fucking pulled out the pillow, or the body pillow, with 02 on it on stream and fucking cuddling with it. Like, nice. I'm like, bro, that is so fucking funny.
God love it.
It was great. Anyways,
Sounds
in a really long time. How about encouraging the flu shot? We usually see this time of the year the Chief Medical Officer of Health coming out, giving some,
health shot? You mean microchipping?
They're gonna read your brain waves.
Like she's so fucking awful. It's the most it's the most fucking lame shit ever. Like she cried about, having, oh, this is cool. She cried about having or the fucking unvaccinated people being like the most fucking marginalized community ever. I'm like, you're a fucking moron. Shut up.
Great.
Don't you remember that?
Oh yeah, no, I remember that.
Like, I think you were on stream when we talked about that.
Yeah, I was. I remember all that shit. That was funny.
advice on what people could be doing. We haven't heard from the interim Chief Medical Officer of Health just yet. We've heard some press release. We've heard some things from him on Twitter, but we haven't sort of heard him coming out and giving that advice to
That's not true. No, that's not true. He has.
What?
He has gone on Twitter. He's sent a note to parents. He's done press releases.
Right. But
Absolutely.
I mean, speaking out to Albertans.
We never used to have Chief Medical Officers of Health give regular press conferences. That was a
Wait, what? No, that's not even true. You're wrong on that. That is something that did happen. When it came down to like contagions. What?
Is she delusional?
God, she's so fucking dumb, man.
Like, has she not been cognizant of what happened in the past 3 years?
No. But like even pre-COVID that wasn't the case.
That's why I said 3 years, not 2.
Like it's so what? It's so fucking stupid. Like you just look like a fucking moron saying that, if I'm being honest.
very unique point in time because
I think we've become to know that advice because.
But we're going back to endemic treatment of this disease. Most people actually consult their family doctors to find out what their best treatment is and to find out what the best course of action is when we get into fall respiratory virus season. We want to restore that patient-doctor relationship. I think the Chief Medical Officer of Health
If you want to restore that relationship, then why the fuck aren't you paying the medical staff more then? Like they've like they've asked time and time again for you to do.
is being appropriate in how he's communicating with parents and communicating with the public, and he'll continue doing that.
Affordability measures, obviously, every Albertan is hit with this right now.
Yeah.
Every Canadian is hit with this right now. You've put forward some measures that are pretty targeted. What are sort of in your sights going forward? Will we see these measures continue after May, after the election, if you remain
No.
the Premier?
We wanted to make
She's literally like she's caught up in hot water and she's trying to cool shit down a little bit.
Yep.
And it's not really working out for her because people see
they see right through it.
They see right through it, and it's really fucking funny.
Sure.
I mean,
that
how
during this
was it
particular
not easy
period
to
that we
see
were
through?
giving
That's
people
my question.
support, and we'll have to reassess what happens in
Well, even Albertans are seeing like right through it as well. Like they see how dog shit of a fucking how dog shit of a job she's doing, and you know they're getting fucking tired of it and appealing to like a small minority of individuals within Alberta.
Yep.
Like what?
in July. I mean, I'm hopeful that with some of the decisions that are being made here to provide that level of support with the turnaround in the economy, more people being able to get good paying jobs, and the fact
yesterday was the 100th anniversary of former Soviet Union. I guess we can take a look at that. It's squirrel pops off a decent amount. We can take a look at that later.
The fact that we've got such high consumer confidence, I'm hoping by July that we'll be past the worst of it. And if we need to do more, we will do that.
Outside of the major cities, the UCP has been fairly strong for decades.
Yeah.
You know, obviously here in Edmonton, it's probably no secret that the NDP are very strong. So Calgary once again becomes that battleground for votes.
I mean, as dog shit as the NDP is within Alberta, I honestly think that the NDP are going to win the next election cycle, because the NDP has been saying a lot of like business favorable things, which is kind of fucking sus and dog shit. Not gonna lie.
For seats. So where does that leave Edmonton in your eyes?
I think Edmonton is really just driving ahead on economic development and business attraction. When I look at some of the biggest announcements we've seen with Dow Chemical and Air Products, it's happening in the Edmonton region. The build out of the hydrogen hub and the work that Edmonton Global is doing on business attraction, I mean, it's inspirational. It's amazing. I think that Edmonton International Airport now has more direct flights than they had prior to COVID, which I think is also supporting the growth in Edmonton as a business center and an attractor not only of tourism, but also in...
But that's not even true, though. They're having a lot less... they're actually driving businesses out of Alberta. Like what?
That's unfortunate. Hey, look at these small businesses. We're gonna drive them away from us.
Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, what? Like, it's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Like, she's so fucking...
investment. And I'm absolutely open to hearing if there are any pressures that we need to address in both of our cities. One of the biggest things that we have to address is the mental health and addiction crisis. Start developing ways of getting people clean from addiction. That, to me, I think is going to be one of our most important tasks in both Edmonton and Calgary for so many reasons, not only for the dignity of those who are suffering from addiction, but also so that we can address issues of public safety and make sure that...
I mean, yeah, sure, but like if you actually like spent the money that you were given for that, you know, you wouldn't have this problem to begin with.
Exactly.
Like it's not rocket science like she thinks it is.
Well, of course it's not.
Both of our downtown cores are vibrant and active.
Premier, thank you so much for your time.
You bet, my pleasure.
Ew, what a fucking gross thing to end on. Alright. Alright, what should we watch now? Because we have plenty of time for fun now.
Plenty of time for fun.
So watch some stuff now. Have some fun.
Guess it is time for fun.
Guess we can watch some stuff. Guess let's start with this then, right?
Sure.
Love you.
So we can start off with this. Yeah. Guess let's watch it.
The other night, some guy, someone that I've known for a while, asked me if you can put some boxes inside my
I should probably skim through to see if
yeah, that might be something important. You would expect not, but
I mean, you never know.
Yeah, it's true.
My story, right?
Better to be safe than sorry.
All right, I gotta pee.
That I can't wait to see
And
you
pee.
in the morning.
And so we were going through the stuff.
I will double you.
We really got it. There's a baby in there.
Are any of you guys in chat gonna do a letter?
There's a baby in there. I just seen the arm and I just know it's a dead body.
It was the worst type of crime imaginable. After a lackluster attempt to hide it within a leased storage unit, the concealed body of a tiny child had been uncovered. In just a few seconds, you'll witness a dramatic scene as a terribly distraught woman slides off the couch, bends over, and appears to start praying. However, you'll soon learn that the horrendous tragedy behind this display of emotion could have easily been diverted, if not for a twisted and shocking motive.
All right then.
When I opened it and I seen it work, I called you guys.
It smells. It's gonna be a human. It's gonna be a human.
Yeah.
Just based on the smell and the appearance. So wait for Nutley.
Do we know if this guy has a kid? The guy that has the lock?
No, we literally just got here.
Imagine how creepy that would be. Like you're walking past the storage unit and you smell something and it starts, you know,
in this container,
it's
there's
rank.
Like decomp.
You know, you call the police and all of a sudden, yep, nope, smells like decomposition.
Is it you and your wife
It
that
smells like dying
you live
in here.
here also? Okay.
Are there cameras? There's.
The responding officer is securing the area and awaiting the arrival of the sergeant so she can bring him up
What would
to
you
speed.
do if you smelled that? Like, I mean, obviously you would report it to police, but still,
We had the complainant detained. When I get here, he points to a blue barrel. He's like, it's in there, and I look in this blue barrel, and there's some
it's just a
decomposition
baby.
things. Like, what are you talking about? I keep checking. He's like, it's in there. I'm like, I see nothing in there. He's like, no, it's in that bag.
Decomposing matter.
Bag in the
Oh,
barrel?
gross.
Like, there was a duffel bag. So he's like, I used that knife that's sitting on top of the box on his car to cut open that bag. And as soon as I saw the baby's arm, I backed away and called you guys.
Officers continue to secure the scene.
That's
And a
crazy.
chilling comment is made.
I'm wondering if there's more kids in that storage.
We don't know.
We'll probably never find out.
I can tell you that I can pull the information of his friend for the U-Haul that he drove.
The U-Haul was driven by another subject?
Well, that's what he said. He said that's why they came back to look tonight, because he drove all the way here from Reno with only 3 boxes in it.
That'd be phenomenal. If you could get the license plate, that would be great.
I'll know everything about that as soon as I can get the guy's name.
We got a name of Tyler, but
No last name?
would that guy have checked in with you when he got here?
No, but if I can get a roundabout of where he rented in Reno, Tyler is not a
The
very
box
uncommon name.
owner.
Well, how would you end up having that? Oh, because it's U-Haul.
It's U-Haul.
Hey, Joe, how long have you known Tyler?
I first met him when I was in rehab in Lodge in Woodland. I first met him about 18 months ago. He started working
18
there.
months.
18 months?
Monday when that big box, whatever that is, in there.
Okay, with the blue thing in it was
Yeah.
Monday. Okay. And then later on he brought the stuff that's in the other unit?
Yeah, because I called him. I go, what's wrong with you, dude? Why are you so damn suspicious? And why did you bring a buck? And I told him, I go, if you're trying to get caught, because I thought it was drugs.
Right.
If you're trying to get me caught up or something, because I just barely got off parole, I'm going to get in a bunch of
Right.
And I threatened him, I go, if there's
He
something
just
that
gets
I
off
find
parole,
here,
thinks it's
or
drugs.
if you're gonna get
Fair
me in trouble,
enough.
He goes, no, I promise you, there's nothing in there.
Okay.
But he was acting weird though, and then to rent a U-Haul with 3 boxes, that was really weird too.
Okay. Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah.
Okay. And then your
Yeah,
daughter's the
3
one that convinced
boxes
you to
and
open
a
up.
U-Haul for
Okay.
what reason?
What nationality do you think Tyler is? Trying to block that spotlight from your face.
I think
Actually, I'll stand right over
I
here.
think it's black or Puerto Rican, something like that.
Is he darker than you?
Yeah.
Darker than you.
Well, not really darker than me. It's kind of like different shades of dark.
Okay.
So
Different
he's
shade
probably
of
about my
dark.
height anyways, probably like 150.
That's
So
interesting.
he's slim and short. Okay. Do you know anything about him
That should be
being
on a
married or
part
anything
of a
like that?
poem.
He's married to that girl. Well,
He's married to
A
somebody.
different shade of
that girl
dark.
came with him.
Oh, there was a girl with him when he came
His wife
yesterday?
and kids.
Oh, there was kids with him? Oh, okay. And is she same look as him, maybe Puerto Rican?
Definitely black.
She's definitely black. But you don't have any idea what her name might be? Okay.
How long does your camera store?
Oh, we'll go way back.
Can you look up something for me?
Yeah.
So is that the Yaris or is that it right there?
That's the Yaris right there.
Okay, but not the guy that we're interested. How do I hit pause?
Oh, just right there. Oh, you gotta be on it. Okay.
Make a mental note of the white car, as this will be important shortly.
The phone number to the guy we're looking for, do you have it? Yeah. We need it, because they can look up the number and get the name right here. So he's from Reno.
Yeah.
Tyler.
Driver's
24.
license.
Ooh.
So Friday the 11th, they showed up with the van and the hatchback. And then the 14th, the hatchback is with Joe. Okay.
So they ran his phone number through the computer systems.
We got Joe and we got
So
Tyler.
they got his driver's license number and everything. If you look on the other backside, that's his credit card that he's been using.
Oh,
He's using.
So we'll just go with this name.
So what's going on?
Well, we found out the person's name is Tyler. We found out his buddy Joe was helping him, like driving the U-Haul. And he was a little bit sus because Tyler started acting sus, and then he was like, "Wait, why are you acting sus? I just got off parole. I don't want to be thrown back in prison." He thought it was drugs, but it was, a child's body.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah, no. Now they're trying to find out more about him, and like all of his accomplices / witnesses.
So someone murdered a child then.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Can't wait to see what this is. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole like this today.
New Year's rabbit hole.
I mean, I've gone down rabbit holes before on stream, so this seems like interesting enough. So
fair enough.
As our possible suspect, send a message to Reno, give them that horsepower, and see if they can confirm an address for him there, or confirm that is a good address in Reno. Have the supervisor send a message over there. So briefly, what is her story as to why they decided to check things out today? Wasn't she the one that was telling her?
She's been trying to convince her dad the whole time.
That something was wrong with the boxes?
No, he was not acting right.
And
she has no
she just thinks something's weird about him?
He's acting paranoid. She's like,
okay.
He seemed really nervous, really paranoid. They leave.
All three?
She convinces dad, hey, that dude's weird. I need to go over here and look and see what those boxes are.
Okay.
So she convinces dad to come over here. They come down here together to look inside those boxes.
Okay.
Because she did not get a good vibe from him.
Sacramento's CSI and homicide units have just discovered that a most dreaded class of cases has landed in their laps. Based on the driver's...
I mean, like, yeah, things are not looking good for this case, like, to be perfectly honest.
The last class of cases has landed in their laps. I like the voice. The voiceover is really nice.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that you're gonna have these cases regardless, and you have to be prepared for them.
Yep.
License information provided by a manager of the storage facility.
Did they say where this is? Or no?
I don't remember.
I'll take that as a no. You don't know. Thanks,
Oh, yeah.
man. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I got a little bit
Law
wrapped up in
enforcement
the
has
whole
set
like,
their sights
Joe
on a
thing.
young man by the name of Tyler Anderson. The 23-year-old resides in Reno, Nevada. The Sacramento Police Department contacts their
Nevada.
counterparts in Reno, Nevada, and it is soon established that Tyler is married to 23-year-old Avriana Anderson. Around this same time, back in
Hold on, I want to check this real quick. I want to check for it, just real quick.
That's a sound idea.
I think we're good.
Sacramento, police
Don't forget to
discover that
hydrate.
Tyler's phone is pinging nearby. He's soon located and taken into custody. The Reno Police Department's Robbery and Homicide Unit dispatches 2 detectives to the apartment of Tyler and Avriana at approximately 1:30 p.m. on May 16, 2018. The day after first responders were dispatched to the horrendous scene at the storage facility. As Avriana grants the detectives entry to her Reno residence, the convoluted horror story slowly begins to unfold. Even at first glance, the apartment is noticeably unkempt.
This looks like a fucking hoarder's house, like, or starting to become a hoarder's house.
That looks like a house I would live in if I lived alone.
You.
Yeah, but thankfully I don't. And I don't leave my room.
So what you're saying is you're probably gonna go murder someone.
No, I'm not gonna go and murder someone. Don't worry. I'd be too stoned to do anything. That's why I would look like that.
Sure.
A mattress
Listen,
has
the only
sprung
person I'd be
across the
murdering
living
is
room
myself.
floor, and the kitchen is filthy and littered with spoiled food. Avriana agrees to travel to the main station of the Reno Police Department, where she will be interviewed by the detectives. Tyler, on the other hand, asks for an attorney shortly after a Sacramento detective informs him of his rights. It's not until July 5th, 2019, after more than a year has passed, that Tyler emerges to explain his long-awaited version of events.
Uh-oh.
Shortly after his arrest, though, he alluded to
I'm kind of curious to see what the vibes are gonna be. Like, if he fails the vibe check, he should be locked up, right?
Well, I always fail the vibe check, so I'm already locked up. Vibe checks don't ride with me, bro.
Like, we'll have to wait and see what the vibe checks for him are. Like, we don't know yet. Let's just say that much.
Vibe check
a recorded
unconfirmed.
prison phone call with his mother.
I hope that the truth comes out.
It's gonna come out. Like I said, it's gonna come out, and it's not gonna be what everybody wants to hear. It's not gonna be pretty. You know.
It's already a little bit
It
sus.
is what it is.
Until then, detectives will enter the interrogation room to speak with Avriana, and the process of untangling this tragic mystery that transformed a storage unit into a horrific crime scene will get underway. Avriana is situated in a room that doesn't appear to be typical.
It seems like I've seen this couch somewhere. Like, all things considered, it seems like I've seen this couch somewhere.
That couch is a little sus. I have to put it under house arrest.
I've seen this room before. All right, let's see. I'm kind of curious to see what Avriana is going to say.
What her vibe check is.
Yeah.
Does she pass?
It should be decorated as minimally as possible, but it appears that Avriana was brought into a soft interrogation room that's usually reserved for victims of a crime or children.
Or children.
It's possible that Avriana is aware that she's being recorded or that someone is watching her, so she's trying to garner some sympathy before the interview has even started. In any case, Avriana will soon reveal exactly why it is that she's not feeling well. And let's just say it's not due to some sort of stomach bug.
I mean, isn't that like 101 though? Is like, when you're guilty of something, like you claim to be sick.
Yep.
And like, either like cough or complain about like stomach problems. Like, that just seems like guilty person 101, right?
It does seem like guilty person 101. It's like, how can I get out of this in the most innocent way possible?
Okay. All right, let's get this started so that we can.
The detectives are seated directly in front of Avriana with no barrier, such as a table, between them. This will allow them to fully observe her body language. The detective wastes little time. After a bit of small talk and rapport building, he gets down to the reason for this meeting.
Talked about earlier at your apartment is that Sacramento Police Department gave us a heads up that they're investigating what they believe is to be a homicide or some sort of suspicious death, okay? So they've asked our help to kind of facilitate this whole thing. Okay.
The detectives then thank Avriana for coming down to speak with them and express their appreciation, which they're trained to do under the Reed technique. This makes the suspect more likely to want to continue being seen as cooperative. Of course, her level of cooperation will be subject to change as the detectives begin to press her for more information.
The main thing we want to talk about, as my partner explained earlier, was your recent travels to Sacramento. Okay. So, just in your own words, can you just kind of
Like, what was she doing in Sacramento?
That's a good question. Well, let's find out. She hasn't told us yet.
Like, it feels like they would have mentioned that earlier before, right?
Well, they're trying to build up like a way of making them feel safe. you know, make them more cooperative. Didn't you? Weren't you listening?
Yes, I was.
Then you would have realized why they're not already asking her about it.
What that's about? Well, we went down there, honestly, to get something that I'm ashamed to talk about. Okay. Well, we're not here to pass judgment, okay? It's not our job to do that.
Avriana explains that she and Tyler went to Sacramento and purchased cocaine. She's conveniently failing to disclose the most significant reason for their travels. The detectives are aware of this, but they play along and attempt to make Avriana comfortable by behaving very casually and stating they're not judging her for her admission.
When did you guys...
So, my main question is Tyler involved in this at all? Right?
Right.
Because he went to Sacramento with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of curious to see if he's gonna be involved in the murder of her, right?
Right.
Or of the child.
I don't remember the exact day, but it was the day before yesterday. Okay. What did you guys go down there? When? What did you guys take down there? I think my husband took a dresser. Just a dresser?
Just the dresser.
2 days ago. Dresser. I believe it was just a dresser. Okay.
They continue on the subject of the dresser, and Avriana has confirmed that their children went along on the trip as well. Make a note of this, as it will be important later.
Where did you guys end up taking?
Did they state how many of the kids she killed?
Well, so far they just discovered the one, but one of the questions posed was how many are in there, and that's hopefully it was just the one kid. Because if there are more, then I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but wait, I actually like bearing bad news.
Like,
but no, yeah, thankfully it was just the one child found, but
that we know of.
Yeah, let's hope there aren't more.
The dresser too. To his friend's storage or something like that. Do you know where that was? No. I done with the city. I don't know exactly. What city was it in? Sacramento. In Sacramento. Yes. Okay. Do you know who this friend was? No, I don't. I don't know. That's how we're getting separated. You know, I don't really know him, I guess.
Avriana may be trying to distance herself from Tyler, possibly because she's planning to blame him for everything. Her potential defense being that she didn't know anything about what he did.
Yesterday, what did you do yesterday?
Like, to me, it seems like a joint thing, right?
Yep.
Like, for me, feels like that she's gonna be the one that ended up murdering. And I imagine Tyler is had found out that she had murdered her child, and he wanted to help cover it up. That's what I imagine is probably going to happen.
That's the most likely thing, yeah.
I guess we'll have to wait and see if my prediction's right.
Avriana may be trying to appear like she is being truthful and cooperative by revealing her illegal drug habits.
What?
However, her laughter before responding could be an indication that she's intentionally trying to show her indifference. She's confident that revealing her drug use won't get her in any trouble, despite revealing this information to the two detectives sitting in front of her.
But, like, that seems like a gigantic misplay on her part, right?
Well, it is. First of all, like, if you're gonna try and get away with murder, don't tell people that you do drugs legally.
Like you're just going to be adding extra time on top of your conviction.
Yep.
And extra charges. Like, that's not a smart thing to do.
The guy is this friend of Tyler's?
Mexican.
Okay.
Then a little older.
A little older than Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay. And how'd that go with your meeting him? He's not a good guy?
John Garcia, my man.
Okay.
John, it's Joe.
Is it his storage unit that you guys putting it in, or is it somebody else's? Or?
Yeah, I think it was
How
his.
do you mess?
Yeah.
How? How do you mess that up?
Confirms that
I
the
was
reason
eating
for storing
something, I'm
items
sorry.
in Sacramento is because Tyler's plan is to return
Can only
there,
imagine what
where
that
his
would
family
be.
resides after their impending separation.
Not pot.
Which kids went down with you?
It was
Yeah,
me
sure.
and my boys.
Okay. All right.
Don't forget to hydrate.
I'm not doing pot, my guy.
That's fine. Like I said, I believe that.
I got a little bit hungry, so I picked up some stuff when I was using the washroom.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're hungry, you can eat. I don't care.
He's doubting me.
When did I say I doubt you? I said I believed you.
Bro, you doubt me all the time.
It's true, but like not this time.
Oh man.
Yes.
Okay. Where was there last time?
I don't know.
Callie is mentioned here for the first time. While Avriana claims not to know where the little girl is, the disturbing truth about what exactly happened will be brought to light before this very interrogation comes to.
Was Callie the one that was murdered?
No, at least we don't know. Because there was only one body, and the person, like Joe had said that Tyler and Avriana here, they had the child with them when they left. So.
Oh, I imagine probably Callie then, right?
Yeah, like Callie was with them in the U-Haul. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they murdered Callie. At least I would hope not.
Yeah, I like I said, I wasn't here for the beginning, so I don't really know what's going on.
To an end.
So who is Callie's father? Do you know who Callie's father was? Mother is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do.
Do you know her name?
Yeah, I do. You want me to say it out loud?
I would like to know.
Leonie. Leonie.
Leonie?
Yes.
How long has Tyler had custody?
We've had custody of her since about 6 years.
Okay.
Because she's about to be 6.
Oh. So since
About to be 6.
Since she was a baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's all around TBH.
Okay.
She's all
Why
around.
do you say she's all around?
Because that's the kind of person she is.
Alright.
She's all around.
Drama.
Yeah. Always drama.
Avriana definitely makes no attempt to hide her disdain for Leonie, Callie's biological mother. Tyler is more forthcoming with regards to Leonie and how their daughter Callie came to be. It's July 5th, 2019, more than 13 months after his arrest and Avriana's account.
I was with Leonie in Sacramento, staying with Brett when she got pregnant.
Just a couple months later, Avriana came along and Leonie had already left the picture.
I met Avriana in February of 2012. Started hanging out with her. I spent my time with her. Found out that she was born in September.
Like, my main question is, how long has Avriana been premeditating her child's murder?
That's a very good question.
Because
if they've been together for 6 years and the child was about to be 6,
like, I don't know. To me, something doesn't add up. But
yeah, no, there's something wrong here.
Told Avriana about it. She got upset. Right, we got into this big fight. So I started using cocaine, and then.
At this point, Tyler violated his probation that had resulted from past substance abuse.
Down to the treatment program, New Foundations. So.
I mean, but like, who cares about that? That's not the issue at hand here.
Exactly.
He's just trying to provide as much information as he can, right?
Yeah, like this time he's being truthful, surprisingly.
But I honestly think it's going to come back to bite him in the ass.
Yep.
I wasn't there for her when she was born.
Tyler says that his mother brought baby Callie to meet him for the first time. Despite this normally being a joyous occasion, Avriana was not happy about this, to say the least.
You know, she wants us to spend time together.
Like, yeah, because, like, he was cheating on her, right?
Yep.
So, of course she wouldn't be happy with him.
Well, no, I don't think that was the case, but I mean, I don't really know because the previous, like Callie's birth mother, had left shortly after Callie was born, and then Avriana stepped into the picture. So they've already been together for some time.
Oh, I thought that Callie was born after they were together. That's what I thought. I could be wrong on that.
She and my mom were never, they never saw eye to eye. They never had a relationship. So she was upset, and, you know, she was talking about me. So if you don't come back.
This type of threat is a form of manipulation and is an obvious red flag for an unhealthy relationship. Tyler tells the detective about another occasion where he spent time with Callie when he...
Well, yeah, like, if someone says that they're going to be killing themselves if you leave the relationship, that's an automatic red flag, and that's 100% a form of manipulation.
Yep.
Like, that only leads to a toxic relationship.
Do not stay in those, whatever you do.
And I have actually been put into those positions before. So, it fucking sucks.
He was granted a furlough for Christmas of 2012. This time, Avriana was livid. Yet upon his release in March of 2013, he moved into her apartment. Shortly thereafter, while Tyler was visiting Callie and his mother, Avriana attempted to take her life and landed herself in the hospital, according to Tyler. Avriana's jealousy toward Callie was a huge red flag that should have warned Tyler away early in the relationship. Yet he stayed with her. In the fall of 2013, while Tyler was in the process of seeking full custody of Callie,
I'm guessing it was the baby that she murdered.
Maybe.
She went to live with her father and Avriana. At that time, she was just 13 months old, and they agree things were good in the beginning. In hindsight, however, this short span represented the calm before the storm that was quickly approaching.
So I go to work and I leave with Avriana. I would come home and they would be playing, you know, she would teach her how to read, she's teaching her how to walk, you know, she's showing her how to cook, vacuuming, right? That's a little vacuum, she's pushing it, Avriana's showing a lot of love. You know, they had a good relationship, you know, in the beginning.
Like, it seems like she started off fairly good, right?
Well, it's all a front. You know, putting on a happy face just to gain the trust of the other person, all of a sudden to stab them in the back 6 months later.
Like,
why do you think I have trust issues?
But, like, the thing is if that was their relationship beforehand, and you know, this happened, or this murder happened 6 years later, I don't necessarily think it could have been premeditated then. I think what I believe happened, off of some context now, is that Adriana got frustrated with
Avriana
with one of the kids and ended up murdering them.
Yeah, that could definitely be it. Because there are, you know, shaken baby syndrome and other things that happen to parents when they just are left alone with children, and then they go into fits of rage or, you know, uncontrollable emotion, you know, and then they just murder.
Yeah.
It's happened.
Well, yeah, of course.
We got her, and she was just a baby, and I just remember looking at her, and I'm like, oh my god, you're so cute. And I remember the first night we got her, I cried. I was holding her, and I cried, because I was just like, just a baby, you know, and I just love babies. But then she just was like her dad, you know, and I looked at him and felt like I'm gonna love you, you know, and I'm gonna take care of you.
Avriana presented an idea to Tyler sometime in early 2014.
You know, I think that we should get married so that we can solidify your chances of getting full custody.
Naturally, she disguised the real motive behind her proposition. According to Tyler, he believed that Avriana felt as if she was a mother to Callie and wanted to ensure she'd remain in their lives. It would turn out that this could not be further from the truth. In addition to wanting to get married, Avriana also wanted to have a child with Tyler. His mother had warned Avriana not to go playing house with her son. However, it seemed this was precisely her plan. A baby would further bind them together, and the already volatile situation would continue its trajectory toward inevitable disaster.
I mean, that is one thing about like manipulative relationships, though. Like, things can go incredibly well, everything.
Yep.
And then the manipulator says that they want to get more serious and everything and end up having a kid with them, right?
Yeah, because children are a big commitment.
Mm-hmm.
Despite any trepidation Tyler may have felt, he went along with Avriana's plans.
The medication that she was taking, her bipolar depression medication, was probably...
Like, my question is, how big of a fucking idiot Tyler is?
Yeah, he should have seen the red flags years ago.
Like, you should have seen that shit like 6 years ago, right?
Before any of the shit even happened, my guy.
Like, come on, bro. You should have seen this shit coming from a mile away.
You can't be that desperate, right?
So she stopped taking that before we got married in 2014. So in January, she got pregnant with...
It's unknown if Avriana gradually stopped the medication she was allegedly taking under a doctor's orders. It's important to note that it can be dangerous to suddenly stop taking medications prescribed to treat mental health disorders.
I mean, 100% she did. No shot she didn't, right? There's just... In what conceivable universe did she not stop taking the medication for her mental health? Like...
I don't know.
She would have had to 100% do that.
And it can cause a sharp increase in symptoms. The first son shared by Avriana and Tyler was born on Halloween of 2014. It was no coincidence that soon after, Tyler would arrive home from work to find Callie exhibiting noticeable injuries.
And I would ask Avriana how she got it, and she says, oh, she...
So, not only is she a manipulator, she's also an abuser.
Great. Abuser and manipulator. Gotta love those in a good relationship.
Like, geez. That's when I would take my children and get the fuck out of there.
Me too.
Like, if you already know that she's been prone to lying and everything, and you see your fucking daughter hurt, like, why the fuck would you stay with that person?
That's a good question.
I would take... Like, to me, I honestly think Tyler's just a fucking idiot at this point.
What was it like? What about that relationship was so good that he was blinded to it?
I don't know, maybe the sex?
Well, it shouldn't have been that good.
So, yeah, like, I would have left a long time ago.
Yeah, leave before it gets way worse.
Yep.
Because she was playing, you know, or she's chasing her brother as she fell, you know, or she's just clumsy like her dad, you know.
Things would drastically worsen over time. Though Avriana's story was a bit different, the ugly truth was beginning to show itself.
I was raised on discipline, so if you talk back, I'm gonna pop you in your mouth and tell you don't talk back.
Discipline, however, should never leave a bruise on a child. Research shows that physical punishment, such as spanking or hitting, has been linked to the child displaying increased negative behaviors. including
Well, yeah, they're
aggression.
getting abused.
Including
Well, yeah, they're
aggression.
getting abused.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, you're going to hit me, I will hit you.
And it's not just physical abuse that can affect a child. Mental and
Verbal abuse.
and verbal abuse and emotional abuse can be
Just as damaging.
yeah, and take years of therapy to
Recover
get
from.
over. Like come on, that's so fucking awful, man.
Yep. Don't
If
treat
she
people
would
like
do
shit,
something that she
especially
wasn't
little
supposed to
kids.
do, I'd be like, okay, you're gonna stand in the corner. You're 5. You'll stand in the corner for 5 minutes, type stuff. You know, like how I was raised. That's what
That's how she was raised. Well, raise your children better than you were raised. Be the bigger person.
So she was essentially doing the exact same thing that her parents did to her. Like,
I was beaten as a child, so I should beat my children. Yeah, no, that sounds no. Don't fucking do that.
that's not how parenting works.
That is never how parenting works.
Really go off how I was raised.
Avriana is clearly agitated. Her demeanor is confrontational and defensive. She's showing clear signs of discomfort. She's rubbing her arms, which is a self-soothing movement used by individuals who are beginning to experience increased anxiety. Tyler places blame for the abuse on Avriana as the primary caregiver. However, as her parent, he is legally and morally obligated to protect his child and remove her from an abusive environment. Tyler wasn't the only one who took note of Callie's injuries.
Like, I don't understand why he wouldn't have removed her from that environment.
Yeah. Like, don't leave your children in an abusive environment. Why would you do that?
Like, I would have got out of there pronto, if you ask me.
His Aunt Maylene eventually contacted CPS. She claimed to have observed firsthand the physical abuse and neglect imposed on the little girl who was only 3 years old at the time.
Wait, she was 3?
She was 3 years old, and she was getting beaten.
I mean, of course, children or of course, people that are 3 years old aren't gonna know how to react. They're still learning.
Yeah, like when when children are that young, they are learning, they're experimenting, they're literally seeing the world for the first time, essentially. Like they're going to want to experiment with stuff. They're going to want to do stuff. They'll get into trouble, they'll make a mess, they'll do stuff that they know will piss you off, but that's just children. Don't beat them and don't verbally abuse them just because they're living, they're experimenting, they are being a child. Children will do shit that will piss you off to no end. Believe me.
Particular chain of events started in April of 2015 when Tyler returned home from a day of attending college classes to find something quite unnerving.
Left hand, it was Saran wrap. It had olive oil and Vaseline on it.
It was a terrible sight. Callie's tiny hand had been badly burned. When Tyler allegedly inquired as to how the injury had occurred,
wait, what?
Avriana claimed that the water was too hot that morning when she had washed Callie's hands. The explanation...
That doesn't even make sense, though. Like, the only way that could happen is if it was boiling water.
Yeah, because even like hot water from the tap doesn't get hot enough to like burn you proper unless you are actively leaving your hand underneath there.
Well, not even.
Well, some faucets can get pretty hot. But I don't think they'd be that hot enough to burn you.
I'm talking generally speaking.
Fair enough.
Not in like some fringe cases. Like that just doesn't make it.
Nation was completely implausible. It wasn't an honest mistake, but rather an intentional, cruel act.
Avriana tells me because her and my family are at odds, right? Always. They're on and off, on and off. So she tells me that I have to tell my family that it was my fault, that I was the reason. Because if I don't, then they already think that she's mean to. So
she is so manipulative.
Yeah. That is ridiculous.
Like, I would have left her ass like a long time ago.
Don't stay in these abusive or toxic relationships. Please. Do yourself a favor.
Right? They're too nice, they're too soft to their kids, they're too weak, right? Things like that. So, we go to a get together, maybe it was the 4th of July, maybe, and then, my aunt asked about her hand injury, and that's when I said, I was mopping, and then I came in and put her hand in the water and got burned.
Not surprisingly, Tyler's Aunt Maylene didn't buy his story. Not at all. A few months later, at another family gathering that occurred on October 10th, Maylene, along with other relatives, were stunned when they observed that Callie appeared to have lost a significant amount of weight since the previous time they'd encountered her in July.
Like, that's a little bit alarming.
Yeah. Like if you're gonna notice that, say a child from your family members, they have, they're growing at a healthy rate and they're at a healthy weight, and then like 3 to 4 months later, boom, they've lost a significant amount of that weight and now they're unhealthy for their age. Red flags.
A little bit.
According to Maylene, Callie was seen devouring food, even eating off plates that belonged to others. That was when Maylene contacted CPS. In mid-October of 2015, CPS met with Tyler and Avriana in their home. True to form, Avriana asked Tyler to accept blame for Callie's hand injury yet again.
CPS comes, I tell them the same thing, I was mopping, and then she put her hand in the water, and then I looked up how to heal a third-degree burn, right? Did everything I said. She was good to go, no pain.
The fact that Avriana manipulated Tyler into taking responsibility for his daughter's burned hand and Tyler agreeing to lie to his family and CPS shows the dynamic of their relationship and, if true, how he potentially favored his wife over the well-being of his own child. In addition to the concern...
Like, I'm sorry, but like...
A psychopathic mother that's dealing harm to her, not even biological daughter, biological or not, don't treat your kids with so much disrespect as to, burn their hands.
I'm sorry, but if that is his response to, like his family values or whatever the fuck you want to use, like, honestly, then you shouldn't have a kid.
No. You should not be having children if you want to watch someone that, didn't even birth that child.
Like,
just torture them.
Like, the thing is that, I don't care who you are or whatever, but your child always comes first.
Yeah.
Like,
that is just parenting 101. Your child comes first.
And if your partner doesn't like that, well, that's too bad.
Sorry, but the partner goes. The child is always number one importance.
Like,
concerns about potential abuse, Tyler's family also worried that Callie wasn't being fed.
His people have said, his family has said that she wasn't eating enough or something like that, and I think that's another reason why they called. But
why would they say that?
I guess because she was thin.
But thin was an extreme understatement.
What was the end result of them checking on you,
Everything was fine. They closed the case. They closed the case because she clearly wasn't being abused. You guys can't judge.
Wait, what?
Cover, just 'cause
But like
what do you mean clearly?
But she was, though.
She clearly was being abused.
And there was evidence to support that.
And malnourishment. Like, what the fuck is this woman on?
That doesn't mean I'm abusing my daughter because she's disciplined, and that's what I told the CPS people.
Okay.
They talked to her, looked at her, checked her. Of course, everything was fine because I'm just disciplining her. I'm just little pops, okay? You guys are making it seem like I'm punching her or
we're not making.
No.
Little
not
pops.
His family,
No, that's an automatic red flag. Lock her up, boys.
Yeah, no, take her away. She said enough.
Like, even though, like, they haven't gotten to, like, the, like, horrible shit of her fucking murdering, one of the children, like, that should be enough already. Like,
yeah, all of the abuse that she put the poor child through, that should be more than enough of a red flag to say, hey, I'm gonna get away from this.
Not cool.
Like, oh, I was abusing her. Oh, she's depressed. Oh, we need to send CPS over there. You know? So that's how that went.
It's typical drama.
Yeah.
2 days after, so CPS ends up leaving, they say, okay, we don't see any signs of abuse, because it was always loving to Rihanna, so they thought everything was normal.
Actually, the report described the findings to be inconclusive. It also stated that the concern was that Tyler and Avriana were using excessive or inappropriate methods of discipline. The report hit the nail on the head, yet CPS dealings with the Andersons were discontinued. Things were building towards a horrific end in the time that followed. Still, Tyler gives more insight into the terrible things that were going on behind the closed doors of that apartment. Of course, he refused to put any blame on his own actions. There was
like it definitely does seem like neglect on his part, and an abuse and manipulation on her part.
Two bad ingredients.
Like, that's...
They mix like water and oil.
Like, that's a terrible fucking, terrible recipe for disaster for the development of a child.
Yeah, abuse from your parentals and just constant like degradation from your mother.
Like, I imagine
your mother figure.
I imagine that there has to be a good bit of gaslighting in that household too.
Oh, there most definitely is. You can guarantee yourself that. She's already controlling. Why wouldn't she be a gaslighter?
It was the time that Avriana allegedly flew off the handle for no apparent reason and kicked him and Callie out of the home late one night. According to Tyler, this was a common occurrence.
Wait, what?
She's screaming outside
What?
the house,
It's a common occurrence.
Come back,
Well, it's just every Thursday your wife kicks you out of the house.
Of course, it must be noted that Tyler was well aware of this type of name-calling. A record of text messages within the lead detective's narrative confirms this. He continues with details of physical abuse Callie would encounter at the hands of Avriana.
She would use belts, she would use wooden spoons, she would use brushes and combs, she wouldn't stop, I had to stop her, it's like, and Avriana would say that she's,
I wonder if Avriana ever drew blood from hitting the children.
Well, with combs, wooden spoons, and brushes, you would expect one of them to draw blood sometime.
Like, they would have had to, right?
Yeah, at least once.
She pushed her brother, she punched her brother, she hit her brother. I told her that you can't use objects because you don't know how hard you're hitting them, you know what I'm saying?
It's like, you're not supposed to be your kid's friend. I mean, you can be your kid's friend, but you're supposed to be their parent first. Sure.
She had the belt, and
being your kid's friend and being their parents, while they're two different things, they can live hand in hand.
And she's telling me, you always stay
Like,
for,
kids understand when they're being, told no and being told why, like, if you're understanding with them and explain what they're doing and why it's wrong, they will then learn, okay, this is wrong for these reasons.
Described as a terribly distressing sight. And yet the question why is still left unanswered for now.
I go to the bathroom, right? And she's in there, and she saw it in Maverick's cage.
Note that Maverick is the alleged family dog that Tyler claimed Avriana wanted, then left his care solely up to Tyler. He was kept in a kennel in the main bathroom at the Anderson apartment. Apparently, this was the alternative to imposing other physical abuse on Callie, since Tyler had
What the
allegedly
fuck?
told Avriana not to use her hands or objects as punishment toward Callie.
You know, and the first thing I do is get her
She
out of
would
the
put
cage, you
her
know.
young child in a
And
dog
she's
cage.
not crying. She's not crying.
What the
She's not,
fuck was this
she's not hurt.
woman
She's not
on?
bruised, right? You know, what the hell is she doing in this cage, you know?
Do
And
not
I
do
said
this
that,
to your children as
she's
punishment.
playing your
Nobody
brother.
deserves that.
Tyler appears to be hiding his eyes, which could be an indication of deception. Or it may be that he doesn't want to see the detective's reaction to what he is divulging.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, that fucking dog kennel shit is kind of fucked up.
It's very fucked up. Instead of, telling the child in a, calm and understanding way not to do shit because of, like, they were being bad for, like, whatever reason. No, just throw them in a dog cage. Yeah, that'll teach them.
Like,
No, do not put your children in dog cages.
that is just fucking wild, man.
It's inhumane.
His claims concerning Avriana's behavior suggest she is unstable and impulsive. This may indicate
Very
the presence
unstable.
of a personality
You don't
disorder,
say.
as this extreme behavior suggests that Avriana lacks empathy and remorse and has a poor moral conscience. Ultimately, we see that the abusive behavior continues to head in a tragic direction. The detectives return to a troubling issue, which they glossed over previously: Callie's unknown whereabouts.
Is that normal for her to be gone this long a time? Is it
Like, the thing is if she's like being forced into like dog cages and like abused and shit, I can't necessarily say I blame her for leaving.
Yeah, I don't blame her either.
For extended periods of time.
I sort of, because she would stay with his mom, and stuff like that.
Contrary to Avriana's claim, it's known that Callie never stays with Tyler's family. Things are beginning to become problematic for Avriana. They shift to Tyler and his involvement, or lack thereof, in the household, as he has been working 2 jobs.
What were this like normal working hours usually?
10 to 9, 10 to 8, 10 to 7.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
The fact that Tyler is away from the home for so many hours of the day casts doubt on Avriana's claims that he was the primary caretaker of his daughter. Things just aren't adding up.
When did you actually last talk to Tyler? Today.
Well, right.
So it was 1.
Avriana called Tyler around 1 earlier that afternoon. She'd just woken up. It just so happens that she was sleeping off her most recent round of cocaine.
And you asked him where he was at that time?
No.
No?
No.
Didn't care? Or?
I mean, I was half asleep, TBH, so I was like, I really just wanted to go back to sleep.
Did Tyler ever tell you when he was supposed to come back home?
I don't know that. I feel like that probably he could have been going to get her.
Okay.
What?
See where he was going to get her from?
No.
No.
But detectives
don't know where
that
the
was
location of
definitely
her
not the
daughter
case. As they seem to have hit a wall, they light a little fire under Avriana.
We just got we got a phone call and we got some information, more information. They're talking to Tyler, okay? Your daughter, well, she wasn't at somebody else's house, she was at your apartment this entire last week and this entire time. Since you guys have moved here, okay?
Yeah.
So she's living with you guys, right? It's the 5 of you.
But she doesn't seem fazed. Despite their questions, the detectives already know the child is deceased. What they don't yet know, however, is what caused her death and to what extent Avriana was involved. They also need to determine the disturbing motive behind the death.
Like, she should 100% be a prime suspect at this point, right?
Yep.
Like, she's giving off all the vibes that she did it. Like,
she has failed the vibe check.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say.
Death. They quickly touch on another important element to the case they are methodically building.
Has she been sick at all recently?
No, not that I know of.
Been got to the doctor's office to get looked at for anything?
No.
Has custody at all recently?
No.
Well, she's 5 years old, though.
Yeah.
When's the last time she went to any kind of a physical or any kind of doctor?
Probably when we lived in Woodland.
Of course, Avriana has another excuse as to why everything has deteriorated. She adds an interesting detail to her account of recent events.
I've been absent lately.
You've been absent? How do you say that? What do you mean by saying that?
Mentally. Like, my mind just hasn't been there.
Okay.
You know, like...
What's going on in your mind?
Just been going through a lot of stuff.
Okay.
I feel like I don't have anybody to talk to.
Alright. Well, we're here to listen to you right now.
That's why I wanted the Coke.
Okay.
It's possible that Avriana's admission is her way of trying to deflect responsibility or explain her neglect of their sons in Cali. The detective leans in toward Avriana now and has his elbows on his knees. This is done to show that he is engaged, and he wants to try to get her to mirror this open demeanor.
I love when channels like this break down like every little thing that
They're sitting positions and shit like that.
Yeah, it's like what? Why does that matter? This is called the engage technique.
You were actively engaged in this conversation. You were waiting for the other to reciprocate.
I love it when fucking channels like this do that. It's so awesome.
Often suspects will assume this position when they confess. Avriana fails to confess, but she does explain more about cocaine's recent role in their lives.
My relationship has been you know, and that's what we used to do back in the day, you know, with each other. We used to do that, and I felt connected to him. Doing that makes me feel connected to my husband.
Do you and Tyler do cocaine quite a bit lately?
That we have been.
Okay. So what usually happens after you guys do that kind of stuff?
We talk.
Sure, you talk.
But we talk.
What do y'all talk about?
She makes a powerful statement when she reveals the dire condition of their relationship. The drug use, which she alleges has very recently become a regular habit, just adds more fuel to the already raging fire. However, this is a common theme in relationships between addicts. When they aren't using, they have nothing that connects them. Tyler's version is different. There's much more to these supposed drug-induced chats than bonding.
Right.
Uh-oh. She's done terrible things that she can't apologize for, you know.
These aren't the only times Avriana confesses her deepest, darkest, most horrifying secrets. In fact, she also makes a shockingly damning statement to the police.
All my kids are small. Yeah. I mean, all our kids are small. And even her, she's not fat. But you see my 4-year-old, he's not. I have small kids.
What?
Small kids. But I think it's Tyler's genes. Well, you see us. We're both short, so I don't know. But yeah, she ate.
Is she trying to say that children can't be different from their parents?
She's been eating normally.
I'd say.
After such a slip of the tongue, it's clear that Avriana knows much more than she's letting on. Just how much does she know? That's the million-dollar question.
The thing is that with that, it seems like she knew that she was gonna say something that would damn her even more than she already has, right?
Well, yeah, the confession to doing cocaine and all the other shit that she's done. She's damned herself from the beginning.
So she doesn't. She thinks she's being smart and trying to hold her tongue, but I honestly think it's gonna bite her in the ass even more.
Detectives are determined to get to the heart of it. They soon sense that it's time to try a different tactic. This one is sure to throw
Both in the
Avriana
convincing
off.
position. Hell yeah.
This is what we call the double intrigue technique. When you both lean forward, pretending to be very intrigued, with your hands on your knees or the table, your hands clasped together.
looking them dead in the eye. You can't see it, but I'm doing it now. Can't you see how confession position I am?
No.
Damn. Foiled again.
I'm gonna, no bullshit here, okay? We're talking to Tyler. All right?
Yeah,
And
no
we're getting
bullshit.
We're getting a different version than from what you're saying. And if we're gonna go with what he's saying and just his side of the story, that's not fair to you.
When the detective attempts to play Avriana against Tyler, he's using a self-serving tactic intended to motivate Avriana to tell her side of the story. As Avriana and Tyler are the only living individuals who know the truth behind Callie's death, Avriana has to wonder.
It was Callie that she killed. I was right.
Yeah, so it seems.
Like
now the other question that needs to get answered is, was there more children in that barrel?
That. Well, if it's a barrel, then there has to be.
Yeah, it was a light blue barrel.
Oh, so like the Jeffrey Dahmer barrel.
No, the water collection barrels.
Yeah.
Yes, the Dahmer barrel. Whatever you want to call it, the DK barrel, for Christ's sakes. I don't know.
No, Jeffrey Dahmer did similar thing.
All right, Jeffrey Dahmer, good job.
He had an acid vat filled in one of those barrels that he put people into.
Was it lye? Because lye can dissolve the body in seconds.
I don't know. All that I know was like some form of acid. So the thing is if they had a Jeffrey Dahmer barrel, like they 100% had put the child that they had together in there, right?
Yep. It was the body was even in a duffel bag that was stuffed into the barrel.
Oh, then 100%.
If Tyler is really talking.
We're trying to look at you and find out what's her side, because there's always two sides to the story.
The question.
Wrong, you idiot. There's 3 sides to a story.
There's the child's side. Go ask Callie what she thinks.
Bro, that's fucked up.
I'm sorry. Not really, but you know, whatever.
I was going off of like, there's one person's side, there's the other person's side, and then there's the truth.
She poses to the detective in response to his claim, clearly shows her apprehension, and her reaction definitely is not lost on the detectives. The detective doesn't answer Avriana's question, but changes the subject and inquires as to how long she's been absent.
This is called the misguidance and aversion technique.
The technique of all misguided and aversions.
Like you avoid the question that was asked to you, and follow up with another question to try and
Let
get
me
them
answer your question with another question.
They suspect there's a direct correlation between her supposed disconnection and Callie's death.
You've been disconnected for the past how many, what would you say, weeks, months?
Years?
Centuries?
Longer.
Okay. Well, I see you counting with your fingers.
Yes,
So there's something significant that occurred, or something
I see you counting with your fingers.
where you're gauging it with your fingers, like, okay, since this
Caught
time,
red-handed.
it's been this many months. So what is that? How many months?
I mean, really, probably after I had my son.
Okay.
Avriana and Tyler's second son was born the previous October, 6 months earlier. It seems those last several months were quite a whirlwind. A new baby in addition to 2 other small children to care for. And all the while, balancing a dark secret. Detectives are starting to make some headway. Avriana's story has suddenly changed. Now she claims that over the past few months, Callie has been complaining of stomach pain and was vomiting roughly twice a month. Of course, she wasn't taken to a doctor for any type of evaluation.
Because that would be responsible.
What kind of home remedies would you try?
I don't know, what was on there. It was on the internet, I guess.
Okay, so what did you try from the internet?
As far as just throwing up? Watching what she...
What the suspect here is doing is called playing sick technique. It's commonly used when you have been caught red-handed.
And you need to find a way to weasel yourself out of a situation, but you know you can't.
Okay.
Tyler takes us to the month of April, just a few weeks before police were dispatched to Joe's storage unit, and gives his account of Callie's recent health issues.
She looked up a lot of stuff online, and she said, I'm a family doctor, I take care of my family, I'm a stay-at-home mom, that's what I do. I can figure it out, right? So.
How are you disconnecting yourself? How do you disconnect yourself from?
I just let everybody else deal with her. I'm just like, okay. Like, I just.
Irresponsible parenting 101.
But you
Yep.
need to disconnect them. Do you think that's part of her health not doing so good?
I'm to me being the reasons for her health. I guess so.
The detectives are now establishing and getting on record Avriana's knowledge that Callie had potentially developed an illness recently, and Avriana did nothing to help her. And
Of
obviously
course
there
she
was
didn't.
no home remedy.
So we already know she killed Callie. So,
But what about the other children?
what about Kelly? Like, she would have had to probably kill Kelly too, right?
I don't know. That's the questions that we're still trying to figure out. Was it just Callie or Kelly too? Like, how many children were in that friggin' barrel?
Yeah, because there was what, 3 in that household?
Yep.
Could be all 3. Like, my suspicion is that she killed Kelly as well and shoved him in the Dahmer barrel.
Yeah, possibly.
That could save Callie. The detectives apply more pressure as they confront Avriana. They've grown tired of going around in circles with her.
They're now sitting in the upright position.
Too, like we've asked and we'll ask,
This is called the serious technique, where you caught them red-handed and they keep going around in circles and you just want them to confess.
You need to find a way to word it out of them.
we're going to ask you, where is your daughter?
I don't know. Honestly.
Well, here's the thing. You told us, earlier, Tyler took her to his people, okay? We know that's not the case. Okay?
How do you know?
We know.
No, I'm saying, like, what are you saying?
What we're saying is that we know that you and Tyler both took her over to California. So that's why I'm asking. You come back here without your daughter? Why don't you come back with your daughter? You come back with, but you don't come back with her. Why?
We see the detectives utilize a step of the Reed technique known as positive confrontation here. When they confront Avriana with the fact that they know Callie didn't come back from California, she averts her eyes.
I love
and
that,
is
bro.
silent.
The
If she
positive
truly had
confrontation
nothing to do
technique.
with Callie's disappearance, she likely would have adamantly denied it instead of sitting in silence. As Avriana appears to be contemplating something, perhaps a confession, she poses the next question.
You guys talk to Tyler?
Yes. And my concern with Tyler would be if he is saying something that is putting it on you. That's my concern. So I want to get.
Is that what he's doing?
I want to get your version and your side independently.
The detectives finally make it known that her act isn't working. And, like Avriana, they're also privy to some horrendous information.
So what do you guys know?
We know about the bags. We know about the barrel.
We know about the storage unit.
We know about the storage unit.
The barrel.
We know about your trip.
Okay.
There's no going back at this point. It's out in the open now.
So how did it happen? What happened?
I don't know what. But I tried.
That day or that night, what did you say happened?
I tried. What did you try? Tried nothing?
The idea of revealing what happened to Callie seems to bring up real emotion. But it may just be that Avriana is only concerned for herself and is aware that she's likely going to jail after this interview. The latter is a more likely explanation given her demeanor up to this point. It's also likely that she's thinking of her 2 biological children, as she knows she's at risk of not being able to see them again. Whatever the
so her kids were completely like safeguarded, but when it came to Callie, she did everything that she could to let her know that
she was unwanted.
She was not wanted there, and in the end, she ended up murdering her because she didn't like them, and she wasn't her own.
That's fucking awful.
That is, oh my god, that's why would you do that
to anyone everywhere? If you have if you're dating someone that has a child, don't treat them differently than you would treat your own children.
Don't be the stepdad, be the dad that stepped up.
And don't be Avriana here. Don't beat your children just because they're not from you.
Yeah.
Explanation may be, we'll finally hear 2 accounts of the recent events surrounding the death of little Callie.
Like, it seemed like when Avriana was like pressed even a little bit, she spilt everything. Like, she confessed to everything, right?
Yep.
Unspeakable details will be brought to light, but the lack of consensus between the stories will leave you reeling, wondering where the horrific truth actually lies. Please be forewarned. The details you're about to hear are quite disturbing.
I guess trigger warning, disturbing content.
Disturbing content. This is your final disturbing
Tyler
content
continues listing off the chores he did upon arriving home, including cleaning up after and walking the dog.
And then she said, there's not money to show you.
Like the thing is that they probably treated the dog better than Callie was treated.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
kind of the crazy thing.
Which is wild to me. Excuse me.
So, I said, what is it? And then she goes in her room and she brings out in her hand, in her arms, some lifeless, limp, lifeless. And she wasn't breathing. So, I started doing CPR.
Try what?
Trying to help.
How did you try to help her?
Fuck, dude.
CPR. Okay. Who was doing CPR?
Me.
You?
We both were.
You both were.
You both were trying? How long did you try?
So long.
Tried doing stomach compression, trying to force air into her lungs, right?
I don't remember how much time went by. But it's just so long. It was unbelievable.
Fuck, dude.
It was complete chaos as
That was fucking some heavy shit, man.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think it's gonna get any better though.
Probably not, no. I imagine things are only gonna get worse.
Tyler
Buckle up.
describes it. Amongst his attempts to administer CPR, the dog's panicked barking, and the other 2 children crying out for their parents behind the closed door of a bedroom.
I keep trying CPR, I told her it's not working. We need to call an ambulance.
I mean, that's like one of the first things you do, though.
Yeah, you don't.
Is someone calls the ambulance whilst the other person does not stop giving CPR.
Do not stop until paramedics get there.
And paramedics get there, they are breathing again, or if you can't do it any longer.
Yeah, But then someone else needs to step in and do it.
Or if someone with higher training than you gets there.
Said, no, you're not gonna call an ambulance, you know. I can't go to prison, you know. If you call an ambulance, I'm gonna kill you, you know. You have to save your daughter.
They can't arrest you for trying to save someone's life.
Nope.
Due to the Good Samaritan clause.
Hooray for the Good Samaritan clause.
You know CPR, you know, you're certified, you have a card, you know. You have to save your daughter.
I was so upset with Tyler because he said he knew CPR. He said he knew CPR. You'd always talk about, oh, yeah, I got my CPR card or whatever.
Did you call anyone? Call 911? Why? Did you call like family or friends? Why not?
Jesus.
So I grabbed my phone. I said, I'm gonna call the ambulance, man. I can't help her, you know. And she snatches the phone from me. She throws it at the pantry or at the wall right next to the pantry, whatever. It hits the floor and
Tyler then claimed that he attempted to leave the apartment to seek help from.
I think it's more or less because she doesn't want to get caught, you know, or she didn't want to be caught, you know, killing Kaylee, right?
Yeah, Kylie.
And she had
Callie.
And she had fears that, you know, if 911 was called, she'd get arrested.
Well, she most definitely would for, you know, mistreatment of a child.
And murder of a child.
Exactly.
From a neighbor, but Avriana blocked the door and prevented him from leaving.
my heart's beating out of my chest, you know, like, and I'm just talking, you know, please breathe, you know. Please just breathe, you know. If she's not breathing, it's not working, she's not responding, she's not talking, you know. Her eyes are open, but she's not blinking, you know. I don't know how much time passed, you know, between that and when I stopped, maybe it was an hour and a half, maybe it was 3 hours, I don't know.
It was too late.
So sad.
3 hours.
Eventually, you know, I put my ear to her heart, you know, I thought her heart stopped beating, you know. She was dead, you know. I don't know. There was just a lot going on, but she was dead, you know, and I'm holding her in my heart, but she's dead, you know.
That's a harsh reality that, you know, some people struggle to accept.
I mean, yeah, but she was fucking 6, though.
Yeah, like, fuck. A 6-year-old just passed away because their fucking parental figure didn't feed them and treated them like actual garbage. Beat them constantly.
And murdered.
What the hell?
And murdered her.
Yeah.
Like, that's fucked up.
Saying that I let her die, you know, I couldn't save her. That was my fault.
Avriana stepped away and checked on the other children at this point.
So I go, and I have a duffel bag, I put in a duffel bag.
Who took care of that?
Me.
So you didn't put her in the bag? Did he tell you what he was going to do?
Avriana had tended to their boys while he'd placed Callie in the bag.
After they were settled, she went to the bathroom to smoke. Maverick's in there, and she called me in there.
So kind of walk us through what was the game plan? Or what did you guys come up with?
It wasn't really a plan.
She's asking me, you know, what are you gonna do, Tyler? What's your plan, you know? This is your fault, you gotta fix this. I told her, I need to tell somebody, you know, I need help, you know. I need help, and she said, no, you're not gonna tell anybody. If you tell somebody, her brothers are gonna get taken away, you know. this is God's plan, you know?
Though Tyler and
Damn,
Avriana
bro.
both alleged that there was really no plan to handle
God's
the situation
plan?
initially,
No,
the efforts to cover up
listen.
Callie's
I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it whenever people say when someone died young, oh, it was part of God's plan.
What
No,
plan?
no, it really wasn't.
What? Okay, despite setting aside our religion here, what fucking religion wants a 6-year-old child to fucking die as part of their higher being plan?
Ugh, like it's so fucking annoying when people
No,
use
there is no religion out there that would want a 6-year-old to die and have it be part of their ultimate plan or whatever the fuck you want to believe.
only fucking
Sorry, no.
only fucking psychos think that.
No child deserves to die at the age of 6.
No, definitely not.
death commenced immediately. They began by removing evidence from their home, including the rug where Callie laid during the alleged CPR and a sweater of Tyler's that he placed over her when it was confirmed that she was dead.
So Ariana says she wants to take the stuff and throw it away somewhere. And she's not going to allow me to stay because she doesn't trust me. You know, she thinks I'm going to call the police on it. So she said, you have to come with me so that I know that you won't turn me in, you know.
To make matters even worse, they had the audacity to leave their infant and toddler sons alone in the apartment. In addition, Tyler has admitted to committing the crime of tampering with evidence by disposing of the items in a dumpster.
Come on, bro.
They left their infant children alone.
Come on,
in an
bro.
apartment. These are prime examples of manipulation and neglectful parenting.
Well,
if you watch this and take away this lesson of what not to do when you have a family.
It's fuck, man.
This shouldn't bring everyone to a boil. Like, my blood is fuming.
The horror continued in the days following Callie's death. Tyler asserts that the day after Callie died, Avriana had devised a plan to cover it all up. And as you're about to hear, it's absolutely diabolical.
She wants to go to California, and she wants to burn the body under a bridge near Woodland. And I told her, no, I'm not doing that, and she said, remember what I told you last night, I'm doing this my way, and if you get my way, I'm going to kill you, I'm not going to prison for this. I'm not losing my sons, I didn't think I was safe, I didn't think my sons were safe,
Tyler is rationalizing his behavior, but his claim about how he didn't feel that he or his sons were safe doesn't fit with going along with Avriana's plan to get rid of the child's remains. If you found that plan disturbing, you'll be appalled at Avriana's ideas that came next.
Like, the thing is like, if I was to be like this psychopathic and everything, and fucking do this shit, like, why the fuck would I take off her fucking belongings and shit and not just like put the entire fucking thing in the barrel, right?
That's a good question.
Like, what does that accomplish?
Wouldn't you want to get rid of all of the evidence if you were going to try and do that?
Put the bag in the Sacramento River, leave it on the train track, that you said no, because even if she gets ran over by a train, they can still identify her, So she said, no, I'm just going to burn her body,
The thought that Avriana allegedly concocted such barbaric ways to dispose of Callie's body is beyond comprehension. She even devised a morbid plan to ensure Tyler wouldn't abandon her or turn her in during the interim between Callie's death and her body being left at the storage unit.
I dropped him at the house. I tried to take the duffel bag back inside, and she said, no, you're not putting that in my house, you're going to keep that with you, so that if you try anything, I'm going to be able to call the police and tell them that you have a body in your trunk. I can't put the trunk in the duffel bag.
is that you keep the body and you go to work.
She tells me
That's her, I'm guessing that's her version of having leverage on you, but not call the police. You know, you got a complete and ample opportunity to do so. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, she stays at home and is keeping her kids hostage. Is that how you're looking at it?
Right.
Callie's body remained in Tyler's vehicle for more than 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Apparently, Avriana had poured carpet deodorizer over the receptacles that held her tiny body.
The fuck?
She tell you why she did that?
Bro, that's fucked for 2 weeks, and then they decided to fucking dispose of the body in a fucking acid vat. Like, oh my god, bro.
I have no idea what's wrong with these people.
They're going to jail.
They are going to jail.
It wouldn't smell.
Okay. Did that work?
The sickening situation was taking its toll on Tyler. At least, that's his claim.
She saw Avriana, you're gonna resign?
Yeah, and she said, no, you're not. You're gonna get a bin so that you can get acid, so that I can put body in acid.
Tyler followed through and got the bin. He explains what came next.
All this animosity, just trying to relax, just trying to buy time.
And what did you come up with?
I'm gonna contact somebody who I know will know that something's wrong with me. Joe Garcia knew, because he knew me. He could see something was wrong. I asked questions that raised red flags so that he would start to say something's going on. That's the only thing I could come up with.
Now, that's a huge risk to take, huge gamble. I mean, again, I'm not the what if police here, but had he not, what's the plan at that point?
I just had a strong belief that he would.
Tyler's story continues along the same illogical path it's been traveling down. The detective asks why Tyler went back to Sacramento on the day after Callie's remains were located in Joe's unit.
Okay, but what's your reasoning for going down there on the day you got in custody? Okay, like,
to get caught. I had a strong feeling that he would look that night or the next day because of the breadcrumbs that I'm leaving. Right, the suspicions I'm raising, his daughter's worried, right? She's there, so she's wondering what the hell's going on. So I knew that he would look. I just knew he would look.
So you were counting on being caught that day?
Yeah.
Tyler portrays himself to be a victim of the situation, but it's clear that he was deeply involved. After all, starvation doesn't occur overnight. In fact,
No,
the
it doesn't.
CPS investigation confirms that there were concerns about Callie having been malnourished years before she died. Evidence is clearly suggesting that this was no accident or illness, but rather a calculated plan. In addition to information detectives obtained from the CPS report and the interrogations, 2 compelling accounts from witnesses emerged. Both revealed the horrifying true story about what actually happened to Callie behind the closed doors of Avriana and Tyler's apartment. It all began when Jayla, an old friend of Avriana's, traveled to Reno for a visit in early December of 2017.
So Avriana would get with Jayla and start to drink, and they call me in the middle of the night, not in the middle of the night, like 11 p.m., 12 maybe, to come pick them up, take them back home. Jayla sleeps in the living room, and then Avriana and me are in the bedroom.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Except Tyler left a few important elements out of his story.
Jayla's telling us, telling investigators that
They got
she
him,
saw her
boys.
in the apartment, but she never saw her. Or was
It was in her room.
Okay.
She has Avriana. Avriana told her she was at daycare.
Tyler is likely rubbing his foot in an attempt to release nervous energy. He's feeling uncomfortable about discussing where Callie supposedly was during this visit.
Where was the dog at?
The dog?
Wait. Bill Cosby is facing new rape charge accusations in a lawsuit alleging 1986 assault charges. Or sexual assault charges.
Really? All right.
I just thought I should bring that up. Because, like, damn, bro.
Bill Cosby.
Oh, what?
I was in the cage in the bathroom.
Okay. Did you ever see the dog?
Because we just got it, and he was not very friendly at that time.
However, it just so happens that Avriana had described the family dog quite differently.
Did you go with the kids?
Oh, yeah. Maverick?
Not a vicious dog?
No, he's not vicious. Not at all. Not at all. Sweetest little boy. So sweet, but he gets on my nerves.
Tyler's claims that they kept their dog caged within the bathroom and that it was never seen or heard by a house guest isn't plausible. The detective digs deeper into the issue of Callie's whereabouts during Jayla's visit.
At the time that you were at the apartment, Tyler, did you ever look at her room?
I was sleeping.
At all hours of the day?
When I was there.
But Jayla stayed the night, right?
Callie's just passed out all the time. Some reason.
Totally not like that's due to malnutrition or anything.
Yeah, you know, she just doesn't have the energy required for her body to function.
Okay.
It was roughly 1 month after Callie's body was found that Jayla spoke with the detective. Her story was chilling. Jayla stayed at the apartment for only one night, but it was more than ample time to observe that things were terribly wrong.
I mean, yeah, when you see like a bunch of fucking like child abuse and like the conditions that the children were living in, and
neglectful parenting,
and the state of just things in general with the fucking parents, like, yeah, of course it was gonna be that way.
Of the apartment's 2 bathrooms, she was only permitted to enter the one located in the master bedroom.
I wonder why.
The other bathroom was strictly off limits, as Tyler and Avriana were housing their vicious dog Maverick within the confines of its walls. At least, that's the excuse Tyler and Avriana had concocted, according to Jayla. It's interesting to note that this completely conflicts with Avriana's previous statement, that Maverick is the sweetest little boy and great with children. Jayla never saw the dog nor heard noises from him while there. She also never saw Callie, but did see Tyler and Avriana's little boys, whom Avriana...
I wonder where Callie was.
Probably stuck in a room, you know, sleeping.
The bathroom.
Somehow.
...doted on. Jayla attested to the fact that Avriana harbored hatred toward Leilani due to the pure and simple fact that she had given birth to Callie. Tyler, having gained custody of Callie, wasn't enough. In her efforts to deprive Leilani of merely watching her little girl grow up from a distance, Avriana forbade any posting of pictures and videos of Callie on social media. This behavior Jayla describes as definitely consistent with the idea that perpetrators of domestic violence often show very jealous and possessive behaviors, evidenced by her feelings toward Leilani. During Jayla's short visit, the two also met up with Tyrese, an acquaintance who had attended high school with both women. The detective caught up with him several months later in January of 2019. And boy, did he have a scandalous story to tell. He told officers that he and Avriana allegedly engaged in an affair from December of 2017 through February of 2018. Tyrese estimated that they had secretly met more than 20 times at Avriana and Tyler's apartment.
Fuck?
Part of his story mirrored Jayla's. He, too, was forbidden from entering the main bathroom. Avriana's excuse at this time was that it was dirty and messy. Unlike many of her other statements, this particular one held some truth, based on the condition of the apartment when the detectives arrived to speak with Avriana. Tyrese stated that he witnessed the 2 little boys in the apartment during his visits. However, he never saw so much as a trace of Callie. According to Avriana, she was at Grandma's house. Of course, we know this to be a lie. Evidently, Tyrese had been following the media's reporting on the case. At one point during his interview, Tyrese broke down, stating, "She did that. That is so wrong. Did that for so long. She would
Yeah,
not
that's
let me
kind
in
of
that
fucked up.
room."
Yep.
With these two witness accounts in mind, there is a strong possibility
That
that
is very
Adriana
fucked
and
up.
Tyler kept Callie imprisoned within the main bathroom. Maybe they sedated her with medication so she wouldn't cry and couldn't be heard by Jayla or Tyrese. It's also a possibility that Callie was so sick due to being chronically malnourished that she wasn't physically able to yell or cry, and Avriana and Tyler didn't want anyone to bear witness to her alarming physical condition. In addition to neglect, Callie's subjection to cruel, relentless abuse was, sadly, the only life she ever knew.
That's
Shortly after
sad.
Callie's death, Tyler
That's
reveals
really
that he
sad.
and Avriana used cocaine, during which he alleged Avriana revealed her deepest, darkest secrets.
Breaking up the monotony a little bit. I came across a video. I don't know if you're gonna watch it or not. It's a cut video.
A cut video?
Yeah, it's a pregnant woman play Truth or Drink.
Interesting. Even though you shouldn't drink while pregnant.
Yep.
Please don't drink while pregnant. That is very bad for the child.
And the
Listen, if you want to start with
Callie's
neglectful
death.
parenting, it starts before they're even fucking born.
Because I would call when I would be at work when we're staying out here. I'm working 2 jobs, I call to talk to my kids, because I miss them. I hardly spend time with them. And she said that she would leave in her room, and when I called, she would go in there and she'd get Callie the phone, and I'd be on speakerphone, and she'd be telling what to say to me, that she's playing with her brother, and that she's eating, that she's watching TV, and Adriana said she would have a lie, and she would leave her in there.
Leave her in where, I'm sorry?
In her room. And then, she said she would cry out for you, and Adriana would go in there and tell her, your daddy doesn't love you, nobody loves you. The person that gave birth to you doesn't even love you, Your daddy doesn't love you, if he did, he'd be here with you. So shut the f up, she would close the door on him.
This gut-wrenching account of emotional and verbal abuse would be extremely damaging to a child.
Yeah, no doubt.
Felt very isolated, as if she was an outsider.
And she said that, when I would find bruises on her in Woodland, and Adriana would say she bumped her head, or she fell, or she was playing with her brother. Adriana said that she would be physically abusing her, and she would make her lie to me. That she would put frozen vegetables. She would put frozen vegetables on her to try to make the bruises go away before I get home, but she would cover them up.
It's possible that Tyler knew about the abuse the whole time, but is claiming that he only found out the true extent of it after his daughter had died, as he may think that makes him less responsible for what happened. Yet the detective shows Tyler a sequence of photos that will make it even more difficult for Tyler to plead ignorance to the horrors that were occurring inside the home.
Like it's an automatic L for them at this point.
Yeah. Like how do you go so long, feigning, innocence to this?
Yeah, so fucked up, man.
It burns a hole into my heart knowing that, bullshit people like this will not only, have children, but kill another child just because it's not part of their family. Like torturing that child to the point of death just because of what, they weren't part of the family tree or some bullshit like that.
Like,
the fuck is wrong with people?
Like, honestly, I think her fucking mother or Callie's mother should have gained custody of her.
I'm surprised that they didn't.
Well, remember, first of all, this is in America, and second of all, the American system, when it comes to that, tends to favor married individuals. Parents.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, we do similar things like that here as well.
The weeks leading after, the weeks after death.
You're saying, was it like this?
Yeah, was it like this? No. Was it like this when you left that morning?
Well, they got him.
Yeah, they did.
Someone had those piece of furniture blocking the bathroom.
I was in her room. I was in her room. And she was cleaning everything up.
So, there's all kinds of empty cleaning product bottles in the bathroom across from the room. Was this used to kind of...
That's to clean up my dog's messes.
All that bleach and cleaning material, that's for the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why there's all this food and...
For the dog.
The donuts were for the dog?
Yeah.
The dog,
pizza
and burgers.
I ran out of dog food.
They ran out of dog food. Okay.
He's just trying to cover himself.
In his bathroom, and that
Yeah, of course he is.
No.
in that fashion?
Not that I know of, no.
Not that you know of.
No.
There are photos of Callie's clothing and few belongings that have been left in the bathtub.
Can you tell me about this? I don't really understand.
She put it in there to leave for storage. I don't know.
I mean, were you going in the... You said you take care of the dog every day, right?
Right.
You go in the bathroom where the dog crate is, and the dog is in the crate every day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And when you go in the bathroom, are you seeing belongings in there?
Yeah, if the bathroom is where the dog is, why is the child's belongings in there?
Clearly,
It's hard to
it's
hard to say.
Food in the bathroom were for Callie and not the dog, who seems to be the scapegoat for some of the compelling evidence. Even the existence of a dog still isn't entirely clear. The
That's
detective
because there was
asked
never
Tyler
any
the
dog
direct
there to
question.
begin with.
Yeah, like I'm not even fully convinced that they have a dog there.
Well, if they had a dog there, it would start smelling like dog.
And he's been building up to.
Even deep down, she hated her.
Tired there,
and
bud?
that she had some sort of animosity with her, even after all these years.
She always said I was supposed to have your first child, and I can never see myself being with a man who has a baby, and I'm not a stepmother, and things like that.
She would make those statements to you that she's not a stepmother.
This fucking audio though.
Jeez, how is it so bad?
Sounds like fucking right-wing audio.
You are they booting
And
up
with
the
that,
Xbox
the
360.
motive behind this whole catastrophe is finally confirmed. And it's consistent with information Jayla also provided. Avriana harbored a pure hatred for little Callie.
I mean,
It had
that's not
manifested from the
surprising.
unwarranted contempt she'd always harbored toward Leone, and it was revealed in the abuse she inflicted on her daughter. As the interview is nearing a close, the detective confronts Tyler on what was arguably the most disturbing aspect of Callie's condition when her body was discovered. As you can recall, the responding officers at the scene of the storage facility referred to Callie as an infant at times.
Yo, buddy.
I mean, it's probably because they didn't know that she was incredibly malnourished.
Exactly.
And thought
like she was so thin.
And thought that, you know, it was an infant.
Yeah.
Very young, like months. We're talking
Months, they thought. Damn, okay.
6 months-ish or less.
Oh, so definitely born in your life for a while.
Oh yeah, wearing like looks like jammies or something like that.
She didn't look sickly to me. She wasn't a skeleton.
Horrifyingly so, Callie was a mere 16 pounds.
The fuck?
according to the
16
medical exam.
pounds for a 6-year-old.
The fuck?
That is not a healthy weight.
No, that is not a healthy
That is
weight in the
definitely
slightest.
not a healthy weight.
Like, they should be closer to, like, I don't know, what's a healthy weight, like 50?
Yeah, I was gonna say 50 pounds.
Like 60, that is fucking crazy, man.
Because my nephew's around 6 years old. And, you know, he's he's getting pretty heavy when he wants me to, like, lift him up for something. But, you know.
Oh, my back.
Oh, my back. I'm getting too old for you, bud.
Old fucking man.
Gonna break me in half, bro. Nah.
Clearly,
still,
she
that's
was the
fucking
size of an
insane.
infant at just a few months shy of her 6th birthday.
Aw.
She died an excruciating death of starvation that was a long, drawn-out process. It's likely the misery spanned 3 agonizing years.
Fuck, dude.
3
With this
years
revelation,
starving.
Averyana's interview isn't
So almost their entire fucking marriage then. Come on, bro.
A little less than half of Callie's life was spent starving in a cage.
Jesus Christ.
That is fucked up.
That's fucking heartbreaking.
Jesus Christ.
ending in the way she'd hoped, as you'll see.
Here's the deal. It's still an ongoing investigation. Alright? We as detectives have to do our due diligence for the sake of this entire case. And for the sake of... Okay? There's still some things that we need to wait on for the autopsy and things of that nature. But at this moment in time, right now, we're going to go ahead and book you at our county jail. Okay? For child neglect. For child neglect. Okay? That's going to be your charge. Alright?
Just for child neglect?
Yeah, totally not like the fucking murder of Callie or anything. Like, goddamn.
Totally. Yeah, you know, it's not like there's a little child's murder on her hands.
Just want to die. Because now I'm away from my kids. What did Tyler say?
I don't know all that he said, okay?
I like how she's blaming it on Tyler.
She's still.
I mean, yeah, he had a hand in it, obviously, but still.
She's still trying to fucking scapegoat Tyler.
Yep.
Like, I do think that they both are responsible, but I do think that Callie had, or not Callie, Averyana had more of a influence on Callie's death than Tyler did. But Tyler was still a piece of shit. Like, he should have known for a fact that something was off with
He
his
should have
daughter.
gotten the fuck out of there. Like, he should have seen the red flags and be like, no, I'm leaving. But he did nothing.
Averyana is just now realizing that she will face punishment for what she has done.
Rightfully so.
What did I do to deserve this?
What do you mean, what did you do? You know exactly what you did.
Asked me to.
I mean, she's going.
She's asking God for help.
She's going
I
through
don't think God will help you.
She's going through the stages of grief.
Yeah, she's in denial. Oh, I don't deserve this.
No, she's
what
bargaining.
Did I do?
She's bargaining. She's trying to speed run it.
Only Majora's Mask could do that.
I've done everything that you asked me to, God. Why do I deserve this?
Not once in all the hours of interrogation did Averyana show this kind of remorse for Callie. This emotion is only for herself. In the end, there was a small semblance of justice for the little girl whose life had only consisted of suffering. Tyler eventually gave up on his claims of ignorance and reverted back to his original story. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 10 years. Averyana Enoch, formerly Anderson prior to the couple's divorce in August of 2019, had a different outcome. She stood trial in late July of 2021 after a judge rejected her proposed plea agreement. On August 5th, she was convicted of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years.
Fuck, dude. Like, my main question is, what the hell happened to her, or to their children?
Yeah, what happened to their kids?
Like, what happened to the children that they had? Were they given to custody to family members? Like,
I hope they were treated, better.
Well, we already know that they were treated better because Callie was not
Already hated by
not
Adriana.
because she wasn't biologically related to her.
Yeah. And once again, that is no reason to, treat other children that way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What else should
I don't know.
What else should we watch?
Do you want something a little more lighthearted?
Maybe. Let's see what else I got here. Oh, could watch that.
Sure.
Let's see what else is here though. I'm not fully sure what I got. We could watch this. The Dark Side of Christian Marriage.
Yes. That sounds interesting. Because there's always a dark side to Christian marriages.
I mean, I guess we can watch it then.
Hey everybody.
So yeah, I guess let's watch The Dark Side of Christian Marriage by Believe It or Not.
Before we get started, I just wanted to let you know that this video does talk about domestic violence.
Get yourself some snacks or something.
That may be tough for you to watch.
So I guess that's a trigger warning for domestic violence.
Yeah.
And probably domestic abuse as well.
Mature topics being discussed here. So
Yeah.
another warning if you weren't already warned.
And
we did.
And also probably a trigger warning for rape as well.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of rape in marriage. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get myself a drink.
Good. I said to go and get some snacks and stuff.
Well, I'm going to, so I guess I'll just let it play for now.
It's okay if you want to skip this one. I've always been a fan of stand-up comedy. I even did it myself for a bit, to mixed reactions. And the thing I like about watching stand-up is that not only do you laugh, but you also learn something. Like, I learned that airplane food is bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
any kind of chicken, steak, anything at all has grill marks on each side of it. Like we actually believe there's an open flame grill in the front of the plane. 2 more, Charlie. All righty.
Sorry, Ellen, you're never going to be funny.
Good.
Are you comedian? Or are you airplane food? Because you are bad.
Is this
I am
AI?
roasting you good. An airplane will eat you now.
Oh, okay.
That black people and white people are different.
See, the difference between firing black people and white people is this. When you fire white people, they don't ever see it coming. What are you talking about? What are you, nuts? For crying out loud. For the love of God. For Pete's sake.
Thanks, Steve. Who's
Check
Pete?
this out. Black guys drive a car like this. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, but white guys, see, they drive a car like this.
Alright, it's time to get this party going. Hello?
Hey, yeah, no, we were just watching comedians.
I thought this was about, like,
It is, but he was just
domestic
talking
abuse.
about learning something about being a comedian.
Okay, that seems a little bit
Yeah.
off topic.
It is very off topic. I don't know how being a comedian airplane food relates to the dark side of Christian marriage, but we're gonna find out soon.
I don't know. Maybe the dog shit jokes that Christians think are funny. All right.
What, like Christ alive?
It's true. It's true. We're so lame. And that marriage sucks.
We're so lame.
I got a woman who loves me for my money and my fame and not for what I am.
Wait, isn't that all women?
Wow.
Being on a game show when you're married.
It's a
you're always
joke.
in the lightning
I don't actually think that.
It's not an easy game show. I feel like I should have a podium in my house that I could stand behind, has my name in a little oval, at the front, a little hand button clicker. I'll take movies I think we saw together for 200.
Is it just that you prefer dating 17-year-olds, or but the worst comedy
True.
about marriage?
It actually says you're supposed to fucking marry young, like marry young women and shit. And like,
that? Yeah, that's already gonna raise a few red flags for me.
As well as there is like a form of slavery as well in the Bible. Like it's okay to like if you get like someone pregnant, you're supposed to like marry them and everything, and then they're supposed to be subordinate to the husband or some shit like that.
You gotta love Christian family values.
Oh yeah, it's so fucking great.
Marriage that I've ever seen, and comedy is in the largest quotation marks you can find, was this video they put on at a church I was going to for a while.
Alrighty then. Hello and welcome.
I already am getting bad vibes from him.
He already failed the vibe check.
Like he's already giving me bad vibes.
Yeah, I don't like his glasses. I immediately don't like his, like, what is that, 6 head? His receding hairline. You can land an aircraft carrier on that thing.
Yeah. Forgot how good this raspberry iced tea was.
Lightweight.
Well, yeah.
Laugh your way to a better marriage. I'm so glad you're here.
I said, are you ready to laugh?
Quiet, you awful man.
They would play this video during the announcements to promote a marriage retreat they were putting on. I'll show you part of it, but
What?
the clip they showed us was
A
at least
marriage
10
retreat?
A marriage retreat? Like what? That's the first time I'm hearing about this. Is this
laugh your way to a better marriage? Yeah, sure.
Is this a real thing that Christians do?
I hope not.
Because if so, that's like the most fucking cringiest thing I've ever heard.
What are you retreating from?
Not being married.
Oh yeah, okay, my bad.
Or if you are married,
Retreating away from the non-married people.
retreating away from what you'd see as or what the man sees as a bad marriage. You know, essentially their fucking wives not being barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen making them a sandwich.
Why are they barefoot?
It's so damn.
Okay, I'm not gonna get into that.
I'm making fun of trad wives.
Okay.
Because trad wives believe that, you know, you're supposed to be that a woman's ultimate purpose is to bear as many kids as possible, and keep up with house duties. They're very against like stay-at-home dads and like women working, just in general.
Oh, I see.
Minutes long, and they played it every week for a month. While looking at the
Every week
audience,
for a
what this
month?
looked like, isn't this the funniest thing you've ever seen?
Fuck.
Discussing men's brains, women's brains, and how they're very different from each other. Now,
What?
I'm going to start with men's brains. All right. Now, men's brains.
That is sexist of you. Of course you're going to be starting with the man's brain.
I thought we always treat the women first because they're special.
I mean, men like to think that they're special.
Are very
Of
unique.
course they
Men's
do.
brains are made up of little boxes.
What?
And we have a box for everything. We've got a box
Do
for
we?
the car. We got a box for the money. We got a box for the job. We got a box for you. We got a box for the kids. We got a box for your mother somewhere in the basement. We got
No
What?
space for mother-in-law.
Wait, what? Was that supposed to be an attempt at humor?
I don't know.
Because that is dry. That is drier than Ben Shapiro's wife.
Yeah. And that's saying something.
Like, god damn, they have no fucking sense of humor.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, mother-in-law jokes, am I right?
Mother-in-law equals bad. Ha ha.
Like, what? Are we fucking 15?
Yeah, apparently.
Jesus
Oh, let's just
Christ.
go make fun of someone because it's totally cool. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Grow up.
So fucking lame.
Women's brains are very, very different from men's brains. Women's brains are made up of a big ball of wire.
What?
And everything is connected to everything.
So hold on. Then what is his thoughts on like gay men or lesbian women or trans people? Like what?
That is an entire topic. I don't think that guy's ready to have that conversation yet. Like, that is a whole wide selection of concepts, topics, and discussions that I don't think this Mark Gungor is ready to have yet.
Apparently not. Like,
listen, he's barely ready to have the birds and the bees talk, let alone a marriage talk.
If he gave me the birds and the bees talk, I would be incredibly worried.
I would want to hear him tell me about the birds and the bees just to laugh in his face.
Because not gonna lie, this guy is giving me the most virgin energy imaginable.
Yeah, like the whole black suit thing, the like hands in the front, the tilted head. No,
Well, not only that, he's a Christian comedian. Like, I've never heard something more virgin like in my entire life.
Christian comedian equals cringe. I would say send help, but there's no helping him.
All I have to ask is no bitches.
You don't even have to ask that, you just know.
It's just something you think to yourself, and you're like, yeah, I'm probably right on that.
This is something that you'll automatically assume you're correct with.
You see, a lot of pastors and Christian YouTubers have a lot to say about marriage, and
Okay, this is like I know that Brooklyn Nine-Nine was like 100% like propaganda, but I still really enjoyed that show.
Well, yeah, it's still a decently made show at the end of it.
I actually found it. I actually found it kind of funny.
Well, yeah, it's because you're simple.
I am a simple man. Simple needs.
Yeah, you can't all be as complex as the floof.
Yeah, you tell.
It's a hard life being complex.
Well, it's because look at your head. It's a bunch of wires, everything connected to each other.
Oh, wait, so I'm a woman now, am I?
Yes.
Well, then I'll be a proud woman.
Marriage is what brings us together today.
All right, let's see what he has.
A Christian marriage.
So yeah, obviously domestic abuse. I imagine if he doesn't go into it, spousal rape, because that's a thing.
Yep.
Like,
just because you're married to them doesn't mean they always want it.
True. Like, you're not entitled to shit even if you're married.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for liking and subscribing and commenting about the links to the social media down below, as well as our Patreon, and as well as merch. So thank you so much. You are all... And I've seen some beautiful relationships where they decide not to.
Fucking hashtag
I've seen
ad.
people really happy in their monogamous relationships, and I've seen people really happy in their non-monogamous relationships. I personally can't see myself ever getting married, but that wasn't always the case. It used to just be assumed that someday I would meet someone and get married and start having kids right away.
I mean, similar, like, my perspective is the same as this guy, right? Like, I don't think I'm personally going to get married, but, like, if I met someone that I enjoy the company of and want to spend, like, the rest of the my time with, like, and if they wanted to get married, I'd bite the bullet and do it.
Well, marriage isn't inherently a bad thing. I think if you love someone enough and they reciprocate the same amount of love, if not more, then yeah, by all means get married.
Well, it also
Like-
comes down to beliefs as well.
Yeah.
Like if that's something that they believe in, for sure. But honestly, like marriage is like the heteronormative position to take.
Yep.
Because like you're expected to.
And listen, if you're not married or if you live with a partner or multiple partners and you're not quote unquote married, it's all fine. It's all good. As long as you're respecting each other.
I mean, I think a vast majority of like younger people are like seeing that like there's no real reason to get married unless you come from like a traditional background.
Yeah.
Because like the thing is that like, to be perfectly honest with you, my beliefs on marriage are it's just a giant fucking waste of money.
It is.
Like that's all it is at this point. Like, and the funny thing is that like when it comes to like rings, for example, the a lot of the companies that deal with the rings and everything have pushed propaganda saying that you should be spending half of your yearly earnings on a ring. That's not fucking true.
And how in the right mind of fuck are you gonna spend half your yearly earnings on a ring for your significant other? Like,
save up your money and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, forehead.
right, my fault. Even though I have no money to manage.
Well, the thing is that like that's purely propaganda pushed by corporations in order to make as much money as possible. Like it doesn't have to be that.
Exactly. Listen, if I'm getting married to someone and they're gonna give me like this $5,000 diamond ring or whatever, I'm gonna be like, listen, take it back, get your money back, give me something that I know I'll use. If you give me a custom controller for my wedding, you know what? I'm gonna take that as a sign of true affection instead of some stupid shiny fucking rock on a ring.
And I'm gonna fucking bone you hard later tonight.
Hey, that's only with consent, though. You can't just do whatever you want. We talked about this.
Haven't you heard of the honeymoon?
That's not the time to just purely fuck. I mean, it's the most optimal time to, yeah, but listen, there's still respect and boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up evangelical, that's just how it worked and what was expected. You see, the first thing you must know about Christian marriage is that it was invented by God at the beginning of time.
But here's the thing with marriage. It wasn't an idea created by man. It's not something that we thought of.
I mean, it 100% was created by man, right?
Of course it was created by man. God was created by man just to have something to believe in.
Yeah.
I mean, by that extent, all religion was created by man.
I also believe that like religion is starting to die off as well. Like I think that religion in general has overstayed its welcome.
Yep.
But that's just my.
The only people I see still believing in religion are the older folk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God's word and whatever.
Like,
okay, who cares?
Or younger people who were coerced into belief.
Yep.
And instituted. Marriage is a biblical principle that was right at the beginning of creation.
You see like a really kind of stunning thing occur in the creation narrative, where everything to this point has been either good or very good, and then God sees the man and says, it's not good for man to be alone. And he doesn't do this because he checked in with Adam.
My man is advocating for state-mandated women.
State-mandated women. Apparently that's what God wants.
I mean,
men shouldn't be alone. God-mandated women. The holy power above all else is demanding that men should not be alone. Thus, give women.
Incels be eating.
Gross.
I finally get to have my woman. That will have.
It was blessed upon me by the higher power above.
She has to do what I say. Oh man. Someone's just promoting their stuff.
Right? He didn't come have this conversation with Adam. Like, hey, what do you think? How's that golden retriever?
I was looking at something else. I was looking at Discord.
You know, man's best friend. You doing well? You lonely? Do you feel like you need something
What?
that's compatible with you? Are you cool? God, knowing the plans that he had, knowing what he was up to in regards both the human flourishing and the glory of his name, sees this isn't good, because up until this point in the creation narrative, everything has something compatible that actually completes it. And
So why did God create all the animals with sexual partners and then had to figure it out with humans after the fact? God's like,
That's a good-
"All right,
that's
I
a good
just created
question."
One dude, better cut out his.
And not to mention, like, there's a bunch of like gay shit within nature. Like lions, for example, like when they're at Pride, 8% of that is spent having, like, 8% of the time in the Pride is spent by having gay sex.
Why and how do you know this?
Don't ask questions you don't want. The
I'm
answers.
asking questions I want the answers to. Why and how do you know this?
It's more or less to confront homophobic arguments by conservatives.
So you're doing it to prove people wrong with science.
No, by nature.
You got my vote.
Because the thing is that, like, when there's sex in the Pride, 8% of the time it's gay sex.
Why does our leader of the Pride want to show the other males that he's the alpha?
Fucking Andrew Tate of the Pride.
Maybe that's why we shouldn't be looking at lions.
Like, have you seen the fucking video of Andrew Tate giving off like strong gay energy?
No.
Bro, it is so fucking funny. I'll have to show you at some point.
No, you already told me why lions have gay sex, so I think I'm good.
Well, the thing is, though, is that it gave off such big gay porn vibes.
I'm pretty sure it did.
Yeah, but yeah, no, like the only reason why I know that is to counter homophobic shit by conservatives.
And also male clownfish convert to female when the mother dies.
Yeah, so Nemo and his Marlin could have reproduced.
Yep, they could have helped to save their species.
Yeah, like the thing is when these idiots say that, oh, it's the fucking normal thing to do in nature. I'm like, no, nature is incredibly fucking gay and it's incredibly fucking trans.
Yep.
And it's also incredibly fucking horny.
Nature is incredibly fucking horny.
Like, nature be coming all the time.
Nature do be coomin'.
Nature's a coomer.
Yo, they don't call her Mother Earth for no reason.
True.
Rib. Go way back to the very first marriage in the Bible. Yes, Adam and Eve. And a man shall leave.
Wait, I thought they weren't married.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of thinking they're making up the whole they got married shit for the whole sake of their argument.
Man shall leave his father and mother and be joined, and yeah, but that's not referring to Adam and Eve, though. Because the
two shall become one flesh.
That usually means intercourse.
Right, but still, like,
Leave
a
his
man shall
father and
leave his
mother
father.
and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh.
But like, Adam
That
and Eve
makes no
didn't
sense.
have a father or mother.
See?
So a marriage is a joining,
Exactly.
a man and a woman becoming one, coming together under God to become one body.
This guy is giving me a lot of bad vibes.
He's giving me big.
I wanna.
He's giving
I'm
me
gonna be
big Coomer energy.
I want to be as far away from that guy as possible. He did not look okay.
He be coming under God.
I don't know. Nobody wants that.
Why is it so much fun to shit on conservative or Christians, man?
Because they don't know any better.
It's so much fun.
It is.
In that passage, it doesn't say that a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to a woman, and then they created marriage down the line. It says the man will leave his parents and then be united to his wife. So you see right there that God is actually the
Which can be a child wife, by the way. The Bible doesn't stray away for that.
Yeah, great.
Which is a thing.
Do not marry underage children.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just a fucking libertarian.
author of marriage. It also says that marriage is good. Everything God created is good.
So then, like, even the snake that tempted them is good, or the
Yes,
devil?
the
'Cause
snake
God
that
made
tempted them is
right?
good.
And you also hear that marriage is a sacred and a beautiful institution modeled after the Trinity itself.
So Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image." And he made a Christ-like man, a Holy Spirit-like woman, and he was in the middle of it. And when God sees a Christian marriage, this is what he sees.
But that does not mean that marriage is about happiness.
The truth is, now that I've been married for the past 6 years, husbands, boyfriends, they do not bring you that ultimate happiness, that ultimate satisfaction.
I mean, to be fair, you did marry a conservative Christian man.
And to be fair, you got married.
Like,
so there's no way you're going to be happy.
Like, generally speaking, those kind of men don't tend to want to satisfy their partners in like any form of way. Just saying.
Yeah, and listen.
Like,
the biggest thing to do to make yourself happy is to not get married.
Like half the time, I imagine those motherfuckers don't even know how to eat pussy.
Why just half the time? You should be thinking more like 90% of the time.
Well, there are Christian men out there that do know how to eat pussy.
Yeah, but that'll be the 10%.
I mean, they're not a monolith.
Well, of course they're not a monolith.
It's like saying, "Oh, fucking Christians are conservative." No, there are
I
very.
was trying to be funny. You ruined the joke. Moving on.
They're very There are very progressive conservatives out there.
I don't care how progressive they are. I don't care what they are. They exist. That's what
That
matters.
you long for. So
I
if you're
guess.
getting married thinking that your husband is going to be the source of your happiness, you're buying into a lie that's only going to lead you
True.
down the road of despair,
Exactly.
discouragement, and
That goes
unfulfilled
for
longings.
whatever
I think
side of the
that's
fence
true,
you're on.
Because nothing will ever bring you ultimate happiness. There will always be rough times and there will always be bad days.
Yep.
I really think that you should work on yourself and work on your own happiness. And
You are the
expecting
key
from
to your
someone
own
else is not a
happiness.
great plan. Even if that person was, say, a god.
Because God is truly the only one that can fulfill us and bring us that inner joy that we desire.
What is the siren song of the world? It'll make you happy, and if it doesn't make you happy,
What?
no fault divorce. Get out of there.
What?
$69. We got a coupon, so invite the neighbor. It's a 2 for 1. The world says that's.
Hey, women, have you heard of couponing? That's like what?
What?
Come on, bro.
Okay. So are we buying women with coupons now?
No, couponing is stereotypically a woman thing.
Oh, okay. So being intelligent about financial moves and saving money is womanly? Cool. Women are smart. I want to save money.
Hell yeah, brother. Especially in these trying times.
Well, I mean, hey, we just discovered that I'm now a proud woman, so cool, I'm better with money. I'm gonna go couponing tomorrow.
Well, yeah, it's because your brain is wired to everything.
Of course.
All marriage is about. God says, no, primarily, it is about holiness.
Because the
Wretched.
goal of marriage isn't necessarily happiness. It's actually
God damn.
holiness.
I finished that fucking drink incredibly quick. I'm done already. So damn
It's a
good.
little slow for my books.
Well, I'm sorry. I was also fucking goofing around and reacting and shit, so there's that.
Weak. Get good, scrub.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah. Okay, marriage isn't just about happiness, but it's holiness.
And horniness.
Too much.
But
Too much
holiness
horniness.
is about being Christ-like or being without sin. So are they admitting that living a sinless life destroys your happiness because of how
boring it is. Now, although
True.
happiness is part of
Yes.
Because for the most part, the 7 deadly sins do bring some form of enjoyment, right?
Take lust, for example. If you find your partner, very attractive, you're gonna have some lust for them, and you're gonna want them a little more.
I can't do it. I can't beat myself off to my wife. That it goes against God. I'm supposed to be a robot during sex.
I can't experience this pleasure, this feeling of enjoyment and happiness. I can't lust for my significant other's body,
Like-
or just for their eyes because they're beautiful and I love staring at them.
Well, like the only sin that doesn't actually bring like any form of pleasure is envy. So, like,
I mean, unless you find pleasure in being envious of someone that has something better than you.
no, and envy is the only sin that doesn't bring any form of pleasure. Every other form of pleasure, every other sin does bring some form of pleasure.
Even sloth.
Well, yeah, being quote unquote lazy, like sleeping in.
Oh shit! Well, then I'm lazy. I sleep in all the time.
You know, sloth has some form of pleasure. Gluttony does. Lust does. I think like lust and greed are the two big ones that people tend to point to.
Well, yeah, this is because those are two most common. Like, you can be lustful for a lot of things, and you can be greedy for a lot of things.
Yeah.
You can want more money than someone else has. You can want more love than someone else has. You can have more kids than someone else have. You can be greedy for whatever the fuck you want. You want more food than the person sitting next to you.
Well, I do think that that does overlap with some other sins as well.
Other sins, yeah, gluttony, greed, all that shit. Greed is just wanting to have a lot of everything, so that's why I was listing off all that shit.
I mean, I'm greedy for fucking world peace, but you don't see that coming true.
I know, and I want world peace too, but I'm not punching people in the schnoz for it. Who knows? Maybe that'll be the solution.
Unless it's a fucking Nazi.
Can I just start punching people in the schnoz for the name of peace?
Only if it's a Nazi.
But if I remove my glasses, then I cannot see anyone.
Oh my god, shut up.
I
It's not the
know,
sole
I
reason
know.
why you get or why you stay married. In a lot of ways, it's actually about sacrificing your personal happiness for the sake of your marriage and your
What?
family.
We've been married 46 years.
Wait, what? That's kind of psychotic, though. Like, sacrificing your own personal happiness for a fucking miserable marriage. Like, no, that's fucking crazy. Like, am I crazy for thinking that's crazy?
No, you're definitely not crazy for thinking that.
Like, I mean, yeah, sure. Like you deserve fucking personal happiness. Like,
If you have to sacrifice your own personal happiness just for a quote-unquote marriage to work, then that marriage shouldn't be there to begin with. I'm gonna be honest.
which one thing I do find kind of funny though is that like arranged marriages tend to be more healthy and happy overall than the traditional marriage that people tend to think of.
Well, that's because arranged marriages actually have benefits for both parties.
Well, I'm talking about like excluding the benefits.
Well, then I'm lost. So
We've seen the lows and we've seen the highs. What day was the high?
Source of joy.
Marriage
is
joke.
God.
Ha 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 ha.
promise you, the moment that we need our spouses to provide that, just get ready. You're gonna take a tumble.
This guy gives me big CEO vibes.
he gives me pull yourself up by your bootstraps vibes.
That's what I'm saying.
But I mean, like, oh no, only your significant other can supply yourself with these things that you yourself can supply.
Yeah.
And don't get us wrong, there are many parts of marriage that are great. But when we realize that every
Like
relationship
what?
in our life is meant to point us to Jesus and to conform us into his image, we begin to understand relationships much better.
See, Hollywood has tapped into this longing that each one of us has. Every one of us was
What?
created with this longing to love and to be loved. And God actually put it there, that we would find his love and that we would love him in return. And then out of the overflow of that, love others.
But that's the thing, as much as there is pressure to get married quickly, and start pumping out kids, it's not about the relationship between them.
Like outside of the like the conservative Christian crowd, another place that buys into that, like getting married early and having kids early, is Asia.
Yep.
Like when my ex and I were going out, like she brought up like marriage and kids incredibly early. I'm like, no, thank you.
Yeah, like I'm not sure how it is for other people in chat, but most people I've talked to, they don't want to get married and have kids. Like marriage is an option that they've considered, but childhood, like bearing children, is not something that they have as top priority, mostly because they want to live their lives and they feel as though parenting might not be for them. And it might not even be, a viable option for them because guess what? Being a parent's expensive.
Well, I was just about to say there is also that financial aspect that comes into place, considering that most of like our generation can't even afford themselves, so they can't
Let alone additional mouths to feed and bodies to clothe.
So that, and also like hormones have dropped due to fucking microplastics, but that's a whole different can of worms.
Man and the woman, but about the relationship between the couple and God.
We adjust. It's not you adjust to me. It's we adjust to God together. And when all said and done, it doesn't just lean on duty and promise, but when God is supreme and not the individual or even the family itself, that truly frees you up to live a life where both promise and passion exist, and where both feelings and fulfillment come into line with one another.
I think I met the one. One time, I'd love to hear somebody say, I think I met the two. And the reason is because Christ is our one, and our spouse should be our two.
He's putting another man before his wife. Seems kind of gay to me, if you ask.
It seems very fucking gay.
Not gonna lie, it seems pretty gay.
If their higher being is the first.
What are we to do? We are to love the Lord our God with all of our heart, mind, soul, and strength, and we're to love our neighbor as ourselves. That when we have Christ as the head.
The funny thing is like half of the people that either say that shit or believe in it just flat out don't even do that.
If they're saying, oh yeah, if follow God, if you love Him, that love will overflow upon everyone else, and you will love everyone.
Well,
then where is all of that love?
Well,
where is all of that peace? You know, where's that kindness, that love sharing from God to one another? Where's that?
Well,
oh yeah, it's fucking nowhere.
Well, also it's just like, let's say an extremist out in, like, let's say you're in the Middle East, an extremist was wanting to kill you and everything. Could you, like, the belief is that, you're supposed to still love and love them and everything like that and be willing to die for them. But like when people are put into that position, their beliefs kind of crumble when it's a position like that. Like, would you still fucking love this Islamic fundamentalist that's going to be killing you? Even, like, because it says in your book that you're supposed to, like, love everyone, right? Unconditionally, and be prepared to die for them.
Always be prepared to die.
For them.
Well, I mean, I would just say be prepared, because it might happen when you least expect it.
I mean, death doesn't scare me.
That's what I'm saying to people, to be prepared.
Like,
it's not that you should fear it. I'm just saying that you should be prepared for it.
Like, I have had that existential crisis before, but, like, everyone has that, though.
I've never had that crisis because, well, I think about my world,
give it
my life.
Just give it time. Everyone has one.
Cool, I'll be depressed in 3 weeks.
Come on, bro.
Nah, I'm kidding.
He is the Lord when He is first. When we are growing toward Him, He is the one, our spouse is our two. That's why today we will always pursue our two.
This was always described to me as a triangle. You have your husband and wife at the bottom, they are in a relationship together, but are both also in a relationship with God. We were told that this was the only way to have a
Very,
successful
very polygamous, I see.
Very polygamous.
Damn, bro. God must be clapping a lot of pussy and bussy. Claps a lot of cheeks.
Claps all the cheeks. Literally all the ones that he's... Wait, isn't that incest if God created man and man is marrying back into God?
I don't know. Maybe it's Alabama. It wasn't that funny.
No, I just wasn't expecting a good joke from you.
Uh-huh, sure.
marriage. And you better believe that this is for life.
Every time you see an intimate relationship within the Bible, it's always paired with commitment. Intimacy and
Wait, what? But like, what about Jesus's relationship with what's her name?
Mary?
Yeah, like it's theorized that, you know, she and Jesus fucked like a lot, and that Jesus had like had some kin with her, right?
Something, yeah.
Like, and I don't think that they were married, to be honest with you.
No, Adam and Eve definitely were not married, that's for sure.
I'm talking about Jesus, not
Jeeves.
Jeeves.
Okay.
Jeeves.
It's Jeeveless now.
No, I'm talking about Jesus and
Right.
and the prostitute that he had saved from.
Oh, Mary Magdalene.
Yeah, from being stoned. Like,
yeah,
people who actually like study the Bible and shit like thoroughly believe that, you know, they fucked and that they weren't married and shit and all that, which completely destroys like their like Christians' arguments on like everyone that should be getting married and shit. I'm like, bro, even your fucking savior didn't do so.
even your savior was fucking just because he wanted to.
I mean, like most people, or most fucking Christians, especially Western Christians, won't fucking save or be friends with a prostitute.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
Which is kind of fucking ironic considering that their savior did. And like the thing is I have I have friends that are like super fucking slutty and shit, right? I'm like, you go girl. You get those cheeks clapped.
Yeah, you do what you want.
More power to you.
As long as you're safe doing it.
And then they and then they end up painting my nails for me.
Yo, that's awesome.
Yeah, like I get like my one friend paints my nails a lot.
What color are they painted right now?
Nothing. They're not.
Yo, that's my favorite paint.
They're not painted currently. They were painted black with a glitter layer last time.
Yeah, I remember that. Look kind of cute.
I'm always fucking cute.
Depends on who you ask.
But yeah, I did ask some other friends on what color I should paint my nails next, and Mac is like, do a light blue. I'm like, I'll do it.
I was about to say some sort of blue.
Yeah, Mac said a light blue. I'm probably gonna do so next time I see my friend.
Yeah.
Well, I have to get my car fixed next week. All that, so hopefully I'll be able to go and do stuff because she's been wanting to hang out sometime.
Spend the New Year's with her. Do something.
She has a boyfriend.
That doesn't mean you can't spend the New Year's with her.
And do something.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean, bro?
Just hang out, play some fucking video games. I don't know. Have a conversation.
do that all the goddamn time, and I also show her memes. And I also show her memes on TikTok too. So there's that.
That's not a good time. That's why did you decide to take me here kind of time.
Bro, she likes my fucking memes on TikTok. What are you talking about?
Okay, no, that's raising my red flags. You hear TikTok and enjoyment in the same sentence, and the word isn't there, then no thanks.
You just haven't used TikTok, man.
And I never will.
I enjoy TikTok. I can spend so much fucking time on TikTok without knowing it.
Of course you are. You're a himbo.
Bro, you should see my fucking TikTok. It's like
I'm not gonna see it.
It's like
I shouldn't see it.
It's like politics, cooking videos,
cooking videos, sure.
Funny animal videos, memes, and like how to like swear in Chinese.
Why do you want to know how to swear in Chinese?
I don't know, it just comes up on my For You page. I'm like, well, cool, now I know how to tell someone to fuck off in Chinese, I guess.
And how do you tell someone to fuck off in Chinese?
I don't fucking know. I don't speak Chinese.
Well, then you didn't learn a thing. Go back to TikTok, himbo.
Alright, I guess we'll watch TikToks for the next, like, half an hour then.
Commitment are always paired in the scriptures. That's why premarital sex is a sin in the Bible, because you're having an extreme form of...
Haven't you ever thought that premarital sex is kind of based, though?
Premarital sex is fucking based.
Like, no one's fucking waiting for marriage. Because, like, aren't you supposed to get married at, like, fucking 16 or some shit?
Exactly. So listen, if you're getting married at, say, in this, like God's world, right? You're getting married at 16. So what? You're having sex at like 17, 18? Yeah, no, sounds about right.
I mean, for the most part, people tend to start fucking around that age anyways.
Exactly. Premarital, like, if you already found someone that you're, already grown some attachment to, and they've grown some attachment to you, and you're both consenting there, so there should be no harm done.
Yeah, and like, the thing is I don't give a shit if people want to have premarital sex, if people want to fuck, let them fuck.
Exactly.
It's not complicated.
Intimacy without the extreme form of commitment in the covenant of marriage.
Therefore, what God has joined together, let no man separate. Because marriage is about covenant. And if you don't know what a...
Oh yeah, I forgot that getting a divorce in Christianity is a big no-no. Completely forgot about that.
Well, yeah, it's like I don't know, it's like the separation of the link between, these two people and God or whatever.
I mean...
I have no fucking idea.
I mean, fuck, what's that section of Christianity? The fucking weird ones.
All of them?
The ones that like to do soaking.
Well, I have no idea. Soaking?
Yeah, essentially what it is like they put their penis in the vagina.
All right.
And generally speaking, like, these people tend to have trampolines too.
Of course they do.
So they will get people or like once they're like inside and everything, they'll they'll usually do it on the trampoline, like soak on the trampoline, and then they'll have someone else jump on either the bed or the trampoline so that shit moves. Because apparently God is like a 9,000-year-old blind dinosaur. Oh fuck!
Blind dinosaur. So how long are they just soaking for? Or is that specified? Is that a lot of time not specified?
I probably imagine once, someone comes.
So, forever?
Fuck, what is it? It's the guys with the funny hats. This is really
A lot of people have funny hats.
It's really gonna bother me though.
What, the guy on screen?
No, no,
He's
no,
got
no.
a funny looking hat.
Let's look it up. Mormon, that's who they are.
Mormons.
The
okay.
Mormons.
Listen, now that you're Mormons, yeah, no, please keep them away.
So what,
We don't need them.
So what it is Mormons will have like what soaking is it's like planking, but only your dick is inside of a Mormon.
That's unfortunate.
Like you're not like thrusting or anything.
Right, it's just in there.
It's just in there, but generally like the thrusting motion comes from someone jumping on the trampoline or the bed.
Yeah, because you want to have a third person jumping on your bed or trampoline.
Well, remember, in their view, God is a 9,000-year-old blind dinosaur.
Yeah? I know in their view.
Who can only see, when people are actually fucking. Not
I am blind to everything except fucking.
Not soaking though.
Covenant it's a pledge or a promise about what you will do regardless of what the other person does.
It's not,
What?
hey, what am I going to get from this? It's no, here is what I am going to give to this. And most people are.
I think she gives a lot more than he does.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real here.
Yeah, no, she's giving a lot more than she's getting.
For sure.
Marriage much more like a contract or an agreement.
You do this for me,
What?
and I'll do that for you. That's a contract.
Yes, let's arrange.
Oh,
let's
okay. So marriages are just contracts.
So
Duly noted.
So let's make arrangements to have our relationship like a business. Let's operate our relationship like a business.
Yeah, because businesses and relationships have been known to work great together.
Oh, totally. I love having a transactional relationship.
Yep. It's totally not one out of love and affection for the other person. No. It must be a transaction of equal or greater value.
Like me and the person I won't shut up about.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever. Wow.
Well, I was gonna say a thing, but I decided against it, so I said whatever. I didn't mean whatever in the context of whatever you were saying. Listen, I'm thinking about everything all at once. So, I mean, you don't mind me if I ramble sometimes.
I mean, you probably fucking gaslight me, so there's that.
Well, we've already established Ridley is round.
No, he is not.
Yes, he is.
Oh, fuck. Are we back on this conversation?
Yeah, only if you want to be
Covenant is
back on
the
this
opposite.
conversation.
I am committed to this regardless.
Evangelicals have this thing where they think that words have magic powers. Like, if somebody's using the word contract instead of covenant, that doesn't change their commitment.
It really doesn't.
That's just like the word they're using.
That is why we say in our vows, in sickness and in health, whether we're poor or whether we're rich or whether it's for
Except the funny thing is that, hold on, what's the other one?
or for worse.
So, the funny thing is that, when someone is sick, poor, and worse, generally a lot of the people making those vows tend to leave.
Yep.
So,
It's like, oh, not only are you sick, you don't have any money to pay for your bills, and you're worse off than when I met you. I'm fucking out of here.
I'm peacing out.
Peace, you're gonna have to deal with all this shit on your own.
I am pledging myself to you when it's amazing and when it's hard.
Do you, Marge, take Homer in richness?
But only when it's
and in
amazing.
Poorness is underlined. In impotence and in
I forgot how funny, early Simpsons is.
Early Simpsons is great.
Early Simpsons is really funny, man.
In quiet
I miss
solitude or blasting across the alkali flats in a jet-powered monkey-navigated... And it goes on.
What?
Better or for worse, I'm in. Wait, what? For worse? Haven't you guys got to the bottom of that yet? Why
What?
would you say yes to marriage if for...
Wait, what? But
What is this guy on?
shit happens though, my guy.
Yeah. So wait, what is this guy saying that you won't have bad moments in your relationship just because you've already worked them out?
I mean, no, like my previous relationship, for example, it was great, right? But
Right.
you know, we still had our fucking moments and everything.
Well, yeah. Like life events that happen in the future will, change the relationship,
Like
as it should.
like we've had fights and everything, but like
No
if-
relationship is perfect.
and like that's coming from me. Like I'm fairly respectful and understanding and everything. You know, it's I'm a nice guy.
I would not call you a nice guy. First and foremost, you are definitely not a nice guy. Are you a good guy? That's kind of hard to say sometimes, but I would lean on yes, you're a good guy. And you're definitely not fucking nice, though.
Oh man.
Listen, I'm doing you a favor in saying that you ain't a nice guy. That's for damn sure.
I mean, when I was talking with May, she would disagree with you on that one. She said that
I'm being a nice guy.
Well, she said that I was too nice to her. I'm like, that's just the way I am.
Well, listen, you treat me differently than you treat her, so.
Bro, it's because we're fucking good friends. That's how that works.
That's what I'm getting at. Should have rolled with the jokes, damn it.
No, like
Trying to build you up,
like
not
a-
tear you down.
Like I said, I'm a himbo.
I've gathered
Worse
as
was
much.
a possibility. But you say it out loud. It's this crazy moment of covenant promise. I'm not going anywhere. That's God's view.
Unless you're poor, sick, and worse. then I'm fucking leaving you.
Unless you're all the negative things about, existence.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why if you go to a super Christian wedding, you will always see someone give a speech about how hard it will be at times and why divorce shouldn't even be in your dictionary.
Sometimes you think you have true love, and then you catch the early flight home from San Diego, and a couple of nude people jump out of your bathroom blindfolded.
Well, the Bible tells us that the covenant of marriage mirrors the covenant that God lays out towards us as well. God doesn't love and accept us because we're so good. God doesn't love or accept us because we've earned it or we deserve it. Think about Christ and the people that he died for. He didn't retaliate when people mocked and belittled him and spit on him and even tortured him to death.
Can I get through one of these without someone saying we don't deserve love? Just one.
Marriage is a covenant, and the word covenant means to cut. It means a
What?
sacrificial permanent relationship. The second thing that marriage requires is
Okay.
commitment. That's why a lot of people live together. They not get married, they're not committed. If you're committed, you'll get married.
Are we starting to see why this kind of language can be really dangerous?
It's about a covenant promise.
Totally.
And it's a covenant promise that reflects a greater covenant promise. The man is playing the
You know who he reminds me of?
No, I don't know.
He reminds me of my grade 10 English teacher.
Well, there you go. That's probably why I wouldn't know.
No, like appearance wise.
Right.
Except he's wearing a fucking business suit.
Why is he putting up fisticuffs? You want to fight, bro?
You want to fight?
Come on, Todd. I'll fight you. I'm more than strong enough. I'll even do it with my good hand tied behind my back.
Let's throw hands, but I'm gonna use my ring fist.
role of Jesus. The woman is playing the role of the church. They come together till death do them part, just like Jesus and the church, which means if you end up scooting away from your life and your scenario and your family and your situation because you're just not happy, and you have no biblical grounds for divorce, then you are marring the picture of the gospel.
What?
That's why God hates
What?
A role, you say? These aren't like set roles that people have to follow.
Oh,
are they?
okay.
Like surely you
I
weren't saying that we have to
understand
follow
now.
2,000-year-old gender roles, right?
Yes.
The Trinitarian
I do.
Godhead is not living in flux, not trying to figure out how to work together in a harmonious way. They do because there is order. The same thing is true with every other realm of authority where God grants some of his authority, government.
What?
There are the leaders, the rulers.
Okay, so then why do you guys complain about the fucking government when it actually does shit then?
That's a very good question. The government, an invisible force that actually works. It's almost like the internet.
Mm-hmm. it's starting to hit me now.
Of course it is.
Rulers, the
Lightweight.
Caesars, and then there are the citizens.
Shut up.
You've got
No.
teachers and students. You've got parents. You've got children. Brace yourself for this one. You've got husbands and wives. Now,
There are plenty of things in life where two people
I didn't brace myself.
friendships.
Wasn't ready for husbands and
business
wives.
partners. Two rogue cops who must put aside their differences in order to get vengeance on the man who
Yo,
killed
she's
the woman they
styling.
loved. And then it
Look at the
turns out that
moves.
she planned the whole thing and she faked her
The
own death.
Rock, let's go, baby. I like The Rock.
I think a lot of people like The Rock. I'm a bigger fan of The Stone.
Wow.
I mean, listen, if anything, you gotta give it to The Rock's son, the Pebble.
I mean, to be fair though, The Rock is also fairly attractive.
Well, he's Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Listen, I'm not sure about you, but he looks like an egg. At least his head does.
Have you seen the recent Rock meme?
No.
Oh, it's fucking great.
Death,
Is it
and
just
she's
put him
actually
into an
working
egg?
with that
No.
guy, but they became
damn
friends
it.
in the
But
process
I don't want it.
and are
It's
gonna
like-
quit being
it's a
cops
gif.
because being cops sucks.
Of course it is.
And so they start their own pet grooming company.
What?
Note to self, write this script.
Why the fuck are cops grooming pets?
Maybe they
Sounds a little sus to me if you ask.
they just want to put stuff on leashes.
Sure. We'll go with that. The Democrats want to do that too, brother. They're transing your kids.
Cool.
Those dirty Dems. Those radical left Dems. I don't know where the fucking go.
You're going to space. I'll keep you
Oh.
grounded.
Oh, I'm not there yet. Like I said, it just started to come into effect.
Husband
pretty sure it
represents
did.
Christ and the wife represents the church. That's why a husband and a wife are equally important in the relationship, but they do play different roles. A husband is
So it
supposed
can't
to
be two
lead and
husbands
So-
or two wives?
Well, no, you can't have two churches. Then who is then who's gonna come to their church or their steeple, I should say?
Other people.
Only 3 people allowed per steeple or per steeple. Yeah, bro, I have a lot of fucking problems with English.
Yeah, you do. And, it's evident this stream. Both when you're sober and when you're getting glassed. When it's starting to kick in, brother.
When it's starting to kick in.
love his family, and a wife is supposed to love and support that leadership.
Before he goes, hand him his briefcase and newspaper. Avoid looking at the newspaper as it may give you ideas.
I believe
What?
that men are called to a unique kind of leadership. in
Ah,
marriage.
yes, you shouldn't have a mind of your own. Be an obedient slave.
Oh no, heaven forbid you have it gives you an idea. Like, I don't know, maybe that spousal rape is not good.
Is your husband cheating on you at work? That could possibly be in the back news page of the paper. You know what? Maybe don't look into that. Oh wait, you already did? That's good. Don't think about divorce though, because that's against God. You wouldn't want to go against him, would you? Good. Now continue on.
Did you know that Mormons keep in touch with their first wives because Mormons believe that even if they do divorce their first wife, they're still going to be sharing a planet with their wife in the afterlife?
Really?
Yeah, I'm dead serious about that.
Wait, you're dead? Oh shit.
Like, Mormons unironically believe that once you die, you get your own planet and everything with your with your first wife. Like, you're the god of your own little planet.
I mean, you could believe that even when you're alive. It would make it true though.
Like it's unironically the truth on what they believe in.
All right. I mean, it's not the truth of what I believe, but it'll be their truth.
Which is Which is why a lot of Mormons will keep in contact with their first wives, because they want to maintain a good relationship with them, in order to prepare for their perceived afterlife.
Right.
Which is wild to me. Like, what? Not gonna lie, like, but what if your partner is a fucking asshole?
That's a good question.
Or like abused you?
Yeah, if your partner abused you, you probably shouldn't stay with them.
Like, like if that's the case, then like, what the fuck do you do in that instance, right? Like, it could happen again. Like I fully believe that, you know, people can and do have the ability to change.
Yeah.
So, but like, what if they don't though, right?
That's a very real possibility that they never change.
Isn't
That's
wonderful
scary
thing, like,
too, because you know then
in
they might make decisions
marriage,
that
and I
they're
think
not
it's a
ready to make yet.
beautiful thing, and
For
I think
sure.
if we probe the depths and keep digging into the scriptures, even though they're written in another time, they will shape.
Another time and another tongue.
Yep.
Like it was
Just because it's in a language you can't understand doesn't mean it's not going to affect you.
it was written in Hebrew.
A marriage into a beautiful thing. So,
And that's the thing. It's a really old book with some really bad ideas.
Women
As well as written by man.
Yeah. And not at all consulted by a woman for her input on the situation.
No, that's not what I meant. But
Yeah,
though,
I know,
but,
I know. I was
But maybe if woman was there, it would probably be less shit.
You're right.
Like the child slavery or the child wives thing wouldn't be there. Or you know, fucking the woman that got turned to a pillar of salt. You know?
I don't know.
Well, all that I can say is that her husband could cook for a year. Nothing.
Oh.
Um
All right then.
But no, like, yeah, man is biased.
Oh yeah.
Everyone is biased, so it's coming from a biased point of view.
Exactly. Like biases will affect everything all the time, no matter how unbiased you try and be.
Also, like, not to mention, there's some wild stories in there as well. How like one guy took his son up to the top of a mountain and was like high as shit, talking to a bush that he believed was on fire and that was telling him to murder his son.
Yeah, that sounds kind of psychotic, not gonna lie.
Like,
How does a burning bush tell you to murder your child?
whatever he was on, I want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what kind of drugs is he on? Can I have some?
Like, it's actually a fucking story within the Bible. It's so psychotic, man. Like, I honestly think that the fucking Bible is an awesome book to read, though. Like, it's so interesting, to say the least.
I might give it a read through just to learn about it,
Well,
and then point out the flaws of it and be like, here's where you went wrong.
I also believe that the Bible is a leftist book, though.
Well, the whole kind of loving someone even if they're about to freaking murder you. You know, that it's like, oh, you
Like,
still are supposed to love the person that's got a 12-gauge shotgun pointed at your skull.
like, there is some fucking weird libertarian shit in there, but I still believe that it's, for the most part, a leftist book. But yeah, no. It's fucking...
have come a long way in Pawnee, but we still have quite a ways to go. I mean, technically, I'm not allowed to reserve this conference room without my husband or father's signature.
Wait, what?
We're facing an issue where
Yeah,
that's
don't you
know?
That's
that the
fucked,
world is
man.
upset about.
Gives a shit.
It's not that we're upset about it. It's that we've moved on. We no longer see marriage the same way it was seen 2,000 years ago.
True.
Or even 100 years ago.
True.
Because the world has changed and marriage has changed. women were viewed
Yeah.
as property at that time. First by
And if you believe at what Andrew Tate says, they still are. They are my property. Like my.
They do nothing but serve us men everything we could have ever wanted.
They are my property, like my Bugatti is my property.
I pay for them and keep them alive and running, so they are mine.
I forgot that I prize eggs, and this is gonna be fucking dope.
Are you gonna get a little toy inside your candy now?
Of course I am.
Oh, good. You
And
gonna
it's
eat
and
it
it's
on stream
really
for
it's really nice because it's starting to kick in. So it's gonna
Oh
be.
yeah, you're gonna
their
taste the
fathers
chocolate.
and then their husbands. And I, for one, am glad I changed.
As a woman, there's no way for me to make my own money. Not enough to earn a living or to support my family.
Like, how the fuck does America not allow these? Like, these are fucking awesome.
It's because the kids are too stupid to not choke on the fucking toy.
Like, do you really think that, you know, these contain a bomb or some shit?
Of course they don't contain a bomb. Like I said, American kids are too dumb not to eat the thing that's inside the chocolate.
I mean, America's missing out.
Of course they're missing out, but you know what? We're not gonna give them any of our Kinder Surprise eggs.
Hey, if an American wanted one of my Kinder Surprise eggs, I'd give it to them.
I wouldn't. They're mine. I don't want them to choke on a toy.
And if I had my own money, which I don't, that money would belong to my
Listen,
husband
I'm doing
and
it
I
for
if we
their own
got married.
safety.
And if we had children,
Hear
they would
this,
be his,
America?
not
The
mine.
floof is keeping you alive.
They would be his property. So don't sit
Let's see
there
what my
and tell
toy
me
is.
that marriage isn't an economic proposition, because it is.
We need all the more to be upfront about our view so we can impact the world.
Oh,
because
it's
the world
construction
is
shit?
wrong. They're wrong here. And we want to help them.
Yo, did you get
And
like a
the issue of
forklift or something?
submission and the issue of
A
marriage.
digger? A cement mixer?
No, I got something better.
Oh shit, what'd you get?
Let me put it together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta put your toy together. Damn. Now I want a Kinder Surprise egg.
I think it's
A little pineapple. Just do not throw that on pizza, whatever you do. Oh, I'm gonna give you all the ideas. I'm gonna give you every idea I possibly can.
I'll show you. I got code. Come on, Discord.
Come on. It ain't working, is it?
I'll show stream.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I got a little pineapple man.
You got a little. Yo, pineapple.
Fucking leaves.
What are you gonna name him?
These fucking leaves don't want to stay in though.
For both
That's
the husband
unfortunate.
and the wife, the world does not like the husband's calling. The world does not like the wife's calling. Either one.
What?
And it has wrecked marriages. Look at the results. Look at the results of the marrying for selfish reasons, marrying so I can be happy, and then they'll do this, and what will you do when this happens? Oh, we'll work it out, and not really having sort of a biblical, foundation.
Sometimes you can have a plan for something, and sometimes you have to figure things out as they come. That's just
Most of my best laid plans are the plans I didn't lay.
When they're approaching the subject, to go to the word and see
'Cause you
what it
don't
says,
get-
because it does offer a
'cause you
really
don't
cool
lay.
balance of
Exactly.
wives, submit to your husbands.
I have
And in
no
the same
fucking plan to
passage,
do anything
husbands
whatever
love your
at
wives
any
like
given
Christ
moment
loved
of
the
my
church
life.
and gave himself up for her. Really is two beautiful
Yo, that
pieces
dog
fit
is so
together well.
cute.
But yes, there are roles that a wife
What?
should come into, that a
The
husband should
dog.
come into, that are given.
Those little
dog?
puppers.
What dog?
Do you not see the puppers on her right side?
Oh. No, I didn't.
by God, and that's
Why are you
special
not paying
to
attention
figure out
to the most
together.
important part of the
It's
video?
challenging at times.
No.
Damn.
The husband's chief responsibility is interesting to me because the husband is called to be the leader in the marriage, and the wife is to
Why?
love her husband and see him as the leader and as an authority in the home. But the husbands,
Because man's smart and strong.
But women are infinitely smarter than men. Look at the life expectancy between men and women. You'll see that women's life expectancy is much higher.
It doesn't necessarily mean that women are smarter in that regard.
Well,
I do think
darn.
that generally women are smarter than men. But I don't in that regard I don't think that they're smarter.
True, they just know how to stay alive better.
his commands have nothing to do with leadership, and that's kind of strange. But when you realize this, that's because we won't have a hard time just telling people what to do. We have a hard time walking in love. This is what's needful for me, to walk in love. The moment my wife offends me, my tendency is to pull my love away from her and isolate her from that love that I have vowed to give to her.
What? Like,
But
come
God
on,
has told
bro.
us to love our wives. This is my chief responsibility as a husband. Hers is submit and respect. Mine is agape love, self-sacrificial love.
That's a
You will
huge
not be
red
harsh
flag.
with her.
That is a big red flag.
You may rough it up with the guys,
You may rough it up with her.
and talking dirty and
Oh, he doesn't have friends. That's why he acts like that.
But you don't do that with her. You don't do that. There is an honor that corresponds with the woman, and it's not harsh.
I mean,
rather,
at least this guy's, giving some positive advice. Don't beat your wives.
I mean, that's positive advice we've been giving this entire time. Yeah, don't beat your partner. Please don't. Are you still trying to play with your pineapple?
No, I ate another one.
Oh, of course you. Wait, you ate another pineapple?
I didn't eat a pineapple. I ate another Kinder.
How many times do we have to tell you? Eat the chocolate, not the toy.
Sorry, man. I has some.
I have wicked glasses.
And his fucking legs move.
Yo, okay, me and this toy got a lot in common. Our legs move and wicked glasses. I have to see this thing.
No.
Damn, bro. Hey, chat. He's not letting me see the new toy. Moving legs and wicked glasses.
Fine, I'll show chat then.
Yeah, show chat.
His fucking wicked glass and his legs move.
Yo, that's awesome.
I have 4 more too. I don't know if I'll eat them tonight though.
You're gonna be a big pig? Gonna open all of them?
No, I've already ate a
You're
decent
gonna pig out on stream for us?
a decent amount on stream. Like I ate half a bag of Aero Minis. I ate 2.
Jeez, how hungry have you been?
I don't know. I've just been really hungry today, just in
Are
general.
you pregnant?
I don't know. Maybe.
You know what? Maybe I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow. Get an ultrasound test. Get that done for you.
I had an ultra test done on my balls.
Yeah, I know you did.
Well, that's because I thought I had ball cancer.
Yeah, I was aware of that.
Which was kind of scary, when you feel a lump a little bit bigger than a pea on your boys,
Yeah.
on your boys, you get kind of worried.
Yeah, you need to take care of the boys.
Yeah. All right, let's finish this video.
the
Let's
positive
do
side,
so.
it's tender, it's gentle, it's protective. I think it is written on a man's God-given soul when he hasn't suppressed it by sin and the media.
What?
To feel like he ought to protect his wife.
You need to treat your wife like she is a delicate vase. That is hard for me to do. Sometimes I just want to get stuff out that's on my mind. I want to challenge her if I feel like something's a little bit off. But I need to treat her like a delicate vase.
What?
I don't even know what to say here.
What?
This whole mindset that all women are this.
Damn,
all
bro,
men
she's
are
so
that.
she is strong. She needs no man.
No, but she would need someone to help her.
Bro, she was carrying a fucking whole ass church by herself. She needs no one to help her.
Okay, you know what? I've moved houses in my day, and listen, everyone could use a little bit of help. Doesn't matter how fucking strong they are.
Bro, she she was fucking lifting the church above her head.
Yeah, I seen that. But guess what? Everyone could use a little bit of help with lifting the church above their head.
I just hope she didn't lift with her back.
You know she did. I don't know. You're losing your mind a little bit.
Oh, Morgan. Jordan's wishing Happy New Year's, but it's
Dated.
Yeah, there's still one
idea
more
that your
minute
wife is
left.
a delicate
Come on,
vase
Jordan.
is
Get your shit
so
together.
gross.
Oh, never mind.
I guess
Hush my
unless you're
mouth.
into vases. Was there a sexy vase on Beauty and the Beast? Or is it vase?
Leadership is
I don't know.
taking
Vase balls?
initiative.
Happy New
Someone
Year's,
must say,
everybody.
Yeah, it
push
is.
and let's more often.
Is now 12 o'clock here. Happy New Year's to everyone.
Woohoo! What are your New Year's resolutions? Mine's to overthrow the moon. I'm gonna populate Venus and Mars, and then I'm gonna blow up the universe.
My revolution is overthrowing fascist Italy, overthrowing America, overthrowing the Iranian supreme leader.
Right. I just want to commit galactic genocide.
Why?
Because it would be fun. It would be my one mark on the world. That mark would be the extinction event we all crave.
A relationship. Let's go out to eat. Let's try to get our finances in order. Let's get to church. On
That's what I
Sunday.
talk to my significant other about.
100
Going out to eat
lets.
and
Who said-
finances.
I mean, like, there are plenty of other things like you could have a conversation about with your SO that are.
Finances is definitely one of them.
I mean, that definitely is important for sure. But even like, you know, what things. My dad's wishing me a happy New Year.
No, we'll tell him I wish him a happy New Year's as well. Hey, Chad, everyone wishes Dad a happy New Year's. Hey, Chad, I wish you a happy New Year's. I wish your dad's a happy New Year. Hey, Chad, tell your dad Floof says happy New Year. Yeah, I mean, they'll love it.
Oh,
Yeah. Happy New Year's to Chad and Chad's dads.
I do think that I am gonna get like happy New.
That sounds great.
Hold on, I'm gonna post in PB Cord.
There. You knew happy.
Had to.
Yeah, of course you did.
You're new.
Of course you
Happy.
You're new? Happy.
Says it most often. If it's the wife, got a problem.
Oh yeah.
Problems
Like one of the things that I think you should be talking about is like, you know, sex, right? You know what you're willing to do, or
What you're willing to compromise with.
you know, yeah, like we've had that conversation before. Like that is something that is like important, right?
Yeah, discussing shit with your SO. Even if it's about the most basic of shit, like, hey, what do you want to eat today? Or, you know, how's our finances looking?
I like when I ask someone when they want to eat something like, and you know, taking them out for food and stuff. I'll generally ask, where do you not want to eat? Because that helps narrow things down even more. then
Yeah. When I'm just like, okay, what do you not like?
What?
Because then maybe we can find something to agree to hate.
What do you not
Like
want?
pineapple on pizza.
Mortal sin.
Exactly.
With the guy. If it's the guy, she's probably happy because she's tired of having to say let's over and over again. Can we let's get the car fixed, please? I said that last week. Let's get to church on time, and you're always late. Let's. Wives don't want to say let's most often. In general, I know I'm generalizing.
Here's the thing: people have different personalities
Wow.
and different skills. If one person is more organized,
I mean, but yeah, like the thing is that, you know,
I mean, he has a point.
he
Usually,
does have a point. Like
the woman just wants to do something on her own.
the woman wants, like in this relationship, you know, wants shit to be like done and like not have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I know, like, I have the resources and the skills necessary to get this shit done.
'Cause I mean,
without you.
I mean, most of the time, like for guys, just generally speaking, won't go to the doctor unless someone makes an appointment for them, or unless it's like seriously bad, or like really bad. But generally speaking, when it's like for a regular checkup and everything, guys won't totally do so, and unless someone else sets it up for them. Like if it's away for or whatever. Which is why I think married men live longer. Is because they have their wives looking after them.
Yeah, men are extremely bad at taking care of themselves. This I've noticed from my own existence. I completely neglect myself in every facet, even eating food.
Definitely.
and likes being more organized, are they like not allowed to do it because they don't have a penis?
I definitely don't think it means that the woman,
What?
the wife, can't be like, husband, I feel like you're making a mistake here, or the decision that you're about to make is a mistake.
She can have her own voice, but I'm just not going to listen to her. Is essentially what I'm getting from it.
It's, oh, women are speaking, but I'm not listening.
Here's my thoughts on it. And the husband should be able to hear that. The wife, voice your opinion.
Oh, thanks, Paul. You're going to allow her to speak. So kind.
But it still shouldn't take away from the wife maintaining a posture of, husband, you're submitted before God. You're going to have to give an account. And ultimately, you're going to make
What?
this decision.
With the whole idea of like,
God told me to. God told me that you have to fix the car. He said it's been too long, Fred. Gotta listen to God. Right?
You got to listen to God. Huh? Huh?
And God wants you to fix the car, Fred. Go fix.
Fred, go fix the car, god damn it.
equal, like, well, in a way, it is kind of equal. Like, it is equally as hard to lead a marriage as it is equally as hard to submit to a marriage.
I don't
What?
know if you can be kind of equal.
I don't think that
that's how
it's hard to lead a
being
marriage at all.
works.
Because you can lead it to the ground. It's
That's
pretty easy to do.
and those things aren't like the same though.
Exactly.
Being equal and being submissive are not the same.
No, most definitely not.
And I think that's caused a lot of problems in the past where people say, yeah, they're pretty much equal. No. You're either equal or you're not equal.
You know what? I think men are better than women.
True.
What?
No, I'm not. They provide for us, and we must obey them because they are our masters.
April, stop.
Big,
Leslie.
That is red flag up the ass.
big dick energy.
that.
Men better than woman.
Finally, the woman's
Grung.
saying it, so it must be true, right?
Grung. Men better.
Grung.
It's an emote. Men better than woman. Grung. Grung.
Apparently.
Like a caveman type of emote.
You'll never land a bow with that domineering tone.
The Bible teaches that the wife is to submit to her husband. She is to let him lead and support him in his dreams and his passions. These days, women are like, no.
I
I'm blessed to have a home and a husband to care for and follow.
Traditional values are at the core of everything we do here.
Oh, this is apparently a really good show.
The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, it's essentially like what if
Is that Leonardo DiCaprio?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's essentially a show about like what if America actually leaned into all of its like fundamentalist Christian ideals and fascist ideals.
Oh, so it's a giant play on exactly what you said. So it's just fun to make fun of and laugh at.
Well, no, I'm talking about like further right than America already is. Like I'm talking about like, you know, women are expected to like live the trad life, or the trad wife lifestyle, right? Being barefoot and pregnant all the time in the kitchen.
Right.
And only like a few minority of men control the entire country. That's the basic gist of it. I hear it's supposed to be really good, but the thing is I can't watch it.
Oh, you broke.
I just don't remember what it's on.
It says right there, Hulu.
Oh, I don't think we have
himbo moment.
I don't think we have Hulu, right?
Oh yeah, we do.
Is it
Hulu's in Canada.
Is it owned by Amazon?
I have no idea, nor do I care.
Probably owned by.
Morgan makes a joke about what being submissive is not like.
All of a sudden, we get married and we can only cook and clean, and that's all we do with our lives, and we just say yes.
What?
Master.
I hear you're a
That's the
and as racist as that
that's the trad wife lifestyle.
That is.
That's literally what that is.
Like, if the woman of the relationship or whoever wants to cook and clean and they're okay with that, then sure. But you know, don't force them into that. Let them know that they're okay with expanding their options of what the fuck they want to do with their lives, because you know they're in control of it.
It's not.
Oh, Sag.
that was. It's interesting that she alluded to slavery because let's listen to Mike Winger's.
That's
take.
wild.
Wives likewise submit. Now the whole context of 1 Peter is submission. We learn to submit to government. We learn to submit to masters. Submission is a regular part of the Christian life. I should be submitting on a daily basis.
What was that?
What?
We learn to submit to masters.
Sorry, what?
We learn to submit to masters.
Yeah, just one more time.
You learn to submit to masters.
Not only are we getting marriage advice from a book that condones slavery, but specifically from a passage that tells slaves to submit to their masters.
Yeah, it's.
And then says.
I completely forgot about this. Like I knew this was a thing, but it's wild to me though. So what? You're supposed to be like completely fine with living under a slave owner. So it was okay for America to own slaves. Like, it's wild to me.
Hey, yo, Christianity kind of seems kind of bad, you know? Maybe you don't want this.
And then when you point out like stuff like that or inconsistencies in the Bible to a Christian and everything, it's just, well, you don't have enough faith, or you're lying, or we don't agree with that, or some shit like that. Like, yeah, okay, but you're still saying like essentially that shit though.
You're just repeating it, just under a different label.
Wives submit to your husbands. It's very clear that the Bible sees
Like-
wives as property. But somehow they frame it as, this is how you worship God.
Well, yeah,
God
she's
is
like a car to me. She is a car to me. She's my.
I own her.
Like my Bugatti.
I pay for her, I keep her fed, I keep her well kept, therefore she is mine.
In the mix here, and
Totally.
so as unto the Lord. I'm supposed to submit to the husband as unto the Lord. So that if I, as a wife, am not submitting to my husband, I'm rebelling against God. That is
Good,
that's why
rebel
it's such a
against
big deal.
God.
Because it's
Find
first
your
of all
own
not against
path.
the husband. It's not about that knucklehead.
Rise up.
It's about the King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
We're saying go to the Word of God and let the Word of God tell you. Someone's going to tell you how to live your life. Is it
What?
going to be yourself, or is it going to be someone higher than you?
Myself, please.
I'm
Because
already
that's
higher
not a lot
than
of
I
these
am.
people. What about divorce?
Neither one of us wants to get divorced.
Dog.
And secondly,
Doggo?
I know you're the big
There
marriage
was dog for a
expert.
split second.
Oh,
Well, man, he's doing Blueface. That's not okay.
That's not cool.
What do you have against the Blue Man Group?
I don't know, but listen, he ain't silent like they are. That's why I don't like him.
Or those blue aliens on Avatar?
Yeah, you know. Yo, anyone chat see the new Avatar movie? Kind of bad? Kind of good? Let us know.
I don't know. I haven't watched it.
I probably won't.
My brother did. Okay, question for you though. Would you do the blue aliens from Avatar?
Listen, you know my one rule is respect, and as long as they respect me, I'll respect them.
Like, not gonna lie, the blue aliens from Avatar do be kind of bad.
And they have that hair thing though that they link with.
You could get
So, I mean,
yeah. Really freaky with that. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I want to know how that like hair thing legit works because they can mend with like trees and other creatures and other people.
They having sex with their flying bird.
Flying things, yeah.
Like they be having hair sex with them. Not gonna lie.
You know what? There would be a lot of hair for me to go around with. But yeah, you know what? I'd be down. I'd be okay with going down bad for the Avatar blue people.
Yeah. Plus, they're also like fairly tall too.
Yeah, they'd be tall.
But you know, short.
Chat, would you go down on the Avatar blue people?
Well, I thought they were like twice as big as.
No, they're like
as
people size. Like they're taller than that, yeah, but like that's about it.
Oh, I thought they were twice the size of people.
No, I didn't see them as twice the size. At least not from when I watched the first movie.
Maybe I'm just misremembering then.
Maybe.
Because I haven't watched that movie since it came out.
Because that first one was all about this like dude in a wheelchair trying to use like a machine to inhabit a body of theirs.
Maybe that's why I thought that they were twice the
Taller.
size.
Just because the main character was paralyzed.
Yeah.
I actually really liked that. Like, I want more like disabled heroes.
It was really interesting watching that guy, but it was also like a further extension of the American military's propaganda in Hollywood.
It really was.
sorry, I forgot. Your wife is dead.
What?
Dead wife?
I'm sorry, that was 100% inappropriate, and I do apologize profusely.
We've all heard that
What?
statistic.
The divorce rates are about 50% in America, in our country, about 50% divorce rates. That's a whole.
Just because people aren't believing in God enough, brother.
We need to shove God down every child's throat to make them realize that God's the only way forward.
It's them damn millennials and Gen Z. Or I guess Z.
All them kids vaping, they're vaping away God.
They're vaping because they turned away from God, brother. Yay.
Bring God back into schools.
Whole complicated subject in and of itself. I'd love to tackle it sometime if we happen to get there verse by verse. But check this out. Those statistics radically change when you have a biblical marriage.
What's going on?
No. Actually, no. He is actually right about that.
Yeah, they do radically change when you have a biblical marriage.
They're
just not the ways he was expecting.
They're a lot higher than he thinks that they are. No, dead serious.
I know. I'm laughing because I know it's true.
Like, if I remember correctly, I think it's like a 70% like divorce rate or something like that.
Yikes.
All that I know is it's
Hear
fairly
that,
high.
chat? Don't get married in the name of God. Or any religious thing for that matter. Otherwise you'll have a 70% chance of divorce.
We need to get plugged into the Word of God and let that shape our
Oh, that
outlook
poor
on
choice of
life and
words.
marriage. 'Cause
Plugged
if we
into the
don't
life
get
of
plugged
God.
in and eat it up like a blueberry cobbler, then we're gonna miss it.
And I'm sure you've heard before that somewhere around 50% of marriages will end in divorce, according to some set
Aw.
of statistics that I've never seen. Now, I haven't looked at these
Of
statistics.
course you've never
but
seen it.
for the
How
sake of the
convenient.
video, let's just go ahead and say that that figure is accurate. If that figure is accurate, that
I ate that entire fucking bag of Oro minis. Minis.
Pig. You are pigging out for us on stream.
True.
I love it. Didn't know this was a mukbang. I would have brought my own snacks if I knew.
But
Yo,
yeah.
Chad, next time New Year's rolls around, make sure to bring all your snacks. We're picking out from December 31st to January 1st. Let's go.
But yeah, no, that
Gotta start the new year off right. Pack on all the pounds you can before the new year starts, so you can lose them in the new year. That way you will never fail your resolutions.
that 50% divorce rate came from like just completely pulling it out of their ass. Like it's either that or like think tanks, like right-wing think tanks.
Right.
That's usually where that stuff comes from.
That means that 1 out of every 2 weddings that you go to, 1 out of every 2 of them won't have a happily ever after ending.
It's not true. It's never hit 50%. What happened was, as more and more places in the 60s legalized no-fault divorce, it became easier for people in terrible marriages to get out of those terrible marriages. So the divorce rate went up. And someone predicted, based on the rise in divorces, that it would be 50% by the 1970s. But it never happened. It goes up and down.
Oh, just a second. Let me make sure I got this straight. Are you
What?
asking me for a divorce?
Chapter 2, verse 60.
True. 2 Christmases is awesome. Not gonna lie. Right?
Christmas is alright. I'm not a big fan of it.
I mean, I'm
Mostly
more
because I don't really celebrate it.
I'm more of a Halloween guy.
I'm more of a Hanukkah kind of guy, but
Yeah. I mean,
gotta light the menorah. 1 candle each day.
I did talk to Mianchu about like, Christmas is okay, I guess. Halloween. Halloween is much more, much better.
I would love it if Halloween bled into November, just so I could dress up as Satan for longer.
And then
Yeah.
and then I told her what I went as this year, that I went in drag.
Yeah, bro.
Bro, she loved it.
Of course she did.
And then we talked about drag shows and stuff.
The only thing I'm excited about when the Christmas season rolls around is the food.
True, but like to be fair though, the only difference is like between Christmas and Thanksgiving is you get presents at at Christmas. Because for the most part, you're eating the same food.
I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Oh no, I don't disagree.
The floof is a fat ass and he knows it.
Bro,
He wants food and he wants it now.
Bro, me too.
Well, I mean, you were just eating. Stop. You need to stop with the food.
I'll stop for maybe the rest of the stream. We'll see.
Don't
where
actually
God
like it
says,
when
I
you're chewing
hate
on
divorce.
Shut up.
I hate divorce.
Yeah, I know you like it.
That is God's attitude toward a widely accepted.
Oh wait, so
extremely
this
popular,
one random man
and
is speaking in
time-honored
place of God now.
institution
I
in
thought God
human
spoke directly to
society.
you. You know?
God hates divorce.
Marriage via consumerism.
What a shame.
is
It's a good
you
thing I hate
adjust to
God.
me or I'm out.
I mean, like,
You
it's
adjust to me.
kinda wild
or
to me.
I'm out, and it's driven by
Right.
feelings and passion, and has no room for duty or promises.
What?
I've witnessed many friends and family members go through divorces.
But like that's not even true. You should be 100% like having promises in your marriage.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole. Like, isn't that the whole vows thing all over again? Is that you're promised to be there for them?
Yeah. Like, come on, bro.
Like, fuck. In sickness and in health, for richer, for poor, for better, for worse. Oh my fuck. Those vows, how are they so fucking hard to remember?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what he's gonna say about divorces.
It's never for a superficial reason like these people make it out to be. Because divorce is hard.
That's a
Robert is-
that's a great movie, man.
Step Brothers?
Yeah, it's so funny.
Never seen it.
We'll have to watch it. I think I have access to it.
Well, it might not be tonight.
Is that we are getting
Oh hush!
Don't do this. No. No. I gotta
What
say,
what a great movie, man.
is it our fault? Is it 'cause
I haven't watched it in a while, but I remember it being funny.
Well, they have a cake plate and like colored juices for each person, so you know it's gonna be good.
It's a special juice. Okay.
I know it's a special juice.
It's someone you marry because you thought you would be with them for life. But sometimes you have to realize that if I stay in this, both of us are going to be miserable.
At least
for
half the
rest
time
of
it
our
doesn't even
lives,
happen.
Or one of us is going to end up dead.
Yeah.
Marriage loses its sacredness as it is frequently broken by divorce. That's the
What?
number one thing that the devil,
What?
again, he's a strategist.
Wait,
he
what?
knows if he can destroy marriage, he can destroy society. So the first thing that happens when the devil begins to destroy society, marriage loses its sacredness.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah, okay. Because
that's just-
marriage and
certainly don't
society are
want
somehow
to-
related through God and Satan.
Yeah, it's totally not like
People are learning that marriage is kind of a falsification of trust.
as well as like generally speaking, there tends to be a vast majority of violence within marriage as well.
And marriage is a huge power imbalance, usually heavily favored towards the man.
True, there's that as well.
Put asunder,
Like, there's a lot of like
separate what God
I
has
love that. It's like
joined
God.
together.
Oh, I made men
And
and
put it
women
simply,
equal.
Don't
Except for
break
when
up
they're,
your marriage
engaged.
and don't break
When they're
up
married,
somebody
the
else's
woman must serve the
marriage
man.
either.
But there are two circumstances in the Bible where God does
I
allow
mean it does say that you are able to purchase a wife in the Bible.
Oh, okay, so money can buy you happiness. There you go. God and the Bible said money can buy you happiness.
Or at least I believe it does.
divorce.
Yes, the Bible does allow for divorce.
Can I
in
divorce
narrow
because of
circumstances, right?
Matt?
Because that is, marriage is supposed
Emotional
to be
abuse.
an
Yeah.
unconditional,
Yes, of
unbreakable
course you can.
covenant before God.
Yeah.
It's to reflect God's relationship with His bride, the church.
I do think that we also like, just in general, the West has taken advantage of the marriage, like politically, I should say. Because generally, if you're married, you tend to get like some extra benefits, whether it be like at the workplace or like extra taxes and shit like that, which is completely fucking stupid.
Yep, because the married man is always more important because there's someone like they're taking care of someone else. I guess that's the thinking behind it, but still, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, totally. That's what happens.
church. And He doesn't just kick us to the curb because He's upset with us, right?
Except when he kicked us out of the garden for eating fruit, flooded
True.
the earth because of our
Yeah.
sin, burned a city because he didn't like the way we did sex stuff.
And then being able to cook for a year, because if like heaven forbid people get a little bit freaky and experiment, right?
Yeah, Wait, this isn't social norms. This is bad, even though it's completely good, normal, and actually
And
healthy.
sent his people into exile. Or the literal chapter in the Bible
Yep.
where God threatens to divorce Israel.
Right? So it's an unconditional covenant.
I'm gonna divorce an entire
However-
country.
Divorce is real.
Divorce is so real. You divorce the country of Israel.
That's really funny that God would threaten, threaten telling man that divorce was a real thing.
The god you believe in, Zeus, divorced all of Greece. Bro, I'm done with you. Divorce time, bro.
the scriptures do allow for divorce in the case of adultery.
Wasn't Zeus
and
pagan?
In some cases of abandonment.
The Bible says that what God has joined together, man should not separate. In other words, divorce is something that is not condoned in the scriptures, except for one thing,
What?
an actual sexual affair. So even when an affair happens,
Oh, okay, so it's completely acceptable to abuse your wife then. Got it.
That is exactly what they're saying.
That's totally okay. What the
One more reason not to get married.
What the fuck?
within the marriage, the Bible doesn't command a divorce, but it does allow for it.
It's also important to note that even in the case of adultery, divorce is not necessitated but allowed. And we have many couples in our congregation who very
But like, doesn't that also like fall on the man though? Like, if he wants to get a divorce or not?
I don't know.
Like it seems like since the man is like the ultimate like breadwinner and shit, and like the most powerful within that relationship, like it seems like that would also be like for something that he would be able to, you know, make the decision on, which is completely psychotic.
Yep.
sadly, their marriage has been hit by adultery, and yet forgiveness has been extended. It takes time. Trust has been rebuilt. It takes time. Counseling and reconciliation, redemption, restoration, it's all flowed in. And there's wonderful, wonderful stories in those marriages of redemption. That's a great, great path to go down.
So God allows divorce for abandonment and if your spouse had an affair. But what about abuse?
Now, be
That's
clear on what I'm
wild.
not saying. I'm not saying that you should be in
Both abandonment and fucking adultery. If
Crazy.
if that happened, I'd fucking leave them,
Yeah, you know.
or at least try to have a conversation with them so we can work together to fix it. Right?
in an abusive relationship.
Yeah, you would
or
hope
should stay
so,
in a
because
marriage
that's a
where your life is in
responsible thing to
danger.
do.
Obviously.
And like, you know,
Probably had to
the
say
cool
that
thing
because
to do.
I know how the internet gets.
Yeah.
That's great. I'm glad you take that stand. But is it possible that you know how the internet is because the internet knows how Christian YouTubers can be?
Something like adultery is
I honestly find, like, as much as I fucking hate like atheist debate lords, I think fucking Christian debate lords are significant. Like, just shut up, bro. It's so annoying. And like, atheist fucking debate lords are also fucking annoying as well.
Well, of course they're fucking annoying. They're debate lords.
True.
Like, listen, if you're gonna have a debate with me on something, make sure it's something that actually means something. Not whether or not a higher power exists to control you. Alright? You can believe in that or not, I don't fucking care.
Like, Washington.
actually measurable. You can point to that and say, you know what, this person did commit adultery on me. But abuse is subjective. Abuse is not measurable.
What?
Wait, what? It is
What
not.
the fuck?
That is
No,
nuts.
no. Abuse is not subjective at all.
No way in the slightest. So what? Like, when someone's getting like sexually abused, that's subjective.
Is that not as bad as being emotionally abused? Is that worse than being emotionally abused? My guy, if abuse is subjective, is it good in your eyes?
Like
what the fuck is going on here, my dude? Like what?
You know, when a man decides to abuse his wife and I don't know, beat her or something like that, that's just subjective. That's abuse.
Yeah, no, you can completely argue that that's totally not abuse. You know, it's completely arguable.
Like, no one would fucking agree that that's true. Like, abuse is not something that's subjective.
Abuse is not subjective at all. Abuse is bad in every aspect, hands down. It's not up for debate. Abuse is bad.
Like, goddamn, what is with us in talking about abuse this stream? Jesus,
I guess
makes me
the end of the year brings abuse out of us.
It's kind of sad.
If you
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Yeah.
Here's reasons not to get married.
True.
and say, you know what?
New
What?
Year's
I got
resolution.
abused.
Don't get
what
married.
actually constitutes
He's just mad that his wife broke up with him because he was being abusive. Seems that's what it seems like, at
right.
least.
That makes more sense.
Oh no. That's so
abuse? Is it abuse if they put their hands on you? Is it abuse if they slap?
Yes, it is abuse if they put your hands on you, because unwanted touching is sexual abuse.
Yes, as long as like, what does he not understand? If it's unwanted, it's abuse.
Is it abuse if they slap you? 100%. No one should be fucking laying hands on you anyways.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, it's abuse if they
Yes.
push you. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's abuse.
Get too
Like,
aggressive during sex. Is it abuse?
That one depends. That's
right.
That's something you talk to your partner about.
And that's why you have discussions before that happens.
Is it abuse if they simply roll over on you?
Night and crush you accidentally, and
Well, no, that's what we call an accident.
Yeah, accidents, they happen. Like if your significant other's asleep and you're sleeping in the same bed with them, they slap you in their sleep. Well, come on. They're not only A, asleep, but B, they didn't do it intentionally.
This guy gives me really fucking big dumbass energy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's got big dumbass energy radiating from him.
Remember, abuse is subjective. That's essentially what he's fucking saying.
they're not even realizing
apparently.
they're doing that.
What a piece of shit. Like, how else do you describe someone like this? Let's just go to somebody who isn't an abuse apologist.
If you are
Like, it's so fucking weird that he was defending abuse, right?
Why was who in their right mind goes out of the way to defend abuse?
Weirdo was that too.
Oh God.
are in a marriage that is abusive, violent, emotionally manipulative, and you're anxious for your safety, I am not telling you to stay, and I am not giving your very broken husband permission
What?
to continue to bully you, scare you, emotionally manipulate you, or make you feel unsafe.
But all that's
Yes, you get them out of there.
But that's
Y-
just
yeah.
Christianity, though. That's marriage, right?
I completely agree. You should get them out of there. But like, remember, all that stuff is subjective.
Yeah, apparently.
It's all subjective.
Oh no, it's all subjective. It's totally
And
not.
husbands, I'm not
a bad
trying
thing.
to shame
No,
you.
please
You
get
are
them
a
out of there.
broken soul in desperate need of help. You are battering and bullying a daughter of the King of the universe. And if
I do mean to shame you. You
Yeah.
are abusing a person. I will shame you for that. I will shame you to.
Yeah, fucking covered on the small ass stream, make fun of you in front of like, I don't know, 3 people.
Listen, the floof will tear into anyone that will disrespect and mistreat people.
Defo.
I have a zero tolerance policy. for
Blue
those
thanks for the
people.
follow.
Yo, hell yeah, let's go. Blue.
Hell and back.
If you think there will be no repercussion for that, then you are a fool. Not to mention the generational carnage you are unleashing in your depravity.
What?
I hope you've been enjoying the stream.
Nor did I say, ladies, run out now and get a divorce lawyer. I didn't say that.
Ah, Jesus.
Come on, man.
Let's create some space for you. Let's get you into safety, and we can work on your marriage where you don't have to worry about getting beat up or bullied. I think the church.
But that's just subjective, remember?
Yeah, what the other guy said. Abuse is totally subjective.
Like, what a fucking piece of shit, not gonna lie.
Don't believe whatever that person had said. Abuse is not subjective. It is bad in every aspect. And if you're being abused in your relationship, leave. Get yourself to a safe location. You get yourself someplace safe. And if you know someone that's in the situation, help them. Do the right thing.
Has to start adding
Yep.
this in this conversation. 1 in 3 women live in this kind of environment, according to the recent data. which means there's quite a few of you in the room. I will not give your husband permission.
That seems a little bit high, if you ask me.
It is very fucking high. That is 33.33% repeating of the entire population
like
that he just said.
Like a third of women is a little bit too high.
It's not what God intended. It's not what he has.
You're going to encourage them to get back into that situation after the abuser pinky swears that he won't do it anymore? And he's not the only one peddling this stuff.
Like, it's so fucking weird.
That it would be God's desire for a wife to
And it
remain
makes
with
sense
a
why
husband
people
who
don't want to get into
physically abuses
marriages.
her.
Well, yeah, if you know that shit happens.
Like, they're a big fucking hassle to get into, and they're a big fucking hassle to get out of.
It's the fucking money, too.
And or their children. In such an instance, the wife should definitely separate herself and the children from the abusive husband. However, even in such a situation, a time of separation with the goal of repentance and restoration should be the ideal, not necessarily immediately beginning divorce proceedings.
What?
What we do is we.
So
get
is
the
he
woman
saying
out
to
of that
stay
moment.
with them if
Yes,
they
sure.
plan on getting better?
Like, no. If someone's doing that shit, you don't stay with them. Like, yeah, I fully believe people can grow and change, but like, that's
Change does not happen overnight.
That's you know, I would completely remove myself from that situation.
Right?
Yep, as
And
any
so
normal
we go
person
towards
should.
Separation. All right, now let me pause there. The world uses separation as a half step to divorce. Hey, we're not going to reconcile. We're done. Let's go our own ways. We'll separate legally, financially. And now we'll take this time. You get your lawyer, I'll get my lawyer. We're going to divorce. So separation in the world becomes a path towards divorce.
What?
In our case, sometimes we use
So what about like separation between things like, say, church and state then? Is that is that a divorce from God?
That's a half step, remember?
Like, what?
Oh, no, right. The church and the state, they have to get their lawyers before they make it an official divorce.
Damn, you're right.
separation as a half step towards reconciliation, towards restoration. So if a woman is being abused, actually there's not a biblical case for divorce there, but we don't send her home. We get her safe. We get her out of that house. We get them separated, even financially separated, while she has a safe place so that she can heal. And then what we're going to do, we actually have a separation agreement that we'll draw up so that they know what they're doing as a couple, what about the kids, what about the finances, all that. But as part of that agreement, of course, there is counseling. And so we want to make sure that both of them individually...
But I mean, like, if I'm in an abusive relationship with someone, I don't necessarily want to mend that relationship, right?
Right, I mean, I guess in that case it would depend on if the person is willing to change, but...
That seems like a relationship I'd want to get far away from, not gonna lie.
Yeah, me too.
Are growing and being restored, and they as a couple are being restored, so that the woman doesn't re-enter that home. Again, I'm using the woman, traditional gender types in this, but the woman doesn't re-enter that home until it's safe to do so.
he's so proactive for trying to not misgender someone. It's kind of funny.
I am using the woman in this. Yeah. I like how he's just using the knowledge that he has, is like to use an example.
I wonder if my man's a trans ally.
I don't know.
Because I mean, trans women are still women.
Trans women are still women. Trans people are people.
Okay.
Okay, this is nitpicky, but watching through this guy's video, I really found his pensive, trying to look smart pauses infuriating. I'm just gonna stop here looking.
He looks kind of mad, not gonna lie.
He does look a little TO'd.
It looked like he went through one too many divorces. I guess that's what happens when you're like a 3-time divorced dad, right?
You become so filled with hatred, yeah. You just take these long, awkward pauses to look angry at someone.
And become the top G.
Introspective while I justify encouraging someone to go back to their abusive partner.
Now, what we found is
Yeah,
that
totally.
the abuser will submit to the process and get healing and get restored, and the marriage can wonderfully, healthfully come back together, or he won't. And in the case where he won't, during that separation, usually what will happen is he will either abandon her or he will commit adultery, in which case she then has her biblical grounds for divorce, and that is blessed.
Oh, a classic God loophole. Yeah, don't question why God won't bless an abused woman after leaving her husband. Just hope he sleeps with someone else so God will bless her.
So if
Yeah, totally. Just hope that.
Oh, okay. So even when the woman is separate from the man, it's still relying on the man to do something to make her the woman blessed.
Yeah.
Damn, the woman really can't win, can they?
Very equal. Oh, we're back to the the abuser.
The subjective abusive.
The abuser defender.
Experiencing abuse, the first thing that you need to do is you need to remove yourself from that situation and put yourself in a much safer place. The second thing that you need to do, if you really want to honor God in your marriage, is you need to look at how you all can get counseling together so that hopefully restoration and repentance and forgiveness can actually take place so that you all can work on your marriage. Now, while you are separated, a couple of possibilities could actually occur. Number one, that person that is abusing you may actually go out and start another relationship with someone else. And if they do that, then they have committed adultery on you, and they have now...
Oh no, heaven forbid the divorce papers didn't come and they decide to go have sex with someone. Oh no. Heaven forbid.
It's not like they're away from that relationship for a reason.
It's totally not like, divorces take a long time.
And a fuck ton of money.
True. My parents were in the process of getting divorced for like 8 years or something like that.
Right.
Broken the marriage covenant, which means you now have the option to go and divorce that person, knowing that God has blessed this divorce, not necessarily meaning that is his perfect will.
So remember, if you ever want to get divorced and be blessed, just make sure you commit adultery.
No, your partner has to commit adultery.
Close enough.
Yeah.
You'll be blessed by whoever you're fucking boning.
That's true.
But it does say clearly in Matthew 19 that God allows divorces in this situation.
And we also
Hey, you want to know something really funny?
We would never counsel.
Most, if not all, of the quotes from the Bible, aren't they from men?
Well, I believe every main writer or whatever it is, like chapter, was written by a man. I think there was like 2 the ones that the general Christian community doesn't like accept to be like canon. I believe were written by women.
Oh, great. Okay, so all the stuff that's not canon to the Bible apparently was written by women.
Like, yeah, like pretty much like everything that was like written by a woman is not canon.
Hashtag not my Bible.
Ugh.
I want this rewritten by a woman, please. Hashtag not my Bible.
Like there were some things that were omitted, which was probably for the better. But like, there's also been like other things, like very progressive things that have been omitted and considered not canon as well, which is really annoying.
So somebody to stay in a situation where they are physically being threatened and their life is at risk. Proverbs 22 says the prudent seek evil and hide themselves, but the naive proceed and inherit folly.
Me?
I was asking Blue Loot.
I don't know.
Okay, and so we're not going to be people
maybe it
who
is.
sit there and say from the Bible.
Well, I mean,
you gotta
that's why I
stay there
proposed the
because God wants you to be
question.
married to that guy, so you must stay physically close. But I want to tell you something. Don't rush to divorce. Make sure you involve community and wise biblical counselors. God hates divorce because he loves you. And he doesn't want you and yours to experience the amazing pain.
How many women are dead because of these people? I'm serious. People are reading marriage advice from 2,000 years ago
Probably
to justify
too
pushing
much.
someone back to their abuser. There is no way there's no blood on these people's hands.
And finally, let's say that you are separated from your spouse because you want to get away because of safety reasons, but there is no adultery on their part, then you can decide to divorce that person, but the Bible makes it very clear that your options are either to remain single for the rest of your life, or you need to wait
What?
and be reconciled to your own husband. Now, this is where
Oh, okay. So be single for the rest of your life, or
Get back with the abuser.
or
Duly
get back
noted.
with abuser. That's a very good fucking message you're sending, my guy. Totally.
Yeah, and
That-
it's
that's-
totally not like you're trying to tell all those people, like, hey, guess what? If you're in an abusive relationship, you either stay single or you're fucked because you're just gonna get abused if you go back.
It's fucking idiotic.
This is why people don't believe in the Bible or don't want to be part of, any part of Christianity.
I can think of a couple other reasons on why I don't.
people just don't want to
I
hear
mean,
it.
yeah,
People do not
me
want
too,
to
but,
hear because
this
they
is a
want
pretty
to
good reason not to
elevate
believe in
their happiness
Jesus
as God's
or,
main
the Bible.
priority. They don't want to hear what the Bible clearly says. They don't want anybody to tell them
What?
that they can't go on with their lives and marry someone else and have a happy life and enjoy their life.
Well, yeah. Why would they not want to marry, or why would they not want to marry someone else?
Oh, because
Like, what?
God doesn't want them to, even though, they have no relation to God whatsoever.
I think for the most part, like most Christians don't give a shit. It's only like the fundamentalists that do.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is this, guys, at some point in our Christian life, we have to make the decision and say, you know what? Even if it is not convenient for me, the Bible is the ultimate and final authority. And even if I don't like what it says, then I am going to submit my life under the authority of the scriptures so that I can be honoring to God in everything that I do.
So because you wanted to live, you have to deny yourself any future happiness or get back with your abuser. Why is the Bible always clear on things like controlling women, but when it's something that these guys don't like, we just don't understand the context? And what are
Yeah,
their
it's
thoughts
kinda
on
sus.
emotional or verbal abuse?
We know objectively.
I mean, that still is like abuse, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what?
I don't know what they're getting at.
What
These
physical
people are
abuse
making
is.
me so confused.
The problem with emotional abuse is that it can become a very subjective thing. So,
Oh, there it is again. It's subjective.
Oh, abuse is subjective now.
There it is again. Yeah, when your fucking partner is emotionally abusing you, it's completely subjective.
Yeah, when they keep telling you that your emotions are invalid and that you shouldn't be feeling them. Nope, totally not abuse at all.
It's just subjective.
Yep, that's all in your head.
It's fucking. Oh, that's so annoying, and it makes me. It's infuriating as well.
I might be too angry to go to sleep tonight. I'm gonna go into the New Year's being pissed off about abuse offenders.
never empties the dishwasher. And I've asked him for years. And so, dang it, that's emotional abuse. I can play the abuse card and start to trigger a process there.
What?
I'm drawing a caricature. Just roll with me for a moment.
No one
I'm
does.
not gonna roll with you there.
No one does that. Like,
No.
that's just something that someone doesn't do.
Okay, what fucking person is like, yo, they don't clean out the dishwasher. I'm fine. They are abusing me emotionally, man.
Like,
The fuck?
no one
Clean out the dishwasher.
No one does that. Oh, you're telling me to unload the dishwasher? You're being abusive. Well, guess what? That's subjective.
Yeah, it totally doesn't mean anything, apparently. It's all in my head.
Moment, if you will. The difficulty with that, of course, is now we're not actually talking about abuse. We're talking about frustrations in marriage, disappointment in marriage. And every marriage has that. And so now every marriage can play the abuse.
How is it like? How is it a disappointment in a marriage for like someone forgetting to unload the dishwasher?
I have no idea. Listen, if you're gonna be so disappointed in your significant other for not cleaning out the dishwasher that you're filing for a divorce or that you're playing an What?
You forgot to empty the dishwasher one too many times. I'm divorcing your ass.
You've emotionally abused me so hard by not cleaning out the dishwasher once, lazy ass, that I'm filing for divorce.
Abuse card and move towards separation and hopefully divorce, right? You see that? That's a problem. And that's where we got to lean into covenant and say, no, that's not abuse.
Sometimes we think about suffering for Christ and we apply it in every realm except the possibility that it could occur in marriage. I mean, it is possible that a believing person is called to suffer for Christ in a marriage where an unbeliever doesn't treat them properly, which is why I think the whole verbal abuse thing has been magnified, amplified.
But what if
out of
the
proportion
unbeliever
today in which
treats
we're
them
living.
way better than the believer?
We can deal with difficult words. I mean,
A bit of a story time.
Hard to say.
I was emotionally and verbally abused by a friend for years. It's hard to see at first. I mean, I have a
Aw.
self-deprecating sense of humor, and he played on that, and things just get.
I also have a
gradual over
self-deprecating
time, and
sense of humor.
They got worse and worse, and even way worse when we were roommates.
I know what I
Eventually,
said.
I was very depressed. I lost way too much weight because I just couldn't eat because of the anxiety I felt all the time. If I accomplished something and was excited about
Sag.
it, he was quick to put me down and make me feel like it wasn't a big deal, or tell me about a time he did something better. If I was struggling with something, it could never be as bad as what he was struggling with, and he would make me feel bad for.
I mean, it sounds like he's just trying to one-up you, being like, oh yeah, well, your dog...
Oh, you think your life was shit? Mine was way shitter, and here's why.
Your dog died when you were 7? Well, guess what? 2 of my dogs and my gerbil died all at the same time.
When I was 6, so I was even more emotionally of a wreck, or, just not there.
I fucking hate those people.
Hey, listen, if you're trying to one-up people just for, like, either how much money they have or how shitty their life is, you're trying too hard. Just stop.
You're acting...
Look at yourself in the mirror and talk to yourself and, like, really figure out what's going wrong.
You're acting like an entitled teenager.
Guess what? You ain't entitled to shit.
Feeling bad. If I slept in, he made me feel lazy, even though he slept all the time and did nothing. Eventually, I decided to move out and limit how much I saw him. But what that did was give him ammo for when we did see each other to make me feel like a bad friend because I didn't see him as often. I realized that I had to just make a clean
Heaven
break
forbid.
and tell him why.
You
I was
have a
making
life
him feel
outside of
I laid
me? What the
everything
fuck?
out.
You can't have that.
Sounds like a fucking like abusive relation.
Sounds like a Christian marriage.
True.
And I said I was done, and I wouldn't be having contact with him anymore. The weight that was lifted off me was incredible. Emotional abuse.
That was probably like the best decision that he could have made.
Of course.
This was affecting my health and ruining my life. It could have been a matter of life and death, and I wasn't even married to him.
You want to hurt?
Yeah.
Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah, you're right.
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
I talk too much.
Oh my god, I just realized something. Family Guy ripped this scene out word for word.
Are you surprised that it was Family Guy?
No, I'm more surprised that they just ripped out like they ripped out like the entire section like word for word.
I also
Yeah,
listen too
they've been
much.
known to do that.
I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you. But I don't like to hurt people's feelings.
Hurting her. Then
Kinda
I think
wild
she
to me.
endures verbal abuse for a season, and she endures perhaps being smacked one night, and then she seeks help from the church.
Oh great. Verbal abuse followed by physical abuse and then like sexual abuse from the church.
Hooray.
That's a home run.
You get all the kinds of abuse. Somehow yet
Every
not
time I deal with somebody
psychological
in this,
abuse, yet that's
I
just a
find
side
the
effect, so
ultimate
you get all of them.
solution under God
But remember, it's subjective.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
in the church.
It's all in my
other
head.
words, this man should be disciplined.
Like it's so fucked
This
up.
man
Man.
should be disciplined. She should have a safe place in a body of Christ where she goes, and then the people in the church deal with him. She can't deal with him
What?
by herself. So the short answer, I think, is
Proof that Republicans know exactly how racist
to
they are.
step in, be her strength.
It's an
You can't do
It's an
this.
article.
You cannot do this.
I don't know if I've ever rage quit making a video more than I did this one, which is probably why it took so long to come out. Let's talk about this guy for a minute.
God.
Wait. President Xi Jinping calls for unity as China enters its new phase of COVID policy. That's wild. They're
COVID policies.
I guess they're not doing zero COVID anymore, which was dog shit to begin with.
Right.
Hates divorce.
That is scumbag John MacArthur.
So then they tell you got to join the.
I thought he was gonna say John McCarthy. I'm like, yeah, John McCarthy was a complete scumbag. We got.
I mean, they're both scumbags.
We got McCarthyism out of him after all. So, yeah, that's pretty shit. Not gonna lie.
The Me Too movement. You got to join the LGBTQ movement. You got to join the
What?
transgender identity movement. And so, what
Wait,
happens
why
in
do you
the
have to
church is
join
it
those movements?
Chases the world.
Can't you just be a
until it
bystander?
abandons.
Well, like generally speaking, it tends to be better as an ally than a bystander and taking the fucking heteronormative position. Oh, excuse me.
Abandons its own message.
I've used clips from his sermons a lot, and they are among the hardest to watch.
Of course he appeared on fucking Cucker.
Of course.
Why wouldn't he?
In 2002, a woman named Elaine Gray told elders at Grace Community Church, which is John MacArthur's church, that her husband, who had worked with children at this church, was abusing her and her children. She was instructed by a church leader to suffer for Jesus. Something that we've heard a few times. in
Oh
this
yeah, I love suffering for Jesus.
That is incredibly fucking sus.
That's very sus.
Like, fuck it. At this,
That's a self-report, dude.
fuck it. End Christianity. It's time to cancel it.
End Christianity.
decided to leave for
Return to monkey.
take the children with her. And MacArthur
Reject
made
Christianity.
this announcement
Return
in
to
his
monkey.
church.
Matthew 18, when you do this, when you discipline, there am I in the midst of you. It's always a sad thing to do this, but this is bringing heaven down. This is what the Lord wants. He wants discipline.
It is bringing heaven down, apparently.
Oh yes, heaven forbid your wife heaven forbid your wife completely divorces you for being a piece of shit and like, you know, abusing and like manipulating her and your children. Heaven forbid that happens.
Yeah.
It's totally not like fucking coercion's a thing.
No, totally not.
If you think the discipline is going to be against the man for his abuse, well, welcome to my channel. Basically, what I do is I talk about the church and deconstructing and things we were taught growing up as evangelicals. No, he was not talking about disciplining the man.
Put away from the fellowship.
Yeah, he's talking about disciplining the woman because she wants to divorce him for being
We all know that women can't have a mind of their own. That would be silly.
Yes, they're meant to sit in my Bugatti. All four of them are meant to sit in my Bugatti.
Even though my Bugatti only have 2 seats.
Well, one can sit on me while I'm driving.
In this case, it applies to Eileen Gray.
Damn, bro. Don't do that.
Her husband David, Eileen have been in the church for many years. Not too long ago, really. Eileen decided to leave her husband to grant no grace to him at all, to take the children, to go away, to forsake him, not to reconcile, to reject all of the instruction and counsel of the elders, all
Oh no, heaven forbid.
He called out Elaine and he told them to pray for David.
the joy of her salvation would be restored.
That's kind of fucked.
Pray for
It
David,
is.
for the sympathy Let's sing Amazing Grace.
Elaine and her children got out of that situation.
Also, how cultish
David
is
didn't
that?
stop her from
Oh
cheating,
no, this
and is
person's
now
abusing
spending
this other
21
person.
years in
Let
prison
us
for the
sing a song for the abuser.
I mean, I believe that a vast majority of religions are just cults.
Well, I mean, you sit in a building, you get told about this thing that you can't see or interact with in any way, and then you sing for some reason.
And you're
Singing is inherently cultish. Don't even try and get at me.
and you're not allowed to ask questions.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm gonna ask all the questions I want.
done to kids. But this kind of thing happens all the time. Just think about the environment they are creating. You say that marriage is a sacred institution. You say that it's not about happiness and that suffering is a part of marriage. You say that women must listen to the man like a slave has to listen to his master. Then you say they can't leave if they are being emotionally abused, and only for a short time if they're being physically abused. And sure, some people, the leadership and submission thing works for them because that's how their personalities work and they're comfortable in it. Other people are just gonna kind of suffer through it and obey the rules and, have more or less a not terrible life. But for some people, it creates a living hell.
Yep.
Them living with an abusive or controlling person who uses all of this to justify treating someone like dirt. Marriage has been a lot of
And it's
things.
absolutely disgusting.
It's been about making sure that you know that
If
your
you are being
child is
treated like
yours
dirt,
because you are the
more
only
than
one your wife
okay
has
to
been with.
leave.
It's been two families or kingdoms
Yep.
joining together. It's been about status. Who has the most beautiful wife or the most wives? It's been one man and one woman, two men, two.
As well as I don't know if you know this, but like when it came back to like ancient times, uh to prove that like there was an heir to the throne, the woman would usually give birth in out in public.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fucking wild.
Like, just the act of giving birth?
Yeah, the act of giving birth out in public so that the peasants knew that there was going to be a new lord.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay, because kings of that era needed to show the peasants, yes, look at who your new ruler will be. Just know how lowly you are, that this child is worth infinitely more than you.
Well, it's not just that, it's also like,
Imagine how humiliating it must be for the woman.
Two women. It's been one
also I love this guy's stash.
Really?
man with many women. It's
I
been
mean,
one
it does
woman
look
with
kinda
many men.
nice.
It's been about property, and it's been about love. I'm not saying don't get married. If you want to get married, do it. Because you want to. Not because you were told to, not because you have to, because you want to. And the person you're with wants to.
Jenny.
And if you don't want to get married, don't.
Like,
And
Gotta love Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump is like such an offensive film.
Why?
I mean, it's essentially just making fun of disabled, like mentally disabled people, as well as like it's pure propaganda for Americans.
Yeah.
Like they showed Fred Hampton as like a fucking evil villain. I'm like, bro, Fred Hampton gave or started the school like lunch program. Yeah, he sure sounds evil to me.
Wait, he's feeding our children? Oh, damn it. I want them to starve.
Yeah, he initially started off with starting a school program where kids got or underprivileged kids got lunch at school. It was mostly like black and brown students, but it
still at least they were getting fed.
It was also there was also like what was the ally to the Black Panthers? Like
the Avengers?
No.
I know. I don't know.
Third party.
The Mario Party. I don't know. I've lost all cognizant thought. No thoughts had empty.
did have an ally for in the form of
School lunch programs.
poor whites. Just trying to remind called.
So, what have we all learned about marriage today? Christian marriages fucking suck and they need to be abolished. Don't listen to them because if you're being abused, well, apparently that's subjective and is all you're in your head. Yeah, no, just don't get traditionally Christian marriage and you'll be fine.
There is the White Panther Party, which was a far left
Ah,
anti-racist white American political party in the 1970s. That's
nice.
not what I'm looking for, though. I don't remember what the party was called, but they did help with the school lunch programs in America and gave lunches to underprivileged students.
Can we get a hell yeah for giving kids for lunches?
Fred Hampton was a fucking great guy, man. Marxist too.
Hell yeah, brother.
The only
I love feeding children.
the only reason why people thought that the Black Panther Party was violent and everything is because they used the last option that they had, which was demonstrating with firearms and using their Second Amendment rights.
That's crazy.
Because remember, a white person with a gun in America is not threatening. A black person with a gun in America is threatening.
Ah, yes, because the color of their skin matters. That's not their intentions at all.
Yeah, it's totally not like they want to be treated like normal fucking people or anything. You know, Fred Hampton was great until he unfortunately got CIA'd.
Whatever type of relationship you're in, it's okay that sometimes they end. Sometimes
True.
because one person is being
Yeah.
hurt in the relationship, and sometimes because the two people in the relationship have just gone different directions. Life is
Friendships too.
Yep.
It's not
If
just
a
like marriages
relationship
or
ends,
relationships.
It doesn't mean you failed
Yep.
or are a failure. It just means the relationship ended. It's okay.
It happens.
You're okay.
Yep.
Thanks for making it this far. This was a long one. Really appreciate you listening. If you know someone who may like it, send it their way. And have a great day. And I love you.
Oh, thanks, man. I love you too. And with that goodness.
Do you want to watch? Is it? Or was it?
Do I want to watch? I'm a little scared of what I want to watch.
See if I.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Somebody send help.
Want to watch Spiders on Drugs?
Spiders on Drugs? Alright. Let us watch Spiders on Drugs.
The wood
The
spider.
wood spider is the most accomplished of all web-building species.
I hate spiders, man.
Recently, scientists gave these tiny creatures a variety of
I just don't like them.
I asked her why.
I have arachnophobia.
Okay, but what is it specifically about the spiders? Is it the fact that they have 8 legs? Is it the big backs that they have? Is it
They have those thoraxes be a little bit too big.
Oh, you're offended because they have more cake than you do.
Damn, he saw right through it. No,
Of course.
I just don't fucking like spiders, man. Ugh. Oh, thank you.
I love at work whenever I see a spider on like my work stuff. I'm just gonna take my hammer and crush the motherfucker.
Well,
I'll get the blood on the hammerhead and I'll just smear it around. I love killing insects. Okay, sometimes I'll get little like flies inside of like lumber, and they'll be frozen on top of like a 2x12, and I'll see them there. I'm just like, oh hey little guy. And then I found one that was like starting to like get out of its cryogenic frozen state, and I tore off its wings, and I just saw it squirming on the table in front of me. Dude, it was great. I then crushed it.
Um,
Hey, it's an insect. It wasn't gonna do much.
the
It's gonna die anyways.
like when it comes to spiders, like I'm okay with them doing their own thing and everything, right? But you know, there are
Are
two.
you a catch and release or a kill on sight?
It depends.
I'm a kill on sight kind of guy.
Like there are two places where you do not invade. You don't invade me when I'm taking a poop.
Yeah, in the bathroom.
That's a big no-no. Or where I sleep.
In the bedroom. Listen, the bathroom and the bedroom are where spiders do not go.
I saw a meme being like, you know, when you're clapping cheeks and it's like the one spider in the corner. Yeah, boy.
He's got a bag of popcorn with him.
Observe their effect on web building.
Listen, as long as the spider's paying rent, then he can stay.
All right, they're going to be getting the spiders high, and they want to see how well they can make the webs.
When given a minute dose of LSD, the spider's web took on an unfamiliar, minimalist structure.
They put the
Oh shit!
They put the spiders on LSD. That's awesome.
Yeah, I might want to take some LSD after
Given
this.
caffeine, the web structure was not affected, but the spider's behavior was.
Yeah, they were more erratic. They built them faster.
Time to go, brother.
Look at him go.
Given THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, the spider didn't build a web.
He became a fucking stoner.
Listen, marijuana's the best.
Marijuana is awesome. I love cannabis.
Me too, bro. I do it every day.
Lay all day and
I have
watch
never
the
done it
caffeine
this year
spike.
though.
It made a hammock.
It made a hammock.
And
Hell
just-
yeah.
And just laid
He
down.
knew what he wanted.
And just made just laid down all day.
Chat, we should follow that spider's priorities. Follow his example. Build a hammock and lie down.
Oh, the
The acid, the LSD.
The weed spider laid in a laid in a hammock and watched the caffeine spider go all day.
That sounds like something a stoner spider would do.
Because
Hey, bro, what you
look
doing?
at him
I'm
zooming.
building my fucking web, bro. Get on me.
An alcohol, the spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got
Jesus.
So alcohol makes you more horny.
This seems like a very pro-alcoholism video, not gonna lie.
Yeah, maybe this is against TOS.
a restraining order.
Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Okay, yep.
He got a restraining order.
Okay,
within
we're good.
100 centimeters of the web.
Oh, no, not within 100 centimeters.
The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers.
True.
Waited till the caffeine spider was
Yo,
exhausted,
he's outie.
then came
Giga chat energy.
up behind
Giga
it
ch-
and popped a cap in its ass.
Oh, damn.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. When winter came, the marijuana spider had no place to live. It ended up in the crack web as the crack spider's bitch.
Oh no.
No, not the marijuana spider.
Environment of Canada Wildlife Services. It's brought to you by the government of Canada.
Spider's bitch.
Okay,
Contact
now I
the
know
Canadian
that the
Wildlife
crack
Service.
spider's bitch is the marijuana spider.
To be fair, we do be kind of wild when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny, man.
Yeesh.
Hey, spider versus cockroach.
Spiders versus cockroach.
Oh, that is so big.
That is what she said.
That is no.
That is a large spider.
That is a no from me.
Listen, my first instinct was
Why are
to
you getting
punch it.
Why are you getting closer to it, my guy? Jesus.
He's just zooming in on his phone.
Friendly neighborhood spider who's chilling over here.
Oh, it's an Aussie. That's why.
I mean, were you surprised?
Oh my god.
Hey, wait.
Aussies are like on another planet entirely.
Well, yeah, they're upside down.
And the cockroach. Now, this, I'm going to demonstrate why.
I wonder if this is just the regular house spider in Australia.
And here we have the Australian house spider. It will eat the cockroach in about another 5 minutes. Just give it some time and a napkin.
Who do you think would win? An Australian house spider or house hippos?
House hippos. They're strong.
True. Because you don't fuck with a hippo.
You don't fuck with hippos. No, and especially not the house hippos. Listen, the Canadian house hippo is scary.
They ate all my fucking peanut butter.
They did, man. I'm out. I need to go buy more.
Huntsman spiders are actually.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just a huntsman, so it's your regular Australian house spider. But damn, bro, the fucking huntsmans are big.
I know. I'm glad you noticed.
So cool that they're worth keeping around. I'm gonna give him some food.
I'm gonna give the huntsman some food. He's my friend.
Hungry, Alfred?
Alfred?
He named the
Nice.
spider?
Of course.
Spiders.
Don't you name your spiders?
No.
Get on there. Yep.
Australians are wild, man. I am so scared.
Why?
Because I don't like spiders. Oh my.
I'm
my.
surprised the cockroach didn't fly out of the container.
I don't even know if I filmed that. Woo! He's got it.
Whoa!
This.
Yeah, there it is.
This is why you keep spiders around.
Jesus.
Oh, let's see this, man. Happy New Year's, Mr. Spider.
He's eating good tonight.
Oh, look at him squirm.
That
Oh.
was instantaneous.
Look at him
As
squirm.
soon as he
Oh,
dropped
there
out,
it
I don't
goes.
think he even had a chance to drop out of the.
That is terrifying, man.
That is awesome. Oh, we're
He's-
seeing consumption in its finest moments.
By getting really big. You'll see him really big in the next couple of days because he's had a big meal.
Yeah, bro, that cockroach is fighting.
That thing is already massive.
Yo, that cockroach stands no chance.
Well, yeah, of course. It's holding it with its mandibles and fangs.
Well, no, just the way it's squirming. Look at it, bro. That's awesome.
This is.
Look at it writhe in agony.
I am terrified of this.
For it
I love it.
immediately, like not even.
Honestly, just go live in Australia then.
Bro, do you know how happy this makes me?
Cockroach probably didn't even have a chance to hit the ground. The spider was already on it.
Yeah, the spider leapt out of the sky to do that.
It was
The spider somehow
incredibly-
jumped while it was in the air.
It was
That's how impressive the
incredibly.
huntsman
It was
is.
incredibly fast. Oh, the cockroach is begging for mercy.
Please don't kill me, no.
He's tweaking.
Oh, he is straight tweaking out. Look at that. Oh, look at him go.
That is terrifying.
That is the way I want to go out. Slow and painfully.
You're welcome, Alfred.
Oh, yeah. Alfred's eating good. Give him a napkin. Well, I mean, he's got the box of tissues there, so he's good.
Yeah,
Keep all the cockroaches away.
I think
Because
Alfred
spiders-
won.
Spiders are friendly. They won't crawl on you. They actually have manners.
Okay, so what about the Sydney funnel web then?
Exactly.
Are they friendly?
Cockroaches.
Nope.
Cockroaches will friggin' crawl over your face when you're asleep. They have no manners.
Can we get hashtag thanks Alfred in chat, please?
That is terrifying.
Yo.
Alfred, you are
Alfred's a real hero.
Alfred, you are terrifying.
Alfred, we love you.
He looks so happy. No.
He's so content.
No.
He's so content, bro.
No, oh my.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Oh, I hope all of those in chat with arachnophobia
Ugh.
were just immediately got that taken away because of how friendly that spider was. Alfred is our hero. He is the legend for this stream. First legend of 2023, Alfred the Spider.
No,
Yes.
Alfred is terrifying.
Alfred is our legend that we always needed and always deserved. We never knew how much we needed him.
Yeah. Just. What do you say? Call it there.
Yeah.
It's getting a
Call
little
it there
bit.
with Alfred.
It's getting a little bit long.
That it is.
So, yeah. Thanks to everyone who decided to stop by and hang out. It was a fun time. Fun time.
Gotta love it.
We spent.
Talked about some serious stuff. We talked about Alfred, our loving hero.
We talked.
Huntsman.
We talked a decent amount about abuse. Like Jesus Christ, it was so heavy.
Right, but I mean, a lot of the heavy topics, a lot of people don't like to talk about, but it's when you approach it properly that it can be discussed in this setting.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the biggest lesson we can take away from this is whether or not you're going to be married or in a relationship of any kind, respect, for not only yourself but for the other person, and trust in them.
And
if if you're being abused, it is not subjective; it is real. And get yourself out of there. Get yourself to a safe place. And if you know other people that are in bad situations and their relationships, get them to a safe place. Help them.
And don't be like Tyler with and don't be like Tyler when it came down to like him and his daughter Callie.
Yeah, don't lie
That
to
was
your family about where your child is.
that was so sad.
That is heartrending, honestly.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. This 60-year-old for nearly 6 years old, and then she was locked in a cage for 3 years.
I think she like a couple months shy of becoming or turning 6.
Yeah, she was a couple months shy.
That's
insane.
That's so sad.
I experienced some heartbreaking things this stream.
Apparently. All right. Well, tomorrow.
Hopefully, something a little more positive.
Tomorrow, I don't know. I'll probably do something tomorrow. If not, I'll probably be out with some friends.
Do it. Enjoy your day with your friends.
Yeah. I might do some Monday. I'm not too sure about like tomorrow's stream. If I do stream tomorrow, it'll probably be more high on life. What?
No, I forgot that High on Life was the name of a game.
Yeah, I enjoyed the first little bit of what I played, so I imagine I should like more of it.
Well, I mean, if my gun is gonna call me a bastard for shooting children that aren't children, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, the 30-year-old child.
Yeah, the 30-year-old child that called you fresh meat.
Yeah.
I love it when my guns berate me for shooting people.
So, yeah. Thanks for everyone stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream today.
It was great. Thanks for having you. Enjoy the new year. Hopefully you'll stick to your resolutions. My resolutions might be a little outlandish, but you know what? I'm all for it.
Never hurts.
Reach for the stars.
I mean, most people don't keep their resolutions anyways, so.
I mean, if I had to be real, I would say I'm not going to go to the gym to lose weight because I think I'm at a healthy weight where I am. Or at least I'm at one that I'm happy with. I just want to tone my body a little bit more, build up some muscle, get to a place that I can say I can confidently look good. Because I'm not the heaviest boy around, but I'm definitely not the most pleasing to look at.
I mean, BMI is a terrible fucking way to determine how healthy someone is, though.
It is. I'm not going based off BMI. I'm going based off how I personally feel about myself.
Yeah.
And listen, as you've heard from recent days, I don't like the way I look, so I'm changing that starting today.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're more than welcome to join me at the gym.
Can I bring my buddy Jim to the gym? So we have gymception?
If you want.
Alright, well, I don't know. I'll have to ask him first. I don't actually know anyone named Jim. It just had to be funny. Wait, Earthworm Jim.
That's a video game character.
That was the joke.
All right. See everyone later.
Take care.